Win. Okay. Welcome, guys. Afternoon. How's everyone doing? Yeah, I'm making a Sorc now. Thank you, Buck. Looks like my wife. Kind of. I tried, but some of these like customization options are just not it, man. Okay, how many caches do we have actually? Maybe I should get a few more before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. It's not bad. That should be around 45 to 50. I have what I need. I'm going Hydra. I'm not sure if I'll make another build. I mean, there's Chain Lightning. I like Chain Lightning a lot. Maybe I'll play that. I do have Big Azarath and Fist of Fate and so on. Able to make a video on Flash Render. There's no videos. Yeah, I have no interest in that build, to be honest. But maybe Danger or Boiler have played it at least. I'm not sure if they also would make a video on it. I think the guide is done by Danger. And he does record at least his gameplay sometimes. You could ask on the Maxroll Discord if they have something for you. I actually played an Aint class before this. So I kinda need to save a few things, I guess. Hello, James. Oh, Flashfire. Now that is convenient. He saw someone with Paragon 290 today. Is that normally possible? Yeah, Paragon 300 takes you roughly 30 hours if you try. So this could have been done like over a week ago, basically. Okay, we level 48. Close enough, I guess. Okay, something like that. Oh shit. I have to go to the door really quick. I need like 2-3 minutes. Okay. Sorry. I'm back. Now. Let's do this. So equip, Stardust Shroud, Shaco. Okay. I don't think I have a Doombringer actually. Let's do this. We and Chronix cooked a hardcore challenge. Yeah, he sent me something. So Chronix wants to do some hardcore challenge. Okay. Softcore, hardcore, and stuff. Okay, possible caps. Master working 8 aspects. Max 200 Paragon, 1 Mythic, 1 Unique. 1 Rune Word. Seasonal Jewel. No Heraldic Powers. No Mercs. No Instants and Elixirs. Maximum 3 out of 4 Paragon boards. Only 5 skills on the bar. All streamers need to spin a wheel for the class they play. What? Just if you find them or something. Hit exactly 1.23, 7k on the training dummy. Okay. Kind of funny idea. I was also thinking about how to do like some sort of like hard mode race or something. I think it trolled at the end. Yeah, I mean, whatever, okay. So it's about this one, right? Any other ideas? Yeah, I mean, if they allow us to do like private leagues, the PoE style, that would be insane. Could do so many things. Like I would run like events like every season. I mean, I think we'll have a tease of what I've seen when I tweeted. I don't know. Some stuff seems kind of far out, some stuff seems kind of close. So I guess you're gonna see a bit of everything here and there. I expect expansion announcement at Gamescom, but we'll see. No waypoints. How many caches to get to 60? I think it's 27 caches. I just opened, I think 13 and got to 48. No stash. Yeah, the biggest problem with this whole thing is, this has to be like an exclusively streamer thing, right? Or we have to force people to load up a stream at least. If you want to do stuff like, I don't know, no waypoints, no stash or whatever. Because otherwise you can't control this. Like, you know, just doing like a race and then you say, okay, you know, the goal is at the end to kill all the lab bosses in T4. But I mean, how do we know that the people actually follow the rules on the way there, right? So that's really the biggest issue that we have here. We could ban some builds, why not? No Hydra. Which caches work for leveling start? Any cache on Whistlers. Yeah, I think the problem is that doing this on hardcore is gonna be kind of oof. Because a lot of people will not want to play hardcore for various reasons, including renown. On the other hand, I mean, if it's like mostly a streamer thing anyway, you can definitely do it on hardcore, and that's like more fun. No bugged stuff. Yeah, Spiritborn is out. We need the rip cliffs. I kind of agree, actually. Especially if we do, you know, if you do some stuff like this, and then we say, okay, you have to do like all the lab bosses on T4, like, you know, imagine like Andariel and stuff. That's gonna be funny. I don't mind getting waypoints each season, but just in one tune. Yeah, I would be okay if they make waypoints season, like account wide. Did you try any of the buffs for Spiritborn? Well, I'm not a time traveler. But also, Razorwings is already kind of decent. And it's getting a bit better. Payback, I was actually planning to cook something, but I will wait until Tuesday. No retempering. If you don't hit first try, go get a new item. Honestly, that is actually something you can kind of control as well, right? You can say that every item needs to have all temper attempts remaining. Now, okay, there is like the possibility that you temper, and then use the scroll, and then it resets to full. So we'd have to like kind of double check if the item is actually not scrolled. But why not? Glyphs max at 46. If you accidentally go to 47, you have to use a different glyph. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess the idea would be that even people that have already played the season, like you can't reset your Paragon, and you can't reset your stuff, right? But if you like make it some kind of like very low requirement, then people can easily reach that in like the course of, you know, like the event or something. If you say, okay, say maximum 200 Paragon, for example, right? Like this is really fast. So even if you don't have nothing and you play on in this event, then it's fine. I guess it's just that, okay, some people that have already the Paragons will have some advantage in the progression speed or something, but if it's not so much about the race, but more about, okay, can you actually do this challenge? Like, I don't know, do you have this restriction and can you take down all the lab bosses on T4 or something like that? I guess it doesn't really matter if you give it enough time, right? My face says I didn't wake up yet. Luckily, we have a solution. Maybe I should call Chronix again and talk more about this. Okay, where's the rest of my stuff actually? Rogue. It's a 48-hour event. I'm just gonna call Chronix. Thinking about replacing Conjurer of Eliminator. It gives me a lot of int bonus and damage to elites. Yeah, these main stat stacking glyphs are usually like the last resort. If you really don't have other glyphs. But you're playing Sorc, and Sorc has all the insane glyphs. So you're fine without the Eliminator. Okay, I'm gonna whisper Chronix. Alu?
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
That was fast.
I didn't see it because I'm on streamer mode. I just looked there and I saw the. Yeah. What's up?
Well, I just looked at the sheet you sent me and was discussing with chat a little bit what's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah. What's everyone saying?
Well, it seems like people are definitely excited about the idea. People say that they really want this to be on hardcore because they need whip clips.
Yeah, I agree. That's just too much fun, right?
Yeah, whip clips are the best part. And then I guess we need like some sort of like goal, right? So for example, like, you know, you make like these restrictions, but I don't know, what is the goal exactly? We can say, okay, you have to, you know, take down all T4 layer bosses or something like that, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, you can. I thought maybe you could, and that is kind of maybe bridging. Like if we do multi-class, we could even compare cross-class by adding these extra collectible points, right? So for example, we could say per pit tier you get a point, but if you do the extra collectible points, you get extra points. So you could kind of make up for weaknesses of certain classes in terms of the pit with maybe being stronger on bosses, for example, with certain builds they have. So you could, even if we decided to do it multi-class, have like even an overall winner of the whole thing.
Yeah, I guess there will be definitely like, you know, certain classes or builds or so that will be like better than others and whatever, but I guess that's just how it is, right? And it's up to the people to either, you know, play with that or compete on that. Yeah, I mean, why not?
How are people thinking about just doing it for one class? I looked into the Druid competition that you talked about. I think it's kind of a cool thing. If I mean,
Yeah, this
you
was a
might
very simple one. It was
modularize
just
it
like,
too
okay,
much, right?
first 5 days, who clears the highest pit on Druid, and that was it, basically.
Yeah.
And I mean, right now we don't have a fresh start, right? There's the other issue that there are people that have only played either softcore or hardcore.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, so basically, like, you know, I think it makes sense to make this like a time limited event, and with like kind of like low progression requirement or like maximum, let's say, right? That low cap. Like for example, what you have there with like 8 Masterworks and 200 Paragon or something. And you know, okay, we force people to still level a fresh character and stuff with a special name. At least we can do that.
Yep.
But then, yeah, people will already have Paragons, right? I already have Paragons. So I obviously go a bit faster or something. But on the other hand, I guess if you just say, okay, you have 5 days, and you know, if you invest like a certain amount of time in those 5 days, you will basically get there as everyone else. And that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, for the people that already have the points, we could be dividing the points through by the days we have. If you say we do it 5 days, then you unlock 40 Paragon points a day or something. Or you look at me and you can spend as many points as I have at the end of the day or something like that. Because I have 0 Paragon points. Or something like that. I don't know. Maybe we can figure something out there. But at the end of the day, it's more about fun than who's gonna win. Like it's I don't really mind that some people start with 200 Paragon points on day 1 if they hit 60. But maybe we could cap that to like Paragon 100 on the first day or whatever, right? So it's like a little bit less exciting, more exciting for the people that have not started on hardcore yet, so that they are not at an amazing disadvantage even before the race has even started, right?
Or we just say Paragon is forbidden.
Yeah, that's cool if we do like the streamer races that we have, but I think that just alienates too many players.
Why?
I don't know. Do people want to play without Paragon points?
I mean, that is an interesting challenge.
I would love it. I would do it 100%. But would people be excited about that, right?
Chat.
That's what I can't gouge. Gouge.
Gauge.
Okay, now it took a bit longer. Wait. Let me see chat.
Max amount of... I mean, you can set like a very low maximum as well. I mean, that would be an option as well. So you can choose like 1 or 2 or something boards, and then you just kind of run out of points. I mean, that would also be something. If you say 100 points, for example, you can do something with that at least. Yeah. And you're also not going to be like completely starved on reds and armor.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm scared for, right? Like people will have 100 points and be like, well, I have like 10 armor in T3 and I can't even play the game.
Yeah. 100 Paragon will be interesting. What if you make a max cap you can only spend on a page and you have lowered the glyph to 46?
Yeah, the problem with that is I would certainly misclick and overlevel accidentally.
Well, time to reroll.
Ooh. That's harsh punishment.
Yo, thank you, Chronix. And Jack.
Yeah, no problem. I had to pop up.
I kind of like this idea though with like lower paragons, I gotta say.
Yeah, I think that's cool. Maybe like 200 is maybe too much even. Maybe we do 100 instead. Or 150 or something. Kind of like depends on the input of the community as well, right? Like we do, at the end of the day, you and me don't care how many points it's going to be, right? We just want more people to join and have fun. So whatever the number for that achieves the most amount of participation is going to be, that's what we're going to choose, right?
Yeah.
The bribery has begun. Oh no.
Of course. What do you expect? Yeah, any other suggestions? Let me check chat.
How do you like the trade streamers for 1 gold thing?
It's just like, what is the idea? It's just like when you see them, you just trade them or something?
It's like we streamers get it somehow a penalty, you know? Everyone can get 1 more point than us by trading us at least once, right? As a maximum of once. And we always get interrupted with our flow by being traded. You know, I don't, just funny, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Like
Why not?
Points for trading us, and we get our time wasted basically.
Catch me if you can. Ha.
Yeah, stuff like that, right? And then you kind of have to think about in which city are you going to chill, and then you need to figure out where you're going. You need to dodge everyone.
I know exactly where it's gonna be my favorite spot.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the problem is, and then you are streaming it, so everyone can just still go there. So it's, I don't know, I think it's kind of funny. So you see a streamer, you rob them basically. Yeah, stuff like that. Or we could even go harder, right? Like on it, not even do 1 gold, but they have to give you like 10% of their current gold they have, or whatever, right? It's not only a downside for us, but it's actually an upside for people to look for us, not only by taking our time away, but also getting something in return.
I think getting an extra point is fine, you know.
Okay. Mercenary then? Yeah, but someday someone is gonna trade you.
Nah, mercenary. Actually, mercenary is your own instance now. I think that's separate.
Yeah. Banned. Mercenary then banned. What if you can challenge a streamer to a duel in the PvP zone? Yeah, of course you can do it. I thought
Holy.
about per year you get 1 additional point, but that's exploitable, right? Then you can have like one person is gonna spam PvP with a level 1 for like 5 days straight, and it's just gonna win the whole thing.
Yeah, I can say you get a point if it's like a max level character or something. You
But
can
how
see
do you
the
know it's not set
no,
on the
the
level?
ear the ear says the level of that character.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, then we can do it, right? Then it's then we can add that for sure.
Yeah, why not?
1 point per max level ear. There we go. That's funny.
Yeah, ideally it would obviously be if like you know, you have like a clip of the fight or something, right?
Yeah, that would be good.
Would a buff to flurry be good? It helps a bit, but also not really. I mean, flurry is good already, so there's nothing really to complain about. Okay, any other cool rules, guys, for such a challenge? And when do we want to run this? Soon, right?
Yeah, I just saw you probably do TLI, right? For a little bit.
I mean, this will be like 1 or 2 evenings or something, nothing crazy.
Yeah, so we can't do this coming weekend then, right?
No, I'm okay with that.
Oh, okay.
I'll still be playing D4 anyway.
Yeah, I thought about maybe 18th to 20th, and that's 48 hours of blasting. So everyone can kind of participate. Because if you make a week, then people are working, you know, stuff like that.
Well, I mean, it depends on like how much you want to make it like a rush versus, you know, just like, okay, get everything done kind of deal, right? I think it's probably better if we like started early and give people more days, because not everyone's gonna like full blast all day, all weekend or something. Like, I don't think it's gonna be very many people doing that, and especially with like, this is not even the season start, you know, like you have this weird, I have paragons, I have materials and whatever, right? So I think it's fine to like stretch it out, keep the like maximum cap low so that you can easily grind it, and there you go, right? And then, you know, okay, just at the end the points count or something.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah. Because then you can kind of offset the amount of the impact of, or the strength of just throwing hours at the competition, basically.
Yeah, I mean, of course, more hours would probably help you because you might find better loot or whatever, but, you know, realistically, you get to a certain plateau of power pretty fast, right? So this is kind of the idea.
Yeah, I don't know what's actually best. Can we make a poll, maybe?
You can make a poll.
That helps with the decision.
Okay, you can make a poll. I'm probably gonna make multiple sets of polls, so it's just not this here. So this would be like, okay, short burst race or longer stretched time.
Yeah. Do like add like 48 hours in the first one. Friday to Sunday or something. On the other one, like 5 days. So people know what we mean by that, maybe. And then the other one is like Sunday to Sunday. Or Friday to the very next one. Yeah. Imagine we had private leagues. I was fantasizing about it before. I was like, man, that would be so cool doing all of this.
Yeah, I talked about this with like Joe Papiora 2 years ago, but here we are.
Can you send me the link? Oh, wait, it's there. Share it in my chat as well here. That would be insane. Imagine you could cap glyphs to 15 and only ever really give people 200 points, stuff like that. Triple boss health and whatever. Oh, that would be so cool.
Yeah, I could do a lot of funny stuff for sure. Okay, can I play the video game here? Let's see.
It's always fascinating how low the participation on votes is.
We have 14 votes, guys. Nice.
Crazy. Oh, there we go.
These are not the national elections, right, guys? You can go and like put your vote, and you know we need information, we need opinions.
Yeah, we need help.
We need a higher turnout here.
It's way more 50-50 than I thought it's gonna be actually.
Yes, actually, you're right. That's
Okay, I shouldn't have said that about the 50-50, oh no. Classic mistake. It's actually a good idea. What about Dark Citadel?
holy.
Clear Dark Citadel, get an extra point.
I can do like an extra point for each wing or something on T4.
Yeah, let me add this.
But then it's not a solo thing. Like, do you want this to be a solo thing, or like what is the plan?
that's-
Or it's like
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, the problem is, as soon as you attach like a real prices to it, it becomes so easily exploitable, right?
Yeah, okay,
Like,
we can just do it without prices,
incentivize
right?
it,
We
but-
can, or like something like non-monetary value, right? I don't know, you get a Discord
Yeah.
roll or some shit. So
Don't make us go there. I want a solo. Oh, yeah, it was just an idea.
don't make me.
Renown? Yeah, Renown. What I thought about this, like the more communities we get into this, right? I think we're gonna get 50. How many people voted? Yeah, we all 50 people voted, so I guess at least 50 people would be interested. You could make a channel on Woody's Discord where people could find a party to group farm their renown and split farm the dungeons, right?
Yeah, if you split farm dungeons and you click little statues, you're gonna be done in like 3 hours, so the entire renown or something. So
And I still have the route for the Lilith statues in one go. We put that into the channel as well. You just put on a Woody stream and just run around for like an hour across Sanctuary, and then you're good.
there's dozens of us. Yes.
We could team up. People could help, like especially now with the teleport to party member. For example, all the waypoints are instantly done. And the exploration you could do.
Yeah. I mean, renown is actually pretty fast these days. Also, like the strongholds are just literally part of the leveling strat. So
yeah. It's actually very close between 1 week and 2 days, of 48 hours rather.
seems pretty divided. Yeah, it's actually interestingly close. I did not expect that.
Yeah, thank you guys for confusing us even more. Oh no.
Yeah, I think if you do something like that, then it has to be like, you know, since it's not season start and stuff, you have to do some kind of caps, you know, like the Paragon 100 cap or something, and so on.
Yeah, I fully agree. Like that's also making it cool, right? Because else you just run in there on Sunday and just kill everything. You
Yes.
push to what, pit 100 on Saturday or on Sunday, and then you kill all the bosses and you have maximum points. I don't want it to happen that someone gets maximum points, basically.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it
wanted to
should be
make it
like
like an
basically
oscillate.
impossible
Right?
to finish
Yeah,
everything. I
yeah,
think that's
exactly.
fine. And if it said like low caps, like 100 Paragon, I don't know, 4 Masterworking or 8 Masterworking if you want, then okay, there's like something to go for.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to make this like a race format, then I don't know what to do about people that already have played hardcore. Like, what am I gonna do? I mean, okay, I can start a fresh character on level 8 and stuff, but and then okay, I only use 100 Paragons. Sure. I guess it's not like a giga advantage until people catch up with the 100 Paragons, which will be like a few hours maximum.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like the people that already played hardcore surely have an advantage there, but we can only offset this if we go for a week's race, right? At least a little bit, but it would have been a very easy decision if everyone would have voted on the 1 week event.
It's
Would have
just,
made stuff easier, but now actually it's not.
please make them see reason and stop making us open the waypoints every time. Yeah, I know some people are upset about this. I'm pretty sure they're gonna change this at some point. I mean, honestly, personally, I don't care. I can't really give that feedback. But I can tell that people are upset, I guess. A week race, but it can't exceed 48 hours time played.
All my plans are
Hmm?
out the window instantly.
Why?
Just don't sleep 5 days straight.
No, but the idea is that you can't play more than
Yeah,
48 hours total. A
yeah.
cap.
That's why I'm saying like all my plans are instantly out the window if we do this.
Ah, you want to blast
But
more.
that's fair. That's totally fair.
You cannot exceed 25 hours per day.
That's good.
Yeah.
There's a natural cap.
Fresh account. Yeah. And one thing won't work, that's making a fresh account, man. How's that gonna happen? Like, who the hell is gonna buy another copy of the game to do like a random event for the lulz? Like, not even I would do that.
Wait, did you just misclick the greater collection of mats?
Yeah.
Got him!
No, I just have enough mats, you know? I'm not like you. You and I are not the same, okay, Chronix? You wanna see my souls?
Yeah, show me. Show me your materials. Oof. What have you been doing?
I've been blasting, man. What do you mean?
9,000 forgotten souls? Where do you even get them?
I have no idea. Play the game.
It's insane. Yeah, I guess we have to decide on the duration of the event and then make 50% unhappy, unfortunately, which is sad.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? So you have to make a call.
I mean, I'm fine with both things. I just want to do.
I
a
think I would
thing
prefer the
consistent.
longer thing, and then rather make it about trying to achieve those milestones and like take down those bosses and stuff like that, more than about like a race. I mean, you're racing anyway in the season start and whatever, so I'd rather just do something special here, where you say, okay, like you have like a really handicapped character, and you have to try to take down, you know, boss after boss and so on, and whatever, do other challenges, and just not die on the way. I think that's way more interesting, and you can do it at your own pace. I think it's just like a very
Yeah, I
interesting
agree.
format.
That makes sense. So we do 1 week, basically, or like a little bit more than a week. Like we start on, or we start on a Sunday evening and we end on a Sunday evening, stuff like that.
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
people
it is
probably
Sunday
wanna
now,
blast
so
more,
you
right?
have to set it up very quickly if you want to do it now. Unless you do it
I
the
mean,
following week.
yeah, I don't mind when we do it, actually.
I mean,
Or we
we could also
do,
just like start it like sometime this week and go until the next Sunday or something.
yeah, that also works. We could start it at some point and end Sunday evening, so we have enough time to like do the last attempts and rip the characters when everyone has time to watch and join, and then we can do the rip clips and the fun stuff afterwards, right? So there's still enough time for the aftermath, right? But like, yeah, starting now is a little bit short notice, no?
Yeah. Yeah, we have to make an announcement and, you know, like iron out the rules, and we need to find people for moderation and stuff.
The thing is, I don't know how, maybe chat can help. How do people think about a start on like a weekday compared to a Friday, for example? Because I could imagine that people want to treat it like a little bit of a league start, so they kind of want to blast at least the first couple of days, and then if we start on a Tuesday, then we kind of take that away from a lot of people, maybe. So I wanna know more about that. Do people prefer the Friday start, or do they not care? I don't think there's a sponsoring opportunity really. If we can get private leagues, I think then it changes a bit, but something spontaneous as this, there's not really a chance. Although it would be cool though.
Yeah, if you want to do something with sponsors or prizes or something, then it needs to be a less exploitable format, and
Yeah.
like everything here can go wrong, you know, if there's prizes. So I'd rather just focus on making it fun instead, and that's it.
I agree. As soon as we have, or hopefully at some point we have private leagues or whatever they're called, then we could think about it. That would be super cool. Maybe need to shoot another message to Joe.
I have a YouTube chatter asking me if my level 51 Hydra Sorc has 12 Hydra heads. The answer is no.
Reward is your name added to a rare monster? Yeah, just call yourself missing name.
Missing rare name, yeah.
Missing rare name, yeah. And then you're good.
Okay, what would actually be the naming, I don't know, convention for this event? Do we have some?
I would like something that actually is that we can grow into something, maybe, I don't know, and then it someday goes into the private league stuff with a name that just keeps going. But it has to have the word blast in there. Else I'm not playing.
How about no way? Like the emote.
No way.
Yes,
The
you know,
WAE.
you know the emote, right?
I can't one.
Yeah, exactly. The Khan emote. I mean, it sounds like it's gonna be a lot of rips in that kind of event, so...
I'm thinking. Ava says Blastoise. Okay. Hi, Buck. I mean, I don't really worry about the name. That's gonna come naturally at some point. But
D4 Summer Blast.
that sounds good. But I wanna blast in winter too. That's the problem. Even more so.
If you ever get Private League in D4, I'll be shocked. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe not.
What about the all streamers need to spin a wheel for the class they play?
I like that idea.
Okay. So let me get things straight. So we say 5 days ends on a Sunday evening.
Well, if you want to do like a Friday start, like, you know, this Friday, and then until the next Sunday, maybe it'll be 9 days, I guess. I'd rather stretch it out a little bit to give people the time.
So 18 to 27, basically.
Yeah.
18 to 27th. And then we can laugh at rip clips after.
No, during as well.
During?
I mean, people will be posting their clips now, so...
Too, yeah. Okay, then what else did we say? We need the cap. But maybe actually... So let's go from top to bottom. Masterwork. Do we want to cap that?
Sorry, what?
Do we want to cap Masterwork to 8 out of 12, for example?
Yes.
Okay. So then aspects, no.
Nah, all
How
aspects is
about
fine.
max Paragon points? 100, 150, 200?
We could say level 100, so this would be 128 points,
right?
I think.
28.
Right?
Yeah, that's hard to remember. Let's say 125 then.
Wait, how does it say exactly? Like, it shows you how many points you have unspent, right? When you have the paragons open.
Oh yeah, then we word it that way.
Yeah, then we have we have to say you have to have X number unspent. So you can just say, okay, 200 unspent or something.
Yeah, so you have 128 then, right? Okay, that makes sense. Wait, but that doesn't work because you're not Paragon 300.
True. Right, I'm not on a level 60 character right now. I'm not sure what it looks like exactly, actually.
Yeah, I'll check. Hand sanitizer says Woody must always take the death idol into strong rooms.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as long as I don't roll Spiritborn, it's fine, I guess. Apparently it's a Spiritborn bug.
Oh. Yeah, it's always... Yeah, you kind of have to... It obviously shows your Paragon level in a recording. And then it shows the unspent. So what you could do in theory is the unspent minus your Paragon level always has to be 150. So then it's easy to verify, or 100, or whatever we decide. Right, because I'm level 241. I would now have to have 141 unspent
Yeah,
can
it
see the
doesn't tell you
number
like how much you have
on the
spent,
right.
right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Okay, so
And
we have to do
only
like
show-
a calculation every time. Okay.
Yeah, and then you make it easy, right? You do it at either 100 or 150 points that we allow, and then you can just subtract the Paragon level minus the unspent, which is shown on the right side, and then it's at least kind of easy to figure out if the person.
Okay, but how do you do this for people that are leveling up? Like someone who's like little Paragon 50, right? They just spend all the points, of course.
Yeah.
But you have to make sure that they actually realize how many they can spend.
Yeah, capping it, I mean, we're not going to be able to police it anyway. And, well, the people that are already on hardcore, we just go, let's say we have 150 points that we spend or that we allow overall. And then it's like you can spend 100 on day one, maybe not instantly after you hit level 60, and then 150 on day two, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do, I don't know, after day two, you can spend however you want anyway. But maybe just wait until the end of the first day to go like ham on your Paragon board and not just. But you can't police it anyway, so does it matter if we cap it? Not really.
Well, you cannot police it like all the time, I guess. But for example, if you say, okay, we have these challenges and these are where you get points, like for example, you know, kill T4 Duriel, kill T4 Andariel, and so on, and this gives you points. Then then you can police it, right? Because you force people to show.
Yeah.
And okay, if they're gonna use their Paragons to farm, then okay, it is what it is, I guess. You can't really police that.
Yeah, but they're not gonna kill T4 on the second day, right?
Yes.
So it's fine if we just don't make a rule anyway about the Paragon spending. It just makes 150 or 100 or whatever we decide.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You have to
doing
maximize the Paragon window, and in the corner it tells you how much you have spent.
Yeah, but
Apparently.
we already have so much stuff you have to hover. You need to hover all of your gear that it's 8 out of 12.
No, you can
you
see
need
that without
to-
hovering.
Yeah, okay. But then you need to open your inventory. Then you need to open your Paragon,
Yeah.
basically. Okay, I guess that's it, right? Everything else is kind of whatever.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay, so
It's also for the other event.
what about one mythic per build or one unique per build? What do you think about that?
I like that idea.
I think it's cool because it actually forces you to think about it a little bit. And it shakes up the meta.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
So do we take this? Okay, we take this. Then one rune word.
Oh boy. Okay.
Or do we do two?
One is fine. It's pretty hefty restrictions we have here already.
Yeah, maybe we don't do the rune word. That's the thing though. With the one unique per build, people would be able to farm with multiple uniques equipped all the time, and then they take it off for whenever they are doing something for points.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the whole idea is that, with like this kind of like low requirements and low Paragon and stuff, like there's not such an advantage to farming in the first place. So, right, that's like, even if people do that and they take all of their insane gear and like giga farm, like,
Yeah,
okay, they're gonna get their stuff a bit faster, but you're not really gonna go far anyway. Like 8 out of 12 masterwork and stuff, this is done in like 1 hour for all your gear or something. So
yeah. So one rune word. I'm not sure about that actually. Probably pretty good to have some defense. And if you only have one, you kind of need to do defense anyway. I don't know. Maybe that's a bit too much. One seasonal jewel.
I think we can just allow seasonal jewels
Okay.
and the rumors as well. What?
Yeah, I have that. Yeah, the Horadric powers.
Yeah, Horonic powers
They,
also. I would also just keep it up. I mean, you get the stuff easily anyway, so
yeah.
like all this stuff
Mercs.
is like not a problem to acquire. I think like anything that's like easy to acquire, I think you can just leave because you have other restrictions already.
How about Mercs? No Mercs.
No
Be a
Mercs is kind of
bit
funny, I gotta
harsh.
say.
Okay. Yeah, I've been playing with no Mercs this season. I wanted to try what's gonna happen and how it feels.
So how does it feel?
Absolutely did not notice anything. Obviously, you needed one more all-res roll on your gear, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the biggest issue about like no Mercs is that we're already struggling with the rest.
Yeah,
So
so maybe we don't do it then.
just keep the Merc, I guess.
Okay, no incense or elixirs. I'm a huge fan because I don't need to worry about herbs or right-clicking the stuff.
I don't know. I feel like I get infinite herbs these days. Like, who cares? If people want to use incense, then let them use it.
Noted. Max 3 or 4 Paragon boards. I mean, we kind of kept that anyway. Only 5 skills on the bar.
I don't know, kind
Nah.
of whatever, I think.
Okay, and all streamers need to spin a wheel for the class they
I
play,
mean,
huh?
we can do something like skill bar restriction for like another event or so. That's like kind of the
Yeah.
rule of it or something. But right now I feel like we already have a lot of other stuff.
Okay. It's gonna copy the ideas so we don't have to think about them another time. And then we have the rules. So
What are we planning right now? We're planning to do like some hardcore event with some restrictions. What the hell's going on here?
what do you say that winner at the end of the event we do rip clips and have the winner ceremony or whatever, or talk about or crown the winners. I don't know the English wording for it. Trophy. We don't have a trophy. I'll just do rip clips after. Everyone's gonna know what's that about. Okay, so masterwork 8 out of 12, max 125 paragon spent. 1 mythic per build, 1 unique per build. All streamers need to spin a wheel for the class they play. Nice. I'll make a wheel with only rogue. And then I'll spin it.
Easy. You really want to play Rogue? No other for
Yeah, I
us?
think so. Ah, man, it's so much fun. It's crazy. I don't know. It's just my most loved
Well,
class,
if you
I
play
think.
Rogue, you have to, you can choose one unique, so it can be an Eaglehorn or an
Yeah,
Azurath.
yeah, it's obviously gonna be an Azure Wrath, yeah. And then I have to imagine the bounces.
You have to imagine you actually proc it, because there's no Fist of Fate.
I'm just gonna roll lucky hit everywhere in temper.
Yeah.
Gonna be interesting. It's lucky hit everywhere and pray.
Be
It's
the winner for best rip clip. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when we did the Diablo 3 event. Were you participating in that? No, right? You
I
weren't
think
there.
so.
We were? Like the season
Was
28,
it?
the hardcore event I did.
No, I was not able to participate. Something came up, but I wanted to.
Yeah, I remember we had like the best rip clips, and then we had like 5 categories of like, you know, the funniest clip and the saddest clip and the
But
most
we did that
deserved rip and so on.
we did that for the D4 season 4 race as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, this is always good, man.
Yeah, we need the categories there as well.
Yeah, it's always like the classic categories, I guess. So the
Yeah.
funniest, the saddest, the most deserved definitely needs to be there.
Yeah.
And what else? 1 or 2 more.
Okay.
What about play the worst build and you have to ruffle? I mean, if you make these kind of restrictions, like, you know, only one unique and stuff like that, like a lot of builds will already like not really be a thing. Like, for example, pen shot. So
gonna be quite rough, actually.
yeah, like first of all, you're gonna enroll a certain class, and you have to figure out which build actually even like, kind of works, and then you have to go, right? So I think this is enough restrictions.
Feel like there is not enough punishment for Woody and Chronics. Okay, we need to do the trading rule. Where is it?
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I have also, I forgot to say this, we have extra collectible points. We do the lair bosses. Every boss gives +1 basically, right?
Yeah, okay, I would say we do this like, maybe like each boss on each difficulty is 1 point.
Ah.
So like, you know, you take them down on T1, you get like 7 points, you take them down on T2, you get another 7, and so on. If you do all of them.
Ah, you mean all of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you wanna increase it per difficulty maybe? So you kinda force people up?
I mean,
maybe you do
this is already like the main source of points anyway, I would mention, or where else do you want to give points?
Per pit tier is 1 point.
Okay, yeah, but then okay, then, you know, going up a pit tier or taking down the next boss on like T4, I mean, this is relatively comparable, I guess, at some point, right? And you're like towards the end of the progression, so
yeah,
I think that's okay.
People die in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
they're gonna die.
I want to award 4 points to a Belial kill, for example. I want someone to go in there in T4.
Yeah, I think 4 points for T4 Belial is a very good amount of points. If you like, if you just say like, okay, 1 pit tier is 1 point, so basically most builds will end up somewhere, I don't know, 70, 80, 90 or whatever, right? And you get like 80 points, let's say, and then you get like, you know, 30 points if you take all the bosses on T4, and if you do it on T3 only, then you only get like 22 points or something, and that's like 8 pit tiers missing. I mean, that's a lot of tiers.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it's 1 per, and then you can get the points on every difficulty. Okay, but
well, basically, like, you know, whatever is the highest difficulty you have cleared of that boss, you get +1 point per torment, right? So if you take down T4 Belial, you get 4, but if you do only T3 Andariel, you get 3. You don't have to do like every single boss on every difficulty. Yeah, you don't have to do that.
Yeah. So extra rules. So where is it? Lair bosses.
And obviously, like, you know, going to T4 is you know, a very large jump in difficulty for just 1 extra point, but it's an extra point, right? So if you want to win, then you have to do it.
Okay, we have.
We make a video about the challenge. Yeah, I'll probably do that. But first I have to like figure out the details still.
So per pit tier cleared +1 point. Per lair boss per difficulty cleared +1 point. So then there's the straight streamer stuff.
High risk, high reward is good for content, like day 1 lair boss are worth more than second day boss. Yeah, again, this would be like something for like a race event, but not for this, right? If you say, okay, this is gonna be kind of like a long event.
Hey, what do you think about these extra rules? Hit exactly for 1,337k damage on the training dummy. And 1 point per max level ear.
What is the second?
1 point per max level ear. PvP zone, hitting someone needs to be max level, get a point. I don't know. I'm gonna go there just to see what's happening, at least once.
The point is if you run into other people that actually have real builds and not all these restrictions, you're probably gonna get one shot.
Yeah, okay, so don't do this.
Okay. Yeah, so it would be basically just for participants of the event that want to like fight it out against each other or something at the end.
Yeah,
and I mean, we can just do this as like a just for fun bonus at the end, like, hey, okay, we meet in the PP zone and let's go or something.
Yeah, after the event is over, we go ham in the PvP zone, I guess.
Yeah, so we can do that. I think this is more fun.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we make PvP the tiebreaker.
If there's two people with the same points,
Yeah.
you just go 1v1.
That's really good.
I like that idea, actually.
Tiebreaker is PvP. Okay, so maybe if you have a second, you can check out the link again. I did another page with the rules. Maybe you double check as well.
Okay, let me take a look. Wait, where is it?
And in our Discord chat, there's the DM.
Idea.
I'm just clicking.
8 rules. Okay, so here hardcore is F. 18 to 27. Whip clips and winners on Sunday evening. 8 out of 12 masterworking. Maximum 125 points. 1 mythic, 1 unique. Per pit, 1 point. Per levels, per difficulty, 1 point. Lilith does not count here, I guess.
Yeah, unless you want to. We could do T4 Lilith on top.
Holy. Okay, add Lilith.
Okay, adding.
Okay. Trade streamers for 1 goal. Streamers must accept all trade only once. Hit exactly for 1337k. Yeah, okay, then you have to like explain, okay, like if you like, you know, do like a successful boss kill, you have to, you know, make a screenshot of your inventory plus the Paragon spent. We need like a name rule. So everyone needs to make a fresh character with a certain like part of the name. Yeah, we can just do the same rule for Lilith with the points. Like per torment tier, Lilith gives 1 point.
Yeah.
Which is obviously harder than the other layer bosses, but again, it's an extra point, right? And at the end, you have to squeeze out every single point. So
yeah, in the end you're sending anyway, and that's kind of cool to watch, right?
Yeah. Blasticizer. Yeah, we're gonna recruit all the streamers, man. Condis, Panda, Rax. Yeah. He's coming back.
Ooh. Do you think? If anyone can do it, then maybe you. I mean, I don't know. He's blasting PoE1 right now. I've seen. Maybe the competitive itch needs to be scratched a bit.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any announcement for Gauntlet for PoE1? When is that?
No, not yet, but it should be early August, depending on...
So we don't have any overlap, okay. Yeah, fine then. Yeah. Where are the United Tributes? Rob2628 said it was so easy to farm mythics with. It is very easy to farm mythics with United Tributes, if you have like 2,000 people in your chat just feeding you. But if not, then it's a bit of a struggle. I've gotten 1 this season. From world bosses. And Whisper. Why put out a video then saying it is so easy? Well, I could answer that. But, maybe I don't have to. Can I go over what you're talking about? Yeah, we're doing like a hardcore event. I want to do like some kind of community event, like a hard mode challenge with some restrictions.
How about what is it? Oh no, I can't find it anymore.
Oh, Gutstorm. Okay, what is that, Chronix?
I asked ChatGPT to help out with a name.
I don't know. I mean, we don't need to have anything fancy. We can just do the blast. Like, you need to have a caps lock blast in your name and then whatever you want. That's okay. If you want to do it.
You'd call it Sanctuary Blast. Or
you do like the rocket. You like this rocket emote, right? So.
oh, how do you know?
Just do like caps lock rocket.
I also like the XDX.
XTX. Oh god. All good, Emperor. I can absolutely understand. You don't see a pack of wolves. Yeah, they abandoned me. I'm packless right now. Season 9 mid-season blast extravaganza. That's a bit long for a name. For a character name, at least.
Yeah, I mean, we can't announce the name yet anyway, like the suffix or prefix. Do you want to do it pre or suffix? Doesn't matter, right? But we just add it. We can't say it now because then everyone's just gonna start now.
Yeah, that's true.
We
have to announce the name at the start of the event, exactly. We say, okay, you know, like the event runs from... Huh?
Look what Ava wrote in chat.
Rolls off the tongue, yeah, beautiful. But you can't do numbers in the name, right? In like a character name.
Oh.
But yeah, I guess we just say, okay, like we make all the rules, we say the event runs from this to that, and then the name for the character will be announced, you know, on
when it launches.
On the launch of the event. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So that people actually create a character at the same time. My tongue rolled out of my mouth. Colin free. Wait a minute. Send all these... Oh wait, that's all...
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind a name and also the prefix or suffix. We can just do whatever. It's just needs to be the same for everyone. But like the most important stuff was like setting the rules. So I think we got a pretty cool rule set already.
Yeah, Panda just joined the chat. I'm not sure if he was here before.
Panda?
Panda, you recruited.
Recruited. How does that... You got yoinked rather, not recruited. Abducted.
That's the same thing, yeah.
Yeah. Who had the idea for the thumbnails, by the way? Woody?
SER is doing them.
That's so good. I love him.
Yeah, he's been experimenting with some tool to take my face and make some funny stuff with it, apparently.
It's so good. I love it.
Yeah. It's pretty hilarious. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of like these like AI thumbnails or people that have like these completely unrelated, you know, like they do like barbarian build guide and they have like some random, you know, absolutely not D4 like barbarian, you know, AI generated character there that, you know, it's just like some random warrior or some shit, right? But like the stuff that he's doing with my face, that is kind of funny. I like that. So
Yeah, that's funny and cool. I agree. The problem is, I did that too with what you said with the Barb, because we don't have like cool artwork that we can use at all.
yeah, I know. I just have like the general
that's
problem
kinda
with
like
that.
a
It's
problem,
like,
yeah.
you know, like it's not even D4 related. You know, there's like nothing D4
Yeah.
about it when you do that, and it's like, yeah, okay, you know, it's just like some random picture. You know, like I don't know. I don't like that idea very much. So that's just it.
No, I agree. It's not fitting at all. That's why I also stopped. But like it kind of only came to be, I guess, because there is not really good artwork of new and cool stuff that we can actually use for the thumbnails, right? Like if you compare this to like.
I mean, you can always just like, you
example.
know, make like a different transmog and then make like a nice screenshot of that or some shit. Like, I mean, this works, I guess. This is what I used to do in Diablo 3 when I made my videos. I just like took a screenshot from the character selection with a different transmog every time or something like that. So,
I mean, that kind of makes sense, yeah.
yeah. So that's how I got started with that, and at least it was a Diablo 3 picture, you know, and I don't know, that was important to me. So
I agree. Wait, Chef has a Judge Woody poster on his wall. Holy.
the judge, yeah, that's a funny one too.
Yeah. Wait, I need to share this spreadsheet with Panda real quick. Wait, there is an anonymous panda in the Google sheet right now.
Very sus. Yo, Fioran, thanks for sub, dude.
Coincidence.
I'm doing good.
Panda, let us know your ideas for an event like this.
Sorry?
I talked to Panda.
It's Panda in your chat too? Or just here?
No, in yours.
Okay. How high pit do I have to clear with dash to make it an official build? Oh my god, man. Has science gone too far? I think it has, guys.
We need to stop Ava.
Dude, now that Ava actually broke free from the dummy room, he's unstoppable. Who let him out?
Yeah, it would be cool if we could get like more people in. I agree with hand sanitizer. We kind of need to. It would be so funny if we had like more people from the Maxroll team join this. That would be so cool.
Yeah, I agree. We should definitely try to recruit as many as possible. And again, if you keep the grinding targets very low, and it's like basically impossible to like, even finish the challenge with like highest tier bosses and stuff, I guess we're probably not gonna see anyone take down T4 Lilith or some shit. So that's fine, you know.
Yeah.
And I mean, there is the challenge to go there and do it if you try, but yeah, you most likely fail, right? And that's fine. That's how it should be.
I think Yeah, it's how it should be, right? Like you want the challenge there. The point is literally right there. You just got to go in and take it.
The
And
point is there. You
are
just
gonna
need to
die, but
you
at least
just need to kill T4 the death. It's fine. Yeah, you
Yeah.
get the point.
you get the point, but you probably won't get it, right? That's
Yeah.
the cool part about it.
The point is right there, guys. Just get it. The points are basically lying on the street.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point surely is. Just gotta find one of the streamers and trade them. Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm waiting for Panda's feedback. Is Condis blasting right now? Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, let's get corners in here. Actually, just call the group chat. We have a.
I'm just calling the boys. Okay, I'll call you in a sec.
Okay, we're getting more Maxroll boys in here, guys. Oh my god, is this enough? 1 bar? Dude, this was the last stronghold. I'm missing this. Oh no. Dude, dash rogue. If it's anything like a Rushing Claw, Spiritborn, it's not gonna be fun. But dash feels better than Rushing Claw, to be honest. Because they have better control. Oh.
Hello,
Hello?
guys.
Hi, Condis
Hello, Hayden.
and Panda.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Hello.
Now, we were discussing an event we want to run.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. It's gonna be fun.
HCSSF.
Yeah,
I
it looks
see.
looks cool.
Can I show it on the stream or something? Or?
Yeah,
That's okay.
we were discussing it with chat.
Yeah, I literally just got off stream.
What time is it for you, Panda?
Like almost 10 a.m.
Holy. Early
Master.
bird. Cool.
Yeah, we might have
Clip
randomly
winners.
got on at
That sounds
midnight.
good.
He got on midnight. Let's go, man.
Yeah.
Make a Paragon
So
board
what's
for my
the
Hydra
wait?
Sorc.
What's the gold thing? What's the trade streamers for 1 gold? What is that?
I had a funny idea. You literally anyone with like the we're gonna make a tag, right? So that people don't pre-level their characters and pre-gear their characters basically. So we're gonna have a tag that we announce on the start of the event. And when a person that has the tag in the name trades you, you have to give them 1 gold. And they get 1 point. Because they traded you as the streamer. So everyone can, like, if everyone clears everything, we can't win.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not happening, so. It's like, okay, the streamers have a disadvantage. If people find them out in the world or something, they can trade them, they get 1 gold, they take a screenshot, and they get a point.
Yeah, and they waste our time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the wasting time is kind of a small part, I guess.
Okay,
but yeah.
so like the chatters get a point or something.
Yeah,
but-
exactly.
Okay. Isn't it like too harsh? Like 1 pit tier higher is equal to 1 lair boss?
Well, the idea is, I mean, the thing is, at some point you're gonna cap out on pit pushing, right? You're gonna go to like 80, 90, or whatever. And then every tier is like a huge jump. And at that point, it's like, do you want to do another tier push, or you want to maybe try the next boss on T4, you know? I mean, I think it kind of checks out. You know, you're gonna get like 80 points on the pit, and you're gonna get like, I don't know, 20, 30 points on the bosses, or something like that.
Yeah,
And
like I would double bosses or even triple the points for bosses. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. I think it's okay. And, you know, like, realistically, like, no one is gonna take down all the bosses, but also no one is gonna push even very high in the pit, right, with these restrictions. We can put a bit bigger focus on the bosses, I guess, if you want. We can make it 2 points per torment or something.
Or just like plus 20 points
Are
for
we-
Barrier
what-
and Harbinger.
Are we expecting to get a mythic or like we have to find a new mythic, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think what we have to do is for
it's-
people that have already played hardcore, we have to kind of like say, okay, like, you know, empty like 1 or 2 tabs in your stash, and then, you know, you can't use any of your old stuff. You just like use those 1 or 2 tabs that are empty, and, you know, only new items, right? So we have to do something like that, I guess. So you have to level up
Yeah,
a character
the other
fresh,
thing
and
is the
then find
aspects.
gear and so on. Yeah, you have aspects, okay, but it's not such a big deal, I guess. So there's
Well, I
obviously
mean,
a
it would be a big deal if we could convince some of the softcore gamers to come over. We'd have a little bit of an advantage, I think.
I
yeah,
mean,
but
that's
but
fine.
but but the
they
idea is like
expense.
we're discussing this, and it's not going to be like a super crazy like race event, right? It's like very low progression goals, and so that, you know,
That's
people that
true.
have already played, like it's easy to get there for someone who has not done any hardcore this season. So this is the idea. So that, okay, like the other people, they can do everything a bit faster, and they have their aspects in their codex and whatever. We can't get rid of that. But on the other hand, it's
Yeah, no,
it's
yeah,
not such a
yeah,
big deal.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's cool.
Private leagues when Blizzard.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that would be sick, huh?
yeah. Someday.
Copium.
I don't know about that.
Holy copium.
Holy
What do you
copium, man.
mean?
Let me cope, man.
I was honestly really surprised they even did the like Lilith statue race at the beginning. I thought that was pretty cool.
That was on purpose, though. I can't tell you why, but it was surely on purpose. Gotta think about it a bit. Was a smart move, Immo.
I mean, it was definitely a smart move. Like I think so many more people were hyped about the start of the season with the hardcore race, and so many people watched. Right, we like even big names like Shroud getting in.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, we were kind of nostalgic today on my stream as well. Was talking about builds from the launch of the game. How I was farming gores on my woodwind barb for like a week. That was something else.
I was just
Gores.
twisting blades, death trapping like crazy. That
Yeah,
was
like
so good. That build, I love
OG
that.
Twisting Blades Death Trap. That's
Oh,
awesome.
that was so good. I loved it.
Yeah, like I was talking about D4 bad memes and how people in 10 years we're gonna say like how good this game was.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, no.
D5 sucks. D4 was so good at launch. I was farming my champion demise for gores for a week. And it was so fun on my Whirlwind Barb. What is this? D5 sucks.
Yes, it's gonna happen, man.
It's gonna happen for sure.
No,
Yes.
It's
I'm
gonna happen
betting
for
against
sure.
this. No, no one is gonna say that.
It's gonna happen for sure. I'm like 100% sure.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Galaxy
I
of
agree
Holy
with
Balls
Condas.
Necro. Let's
This is
go.
absolutely going to happen.
Oh no.
Okay, so 1 unique per build is
Yeah.
kinda OP, I believe. Like I mean not OP, but like the cap is a lot.
Yes, it's pretty rough. You have to
That's
kind of
kinda
think
cool
about
though,
what you're gonna
no?
do with it. I like the idea. You can make it
Doesn't,
2, but I don't know.
I mean, doesn't that make like games super unbalanced because you have some builds that scale a lot of their power from legendary aspects? For example, like Earth Spike. I believe like Earth Spike Druid is fine because he has
Why do you reveal all my secrets?
because I'm a build maker. Like what do you mean?
Yeah,
I'm just
that's the
gonna play
point though,
Sorc.
right?
I
You have
don't
to
know
like
if it's
figure out,
good,
okay,
but
which build
it's
are you
for
even
living.
going for, right? Like first of all, you're gonna roll your class randomly, and then you have to figure out, okay, what the hell can I even do with this shit? Like,
Hydra amulet. Okay,
funny.
my build is done. I have Hydra amulet. Build done.
Yeah, but
I
you
don't
need
really
to
know.
roll it though.
Yo,
You-
it's
you
my
have to
class
spin
though.
the wheel.
Guys, come on. We got to stick to our classes or something, right?
Nope.
No.
You gotta spin the wheel because you're streaming.
I hope I don't spin the barb.
Uh,
I mean, for barb, 1 unique builds, I can do like rapture. That's gonna be fun.
gonna be very interesting if we have to spin the wheel.
Can you make different builds for different, or you can just play one build? I can push pit with, for example.
Yeah, I don't have to stick to one
Rupture,
build.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
You can do swaps, yeah.
I'm gonna use Armory for the first time.
Holy.
Uh,
Paragon 125, did you guys count that? Like how many glyphs you can take, or that's just random number?
no, we just did. We just
Okay,
said a
Random number, yeah.
okay, yeah.
I mean, we could, in theory, count the shortest path to get all legendary nodes and glyphs and do that, but maybe this is more interesting.
Yeah, just like
that-
say a number and then people figure it out, right?
Yeah,
yeah, like for Barb, that's kind of interesting because you need like the three boards are the most important. Then you have like 4 and 5 as fillers. So that's not the
Yeah,
bad.
Barb has terrible Paragon. I agree.
Yeah, Paragons are terrible. Full stop.
Have you tried Necromancer?
Yeah. No, Necro got some serious improvements
Yeah,
compared to
Necro
Barb.
is better now.
Barb literally has 15% attack speed as a legendary node.
Okay,
Like-
that is kind of funny, I gotta say. But you know, back in my day, that was a good legendary node, okay?
The fun part is that you can still use it, and I use it in one of my builds. That's the fun part. I still use it.
Well, no, it's like still that's a good point to bring up because imagine how bad all the other options must be that you choose the 15% attack speed.
That's actually insane. Hopefully, I don't roll Barb, holy.
I like Death Blow, says Buck. Smile. Holy. When was the last time you played Death Blow, Connors?
Do you remember season 2 when I was carrying our Duriels?
Uh-huh.
Oh, true. I remember that.
Yeah, you were like asking in the corner. I was just killing everything, one-shotting. Yeah, this build was one of the finest builds in the game. Like that's OG Barb.
Yeah.
One-shotting world bosses with Death Blow.
Yeah, dude, I remember that clip from Karn, man, when he did the first World Boss one-shot. And then he was... Did you see that clip, man? It was glorious. World Boss Spawns was wandering death, and he was like, whoa! He was like laughing like crazy. It was really good.
Those were better times, right?
Better times, yeah.
Yeah,
The
those
good
were
old
better times, I
glory
agree.
dice, yeah.
Yeah, like Launch D4 was the best. That's a joke, of course.
What?
I hate running to the dungeons.
Oh my god.
Dude, everyone lagging out outside of Ruins of Eridu, and on hardcore, you're just watching. Every time you go back in, you like see a new dead person outside.
And there was also like these explodey boys right at the waypoint as well,
Yeah.
right?
And there was an area loading like right before. So what would happen is you don't see the explodey boys because you're transitioning area, and then you'd load into the area, and then they'd be blowing up on another player, and then people would just get sniped out by them.
Oh no.
What the fuck, dude?
Okay, I have my secret tactic. I have a build. Okay.
But
I have a
how?
Holy.
You first need to roll the correct
Well,
class, man.
Connors has the build already. It doesn't matter which class.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I mean, Azure Wrath is a generic unique, so I can use it on any class.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
how are you gonna lucky hit?
Fuck.
Other classes have okay lucky hit options. I feel like Necro might be the actual like pain option.
We should ban Azure Wrath just
No,
just
no.
to be
Ezra Wrath is already
direction.
diminished enough. You know, there's no Fist of Fate. There's a shitty masterwork. Like, you know, there's not
Are
that
we
much
allowed
value.
to change builds too? Like, are we allowed to multi-build, or is it like?
Yeah, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Yes.
This is so much fun. Like just thinking about all the builds you could play or you can't play or how to make them work. That's already
Yeah, it's
is
so
much
hard to
fun.
decide what I'd play on Sorc. I just can't put my finger on it.
Who says you're playing Sorc?
Yeah, true.
No, yeah, sure.
Which
Oh,
Hydra
I
variant
hope,
make
will
it
you
man,
play?
if I
even
get
better.
Necro, can I just quit? Can I forfeit? Or
Yeah, of course you can. You don't have to.
Blight, bro, Blight.
You,
One
we
unique.
need to. You know what we need to do? The streamers ban
like
a
Necro, though.
class from someone's are allowed to ban a class from someone's wheel and replace it with another.
Okay,
Holy.
everyone bans Sorc.
Everyone bans. I mean, for Woody, it's hard to ban. It doesn't matter what you ban for him. He's gonna be happy with what he's gonna roll. And we need to give him double necro at least.
Nah,
We need to put
I
two
would,
necros on
I
his
would
wheel.
send him to Barbarian Hell.
Yeah, or that, yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna log in on Barb.
Necro does have good damage, though. It doesn't have amazing survivability, but its damage is solid.
For Necro, you have Blight.
I wanted to say, like, yeah, you're slow, but it doesn't matter over, like, a long race. Imagine it's a 48-hour race and you play Necro. You already lost, like, 5 hours due to being slow.
On Barb, that's probably the best. No, you need gloves for Mighty Throw, right? Ah, never mind. Yeah, there's on new gloves for.
Make him play Whirlwind. Oh.
Nah, but like we choose the build. Only class is random. I mean, there's a lot of fun options. Okay, I'm not worried about any class. There's a lot of fun options.
Yeah, I feel like the build options are pretty limited if it's one unique, though.
Ah, but if you do 2, then you can play every build.
Yeah, no, it's tough.
Yeah, I'd rather like have a bit of a shake up than just like the same stuff again, you know? And okay, it's like a bit unfair depending on which class you have and whatever, but it's fine, right? This is like, it's not supposed to be like the super try-hard competition,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, at the end of it, if you're gonna have a blast playing a shitty class if you make it funny, right? 'Cause it's
Yeah.
gonna
I mean, I already leveled all the classes to
just gonna
Tournament 4
wipe
this
wipe
season,
with it.
SSF style.
I just need one more. Didn't play Necro yet.
I think last time I played Druid and Barb was in season 4 actually.
I just make every
long
class
time
every
ago.
season to stay in touch with the game.
Yeah, that's how season 1, ever since season 1 I play. Yeah, season 0 is the only time I didn't play every class because I don't even think it's possible.
I made so many rogues in season 0. It's actually insane. I kept dying.
Same, dude.
Yeah, I leveled 2 Sorcs to 100.
2 Sorcs to 100. That's crazy. Back then,
One of my rogues
especially-
died at
Yep.
98 and a half.
Oh,
Wait, I don't remember that.
Like my
Did
my
you-
third
wait,
one, I think.
Was that a disconnect or?
No, I was not running with the pot because I was like feeling fine, and I had a situation where I had like these like the poison explosion minions and the lightning strike nightmare dungeon affix,
oh no.
and I dashed into the bubble and there were like 20 explosions going off and boom.
Oh no.
Oh, now I think I remember.
That
Yeah,
was-
I remember that thing. Yeah.
Yes. And the thing is, I probably would have lived just through the lightning strike, but I was just like, Pepega, like dashed in, boom.
no,
like,
I
it's-
98 is rough. Holy.
yeah. It was kind of rough for sure.
Season 1, I died at 99, and I don't remember how much, but it was 99 for sure.
Oof.
It was the barber delayed damage with a blood blister. A blood blister popped late when I was looking at my inventory. Like it popped on the very last enemy, and I didn't see it pop out. So I was sitting there for a second looking at my
Oh, no.
inventory. And then I finally notice it, and I go to beat it up, but it's the barber with the delayed damage, and the delay didn't pop in time.
No.
Yeah.
That's glorious.
I didn't re-up my death pot per whatever because I'd been grinding. You know what I mean? I'd just been grinding for so long that I just forgot to put my death pot back on. The one dungeon I forgot to put my death pot back on when I'm like 99.
It's funny.
Barber was insane.
Yeah, Barber with Berserker Ripping was definitely a build.
I will never forget this. During the race to 100, I dodged one DC by going and reheating my food. I literally went and reheated my food that I pre-cooked, right, to get it out of the fridge, came back to a DC'd character. I was like, holy, do that. That's insane.
Nice.
I just dodged the DC by being hungry. That was funny. Ah.
So
Okay, so
moral
I
of the
guess we're
story, you
gonna-
should have frequent snack breaks.
But that's also not good for XP.
Shit.
It's better than dying.
Yeah, that's true.
Dying is not optimal for XP.
So are we gonna simmer a little bit over the rules and then we're gonna start spinning the wheel tomorrow or something? Or maybe later today or whatever.
Well, I mean,
Depending on
okay,
when
we
we're
can
gonna
like, we set this up and I can make an announcement and we can like ask some of the other streamers and like Maxroll boys and stuff if they want to participate. Maybe you can also have like the rules and like this like I don't know like a Discord post or something. Plus, okay, this is what every streamer rolled on their wheel, and then you can see them here or something like that.
You can see the clips here and their reaction.
Yeah, so we can do some stuff like that.
You're allowed to go again, right? Too. If
Yeah,
you
of
die,
course.
or is it?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
You go
If you
again.
die, did you spin the wheel again or not?
Roll the wheel live, yeah, of course.
Nah, because
Oh.
you would die on purpose. No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
You,
yeah, exactly.
you stick to what you got.
Yeah, I think
You
yeah,
stick
you
to
stick
the
to what you
thing that
get.
rolls,
Does
yeah.
first character's progression get erased, or
No, I think
No,
if you
the
just load up
ones that
another
you have, you
character,
keep
you
them.
keep going. Like if you farm it all up again and then you just try again, I think that's fine.
No, I
Okay.
think he meant the points, right?
yeah, like the points? So like, let's say you earned points on character number 1, and then it dies. Do you keep points that you earned on character number 1?
Nah,
Well,
I
you
don't,
try
I,
to-
I don't want to like force everyone to do the bosses again and all that stuff. I think that's fine.
Yeah,
You
keep the
can
points,
you
right?
keep the points
Okay.
and you just keep
Yeah, I
going.
agree. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Can ask Oogie as well, but he's playing WoW. He's prepping for MOP Classic. I guess he won't have time.
I mean, the best part will be just figuring out the builds, I believe, and that's what is very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you roll is going to be
Any other rule ideas or something when you guys read through this? That comes up? I mean, we can still edit.
I think so far it's pretty good.
We can always restrict. Wait, like non-GA or something like that. Is that too much?
Yeah, that's crazy. But that's the problem. That gets rid of all the dopamine, right? You still want to be
Okay,
happy that
okay,
you find
okay.
something, right?
Yeah, like we shouldn't optimize the fun. That's for sure.
Because then you're like farming, and then you suddenly like, yeah, wow, I find the GA, can't even do anything with it.
Don't
Yeah, no,
minimize
this
that.
is
Yeah.
let people farm some gear. It's fine.
I agree now. Yeah. Like same for no glyph caps. If someone want to push pits and keep
Yeah, you can do it, right?
keep doing
You kinda-
4%.
Yeah, you kind of want to do that, right? Like you want
Yeah.
you want to force people to maybe push a little bit higher than they are comfortable with to get like a little bit more DPS out before they do the bosses or something.
people really underestimate how good the board percent is, right? So the last hour of my stream or whatever, I didn't really feel like I just wanted to grind some Paragon or whatever, just blast some pits. get some experience, and I had a glyph at I had a glyph at 92 and a glyph at 95. An hour of blasting 69s, and they both were 100.
Yeah, that's kind of insane. I mean, you have what? You have 5 tries. That's kind of like the problem, right? Or not the problem, but like the...
Yeah, it doesn't take that long to
What
get a
makes
glyph to
it so
100.
good.
It's
Yeah.
relatively chill.
Okay, I guess then we just let it sit for a little bit. Everyone thinks about it. We already start reaching out to everyone if they want to participate, and then maybe announce it. What did we say? Start 18th. Maybe announce it like what, Wednesday or so.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Question about reputation Barb. Can we just make a character over and over again to farm it if we want to? 4 sparks.
I guess.
I mean, you're still limited to just one.
You have to add some extra rules
character.
though for this event. You have to do something like, okay, people have to spend all of the obols before they start. They have to spend all of the
Yeah.
bartering before they start, and this kind of stuff. So you just like everything that is like a progression.
Yeah, how about Veld crystals and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, since we
could
have
just
like
write down the
very low
number that
master
we start
working,
with.
like I'm not gonna force everyone to like get rid of all of the mats, right? So
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of a
like-
bit too much, right? I agree.
I mean,
Yeah.
we just assume that everyone can 8 out of 12 items in a week.
yeah, I mean, exactly. This is like not a
That's
problem at
literally
all.
nothing.
So yeah.
That's literally nothing. So some people may cheat and get it like 2 hours faster, but that's nothing compared into 9 days event.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, making new characters will 100% be the best way to get the mythic.
Yeah, because that's like guaranteed mythics in 12 hours.
You get the-
16 hours maybe.
I made a bunch of so I made all the classes, right, because I like to play them, but then I also have 2 extra Sorcs, and so I've been grinding the rep a bit, and they cooked pretty. I mean, I don't know, maybe not everyone likes it, but they made it to where the reputation is the same on all torment tiers. So you could just grind torment 1
Oh, what?
hordes and max your reputation out the same speed that someone grinds torment 4 ones. So like you can literally just level a character to 60 if you have or you wouldn't have hordes, right? But if you did have hordes, it takes like 4 or 5 10 wave hordes if you're like if you get lucky and you get like Hellborn or Surging and like that type of thing. The Ether Lords don't work though, so it's like you don't do Ether Lords like last season.
Interesting.
I'm giving away too many secrets. No, it's more that I people should know that it's actually probably the fastest way to get a mythic if you're not, you know what I mean, in Husk Cabin.
Yeah,
Gonna
but
be
if you
farming
create
rules.
another character, you need to do the same class as a streamer.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Yeah. Do we want to do a hit exactly 1337k damage or just 1337? Isn't 1337 harder to do? I don't know.
I don't know. The one
Let's just
thing
leave it as this.
I would ban Grand Jewels because we can't get rid of our jewels and you can't possibly farm them that good. So some people would have them and some people
Oh, yeah.
would not.
That's true.
You can do only
Max
ro-
Jewel
royal
is
gems.
flawless. Royal, yeah.
Yeah, like
That's good.
ban the 100k jewels
Yeah.
gems. Because royals are not a problem, but if someone's grinded, then you can have. So that would be a little bit disadvantage.
True.
I love how the gems break down to the same cost now as the crafting, so you don't have to store anything anymore. You can just break them down when you're done with them, no matter what
Yeah.
tier it is.
I mean, grand gems cost 10 million gold, so
Well, I guess yeah, that's fair.
that's a little problem.
I'm still breaking it down if I'm done using it.
Hey, Cornix, we have a problem. Ava's actually
Uh-oh.
cooking.
Yeah, I saw it just now. 80 with dash in 6 minutes. Uh-oh.
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 Sorc is S tier orc. Oop. I'm making my Hydra
I'll be
right
honest,
now.
I do play the Unga Bunga classes in a lot of games. Like I like playing big melee. I like playing melee a lot. But in this game, I like Sorc.
Okay,
Sorc is so good. I love it.
Nah. No, I loved Wizard. D3, I loved Wizard, and all the Diablo games. I think Sorc, the teleport. It's not the Sorc or the Wizard. It's the teleport.
Yeah, it feels good.
I'm gonna go rank 1 with Frenzy Barb and show you guys the real class.
Holy.
Unfortunately, this build needs 3 units to start, so... No frenzy.
Yo, I actually have the same Shaco as you, Woody. Or I didn't triple hit mine, but
Nice.
I've got the same double GA. I just
Yeah,
got it like today.
I got very lucky with the cooldown masterwork.
Yeah, I did not. I am poor now.
Okay. I also added a note that there's going to be a Discord channel created for people to find a group for hardcore renown. We need to do that at some point then as well. People can like pre-grind it maybe.
important. True.
Hmm. I mean, people can pre-grind hardcore on a bit as well, right? So
Yeah, like to do it before the event and after the announcement. That's gonna be enough time because that doesn't take a lot of time.
hey, Gris, by the way.
What do you guys think if everyone gets assigned a random class with like a Discord bot or something when they join the event?
Nah,
Or is
I would say let
too-
people play what they want, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's too alienating then for a lot of people because people want to play their class, especially on hardcore if they are not comfortable with other classes. It's gonna be
that
rough.
may be too much. Like, if someone wants to, we can just give them a wheel to spin, and
Yeah,
they
true.
do it by themselves.
I mean, or you spin one for them on stream.
Yeah, for example. Bedbuck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess then we're done.
I think so.
I'm gonna let it simmer, and then I'm gonna start spamming this to people.
Yo.
Heck yeah. Yeah, it looks awesome.
Can you maybe make use of the secret Maxroll contract clause that people need to participate in this?
Yeah, no problem.
You know, the secret. Okay, good.
Hey, heck yeah. Well, hope you guys have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, you too, Panda, or good sleep. I don't know what you're doing at this point.
Yeah, probably booed, but eventually sleep. But heck yeah.
Good night, man.
Yo. Yeah. Okay, so we have a Sorc now. Let's see. Torment 4. I don't have any Hydra hits. Mana potion, this for Hydra Sorc. Yeah, but for now, let's just see how this goes. But I think we are going to be pretty tanky. 16k life. Yeah. 80 res. Yeah, I think we're chilling. No CL. I like CL a lot actually, maybe I'll play it too. I think I played it in Season 5 a bunch. And now that's very good, maybe, yeah. His Maya looks very funny, man. All in 2 seconds. Do I have Unleash Glyph even? Not even active yet. Damn. No mana per second roll either. Yeah, you probably want to put a mana per second roll there. Just so I can spam more. Torment 4 unlocked. I just need to do the quest line. The flesh rendering charge. I like that. Wait a minute, why is this thing a countdown? I didn't socket it. I didn't do anything with it. I guess I got it from the cache. Didn't realize. That's such a weird build. Yeah, it's definitely weird. But I mean, it's nice that weird builds like that also exist, right? It's actually really good. I think we actually moved it into S tier now. Let's render. S tier Druid. Number 2, actually. Layering of Blight has been incredibly boring compared to past Rogue seasons. Yeah, I could have told you before. Lucky hit resource on weapon helps a decent bit. We can probably make that happen actually. To get like fast refill. More consistently. What's the lucky hit chance on this thing? I guess that's alright. Interesting, this is actually the same as a normal strong room now. With like the 5 options. I remember when I was doing the quest for the first time it was only 3 options because on low level and low difficulty it's different. I can make the planner link for this soon. Did 85 in 11 minutes of dash. Oh my god. Wait, what is that? Is it just like a momentum dash shadow clone build or some shit? Or what are you doing? So it's back to Algebra. Got two uniques have only 3 stats instead of 4. Is that a bug? That is a bug, yeah. You have to not select Harbinger from Belial.
Do not go any further. So that's why the demons... So this thing...
Okay, now we have the quest, right? That's it. Resourcefulness elixir. Let's get that. So we make those now instead of the life pots. And we are Sorcs, we're tanky. 40k life is still plenty. Okay, time to find some glyphs. Dash is officially better than that's so nice. There's a hardcore contest. Yeah, we're planning to do it like probably sometime next week. And then let it run for 9 days. So anyone who wants to participate in that, you can go get here now already if you haven't. I'm not sure if I should run the Fidget Fate board. I feel like I'm not really making stuff vulnerable consistently enough. I'm currently playing Nova's Guide and Maxroll for Hydra build. No. I have my own lineup on the PTR and I've been updating it slightly. Funny, I started with a crit version on the PTR because I thought it had better potential. And then there was like some bugs that made crit really bad, and then I reworked it to a burn version, and now we're back to crit again because it fixed the bug. Unlucky. But it's not really a big change anyway, it's like one Paragon board, one glyph, and like one or two aspects. And that's the difference really. That's kind of funny. Yeah, my plan is not really public viable yet. I need to fix some stuff still. So I'm gonna do it later. Immediate Spiritborn from Maxroll 1 to 1, you can speed from 60 and 130, 70 takes 230, is that weak? If you think 70 and 230 is weak, then I mean, my character does like 79 in 2.5 minutes. So I can farm pretty high, and my character's not even min-maxed yet on my evade. But it's pretty good, I guess. Like, yeah, I think eventually like 2 minutes 79s. It's quite doable on evade. Should try chain lightning. Yeah, I love chain lightning. I have to go for the ball lightning. Do we go unstable currents? I guess you go unstable currents as well, right? Ball lightning, unstable currents, and we don't do inferno. That's kind of weird, actually. Inferno is pretty good. 50% extra damage. And you don't even have to be in the inferno, right? It just needs to be active. Kind of weird as well. Conjurer and a scroll. Yeah, it just says while the Inferno is active, deal 50% extra damage. But inside the Inferno, they become vulnerable. So I guess that's an advantage. But it seems kind of weird that you have this bonus just like active while the thing is running. Morning, Shamsa. Is using Focus 1 better than his stuff? DPS wise, not really, I think. But it does allow you to get an extra cooldown roll, which makes it way easier to hit the, you know, 1 cast per teleport per breakpoint. But it also has the downside, you have to masterwork 2 items to orange instead of only 1. So good luck. It's already painful enough with just the staff. How necessary is it to own a DLC to push endgame? If you're like serious, you have to get DLC. If you just want to play a season a bit, you don't have to. With my own planner for evade. I didn't make it yet actually. I used the pit push variant of the Maxroll guide, almost 1-to-1, with some slight tweaks. Any tips on getting mythics? I can farm the red board pretty fast, so it's just fresh characters and just like print sparks, and then craft them. Otherwise, kill more bosses. They have only one spark from season. Yeah, you get one from season journey, one from Lilith, and one from the red board. And the red board is repeatable. And it's really fast. So something that people do is just like they boost their characters to 60 fast, either with caches alone, or by getting boosted by someone else. And then you do like 2 hordes runs or 3 horde runs or something, and you have a spark, basically. So, it's super fast. Yeah, I'm already at tier 10. I just done like 5 pits or something. I'm at tier 10. Which boss tops the Starless Ring? There's no target farming of mythics besides crafting upon the jeweler. You can only farm bosses and you can drop all of them equally. Important with mythics is getting the runes as a death. Yeah. Getting like 6 legendary runes is kinda tough for sure. Because there's also like no target crafting or target farming of runes and so on. Like I suggested to Blizzard to do something like, you know, it's fine that every boss can drop all of the runes and all of the mythics, but they should do maybe something like higher chance on this boss for that rune and for that mythic, and then, you know, another boss has another, you know, higher chance for this and so on. So that he can kind of go for certain bosses to get specific runes and to get specific mythics. I think that would be more interesting. Because there's so many mythics that we don't care about, and so many runes we don't care about on all of the builds. Like, you know, what's the point, right? And who in their right mind would ever, like, 3-to-1 convert legendary runes into other legendary runes, right? Like, no one does that. Like, the system is just not really working. Unless you're, like, strictly SSF and, you know. Shroud at Andariel dead. Holy man, that would be funny. Why my plans always so different in Maxroll Guide? Sometimes they are, sometimes then, you know, very slightly different. I mean, this is just because there's many options to make a build in this game. And I like to do it a certain way, and other people do it another way, and it's not necessarily wrong. Like in some cases it might just be because, you know, I optimize differently than others. Yeah, that happens. Like occasionally I play a build from someone on Maxroll, and then I realize, okay, maybe, you know, we can change this for that, and we can change this for that, and it's just like a strictly better version or something. But very often it's just kind of like, okay, you have like this one perk, or you have the other perk, and they're like kind of like minor things. But yeah, I guess like one build where I did like some pretty big changes was Razor Wings. And I told Croix about what I changed. I'm not sure if he's updated the guide now or not. But yeah, Razor Wings for sure. I think what I cooked was probably a better version of it. I didn't finish the planner for the Sorc yet. It's still in a pretty miserable state from from, you know, pre-season. I need to fix some stuff on the planner. It's gonna play a little bit now and then we'll see later. Yeah, it can happen sometimes in Maxroll builds as well that, you know, some concessions are made for, like, let's say, user friendliness that I don't necessarily do for my own planners or something like that. Or the other way around, you know, sometimes it might be that a certain build is kind of like clunky or whatever just because you want to squeeze out more power, but I don't like it. And then I do the reverse and I just make it more, I don't know, face roll or something. I guess we gamble focus, huh? Wait, I'm in Torment 4. Okay. We need some cooldown. Oh no, focus. How's the mana region so high? This is from Primordial Binding and Reactive Ooze. I have the music playlist. You can try exclamation mark music or exclamation mark playlist. Actually, I don't know about the Lunging Strike, how different mine is from Maxroll, but I don't think there's really a lot of things you can do differently. Outside of, like, I have Leap and they have Ground Stomp, I believe. And Ground Stomp is just something that we do for, like, you know, high pits or something, and that's it. Otherwise, like, Lunging Strike is, like, very locked-in build. There's not really much you can do differently. You have like 8 uniques equipped or something. The best source of Forgotten Souls is bosses. Yeah, Lancing Strike, once they have some gear, is super fun, man. I'm gonna go back on the Barb and just blast a bit more, I think, at some point. Just fun. Do the Hydras stop attacking if I go too far away? It doesn't seem so, right? Seems like I can teleport away and they still keep killing everything where they are. Kinda nuts. There's no max range, it seems. Maybe there is, but I'm not reaching it. %, reduced damage, huh? From invocation. Here we have Tactician. This is Dex 44.7. That is actually a lot. That's even more than the destruction glyph. I should probably go for invocation now, think about it. Also has a good legendary bonus. What do we drop though? So you have to drop Tactician or Unleash, and I don't want to drop Unleash. It's 8 damage and 10 and magic, but also 25 mana regen, kind of big. And he has 15% damage. And 10. So maybe we put Unleash here. And don't go Tactician. And we keep Unleash there and we put Conjurer here. Invocation here. Not bad. Okay, destruction is still missing. Why some play crit or burn Hydra? Yeah, because on the PTR burn was better because crit was bugged, but they fixed the bugs and I think crit is just better now. Like this was also a burn planner after it was a crit planner. And now I have to make it back into a crit planner. We almost armor and rest capped. Without anything. You hate the forgotten knowledge where you have to pick up the orbs. This gives extra XP from killing monsters. Nah, I feel like the picking up part is kind of the important part there, right? It's like, it feels like a reward. The problem is just that the reward is like not there because you get no XP whatsoever. At least when you're like in Paragons. But let's see after the patch if they're like really good. Oh, balls in 2. Okay, we can do that. Oh, I just realized there was actually no note about buffing the scrolls from the season thing, right? To get the reputation. They're just like worthless. Still holding on to them. "49 seconds. This is good, Hydra. You only need 1200 scrolls or 2.4 million finals to get a single cash. Seems fine. I have 500k already. 20% of one cash done. Is it fun so far? Yes. Six seconds. Anyone here? No one here. Goodbye. A lot of people here. It will be time for another mythical build. I think I got 1 or 2. I think I got 2. I did 2 rotas. And out of 9 runs, I've gotten 1 drop. Beautiful. Oh, one guy died. F. Fine, guys. Small losses. 10 people lived. Look at the bright side.
Thank you. Hello.
Yes. I apologize.
A noble sacrifice. Might do that. Hey, saying the poison puddles and double slam feels good on Barb. Yeah, I mean, if you're like half tanky, it's not that hard to survive the world bosses. I'm always surprised to see how many people die on world bosses. Because I feel like if you die on a world boss, like, how do you even play the rest of the game? Like, the world bosses are not that dangerous compared to other stuff, I think. Even if you do get hit. In softcore, 10 people die a second at world bosses. My god. Is that really happening? I mean, there's a surprising amount of world boss rips in hardcore, I feel. Chain dying, just hanging in there for T4 cash. Yeah, I guess it could be that people get carried to unlock T4 from a friend, just so that they can like leech a world boss sometimes, or like turn in the whisper caches, but they're actually like still stuck in Torment 2 or something. And this is probably why. One of the items to craft the mythic. How do you get the second one? You mean the spark? You get one from Season Journey, one from Lilith, and then from the red board. Repeatable. T1 is fine for Lilith. How come I always have an active barrier? It's so easy, I just press ice armor. And you reset it. It's part of the skill. Plus there is also a passive. Here. Glitch on. Here, energy focus. You just passively generate barrier all the time. Line out that rerolls the GAs that go hard. Yeah, something like that would be pretty cool for sure. Okay, I will consider that, Kevin. We'll see. Why disintegrate over Cosmic Anomaly? Doesn't really matter to have Cosmic Anomaly. What do we gain? I mean, none of the two really matter. I guess if I don't go with the wolves, then Cosmic Anomaly would make a bit more sense to get more summons out. Cosmic Anomaly gives a 20% attack speed. Is that from one of the unique effects? Wait, which one gives attack speed? Let's see. I mean, the thing is that attack speed does very little on this build. Where's the attack speed coming from? Ah, here. Successful executions. Yeah, okay, but does that really ever happen at all when you're speed farming? I kind of doubt it. But maybe occasionally you get one. I guess we have some pretty floating things now. So there's that. You know what? I can actually put this on Flame Shield because I don't press Flame Shield very often. So I actually kind of keep my floating things around. Oh, well, we also want to activate this, right? And this. Okay. Give it a teleport. Hi, J Rockets. The difficulty cap, but the tier 3 bosses and tier 4 bosses is gigantic. Yeah, it's definitely like one of the most noticeable difficulty jumps. Because, you know, it's like very easy to get like any crappy build to like tier 3, but then tier 4 you usually have to like try a little bit. And, you know, your progression slows down and your power plateaus slowly. And so the tier 4 bosses can be a bit of a challenge if you're playing a bad build or you're still undergeared. Where previously, if you ever struggle, you just like, you know, progress for another hour and then you come back and it's gonna be easy peasy. But since the higher you go, the more you slow down, you can kind of notice that gap. Is it doable? Yeah, of course. I mean, people are one-shotting Belial, basically. No problem. And you don't need to be fully maxed out for that. And many builds do that, actually. Can't wait to get there myself. Yeah. I mean, maybe not like one shot, but, you know, close enough, let's say. It's quite doable on many builds.
What's left, you ask? It is done. I forge more.
It's kind of weird to play this class and just like not look at amulets. You can easily rough a storm, tier 3 boss and tier 4 boss you can't scratch. Yeah, it might also depend a bit on the build, you know, maybe your build is like very good at bursting and not so good at like long fight. For example, if you play a physical build and you have the Will Breaker, Heraldic Jewel, you know, the first 6 seconds of the fight you do 40% extra, but then you do nothing extra. So there's like, for example, these kind of mechanics in some builds, where if it's like a short fight, easy peasy, and if not, then you kind of like, it falls apart a bit. Or like rogues with stagger or something like that, right? It's kind of a similar story. Yeah, I think World Tier 4 bosses should be something like around 10 times more HP than World Tier 3. Yeah? Not such a crazy jump, but it could be that they're like also a bit extra beefy. I have not really checked how much HP a World Tier 3 versus a World Tier 4 is exactly, but at least the rest of the monsters should scale up roughly like a times 10 or so. Yeah, this means if you do like a 5-second fight on World Tier 3, it'll be like a 1-minute fight on World Tier 4, for example, even if you have the same DPS. So it does get noticeably longer pretty fast. We're able to Belial 5 seconds, T4 40 seconds. Yeah, so that kind of checks out, I guess. Because you also ramp up your damage a little bit with Supremacy and so on, right? And Evade, for example. Last season of playing War and Earthquake gave up, it was impossible. I mean, they made Torment 4 easier this season. So even though they nerfed a lot of builds, the overall net result is actually Torment 4 is easier anyway. And yeah, Earthquake is one of those that probably got nerfed more than they nerfed the monsters. And you know, Barb, for example, is like a big lunging strike thing right now and so on. Like a lunging strike with my Barb, I can also like do Belial in like 5 seconds or even faster at this point. On T4. And it's on hardcore and I'm still safe. Looks like I have the glyphs now. I think D4 devs are bad at messaging. People think this season will be hard with all the nerfs. Yeah, I agree. They did a very poor job explaining this in the campfire chat. They barely didn't say anything about it, to be honest. So everyone thought we just got Giga nerfed, and that wasn't actually the truth, right? So they kind of like shot themselves in the foot there by just not saying that and explaining that properly. And then I made my video. And then people were a bit more positive about the season. And it turns out it was correct. Guess I don't need that armor roll at all, I just realized. Yeah, 1300 armor. How do I have so much armor? What? Ah, we have, okay, that's Chaco. Never mind. Jota 4 GA max aspects with bindings. Ooh. It's to remind Warren Buffett, please spam Whirlwind. Yeah, it's kind of funny because that whole thing was just based on a bug, right? With the Tyria's Might proccing Berserk Ripping. But it seemed like a funny build. The fight is not fixed, so you have to still not insta-kill the ads and you're gonna be okay. Ah, that's not my dog, that's some random dog in the neighborhood. And I mute sometimes to make sure that they don't get annoyed. But it comes kind of out of nowhere, so I can't always mute. How do you change offense to defensive Hydra builds? Glyphs are a start. Okay, some glyphs are very powerful. You don't want to give up Destruction Glyph, for example, or the Conjurer Glyph, I think. Which one else is pretty big? But yeah, for example, something like Pyromaniac or so, where it's going to be software defensive one. There's Reinforced Glyph. That is a good start. Otherwise, just more life. I mean, a lot of people tend to put a lot of people tend to neglect putting life on their gear for no reason. So just get more life. Most of the time, that is like a very efficient trade to make. You get more defense. Or masterwork that life. Barrier from Season Power. Yeah, I like running that on my build as well. Bottled Wind. I mean, on a Sorc, relatively useless though, since you have Ice Armor. And, what is that thing called? Energy Focus. Okay, it's time to go up. Hopefully they update in a Hunter Raider next DLC. Yeah, I'm sure that to celebrate the release of the second DLC, they'll go back and do that. For sure. I mean, who knows? Maybe they will. But realistically, I don't really see much happening with Dark Citadel. I don't think it's really supposed to be some kind of like, you know, typical endgame loop feature. And that's okay, I think. Just don't do a second Citadel. It's fine. Yeah, you can't whisper people that are not on your friend list in this game. Which is funny, because we used to have the technology. But now it doesn't work anymore. In this game. So you have to add someone on Battle.net, and then you can invite it to party, and then you can trade. And then you delete them again. I have seen it, Tsar. And it's a lot. Can invite a party from trade chat, don't need to be friends. Yeah, that sometimes works, but more often than not it doesn't, for me at least. We're getting our hopes up again. I mean, I am very positive about it, and it seemed like everyone was pretty positive about it, so... I don't know. When in doubt, ask Rax. And I think even he is going to be positive about it. So... They clearly moved most of the devs to the expansion then. Yeah, I think that has been pretty obvious for a while already, right? They're all working on the fucking expansion. There's like a few people doing the seasons. And I mean, they're doing an okay job and stuff. But yeah, you know, we don't really expect anything groundbreaking right now. Can we get some great coin out there without buying the expansion? Maybe. What we saw may or may not have been only about the expansion. Get the Balazan, Vashan and Uribar have to farm those bosses. But I mean, if you're playing another build to get started, like Evade or so, just keep going with that. You don't have to switch immediately. Balazan is more of like a late game build. Balazan Quill updated? Yeah, I spent like a few hours last night to update the Crush and the Quill guide, and then Chronix copy pasted into the Rake guide. Yoink. Balazan Razor Wings. That's a very interesting combo. Double goblins. Dude, it's gonna happen at some point. But you already have like March of the Goblins and this kind of stuff, right? 2026 as GTA is here. Yeah, no other game will dare to release in the same year. Stomach. I'm glad to hear that. Ain't no one launching shit that year. I mean, they're launching in 2026, the next expansion. And okay, I guess most people will probably try to like dodge, I don't know, maybe within 1 month of GTA's launch, but I mean after that, it's fine, I guess. There will be big releases. Is there like an exact date for GTA? May 26th, okay.
All finished, are you?
Do we go for wand? It's vulnerable damage. Actually, focus is more important right now.
Not a bad boy. Hello, shining beauty. Greetings. How shall I do? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Is focus Hydra better? With a focus you have more cooldown, which means you don't need a greater effects on the cooldown on the Shaco. Like I have this, but not a GA. And without the GA you can't do perma teleport if you don't have a focus. P2 will announce a new league at the same day as GTA. GGG move. I mean, to be honest, I mean, there's probably not that much overlap between PoE and GTA players. Like, honestly, I know a lot of people are hyped about GTA, but I'm not really, so... Yeah, it looks like a pretty impressive game. And I have played the GTA 2 and GTA 3, like, 20 years ago. But, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll try it, you know. J Shaco is saying the triple cooldown. Maybe double is enough, but to even get a benefit, you hit at least double. What it is. So yes. Double or triple at least. I mean, it's a unique, it's not that hard to get a triple compared to a legendary. If you have like 1 billion gold and some mods, it's okay. True, GTA is not even gonna be on PC, so I'm not gonna play it next year anyway. Although I do have this Xbox I got from Blizzard. It's actually crazy to think that a game that is as costly and anticipated as GTA 6 is still not releasing at the same time on all platforms, and they still have, like, you still have to wait another year for PC. It's actually kind of wild when I think about it. To make money. Ah, so you mean like the same people buy it twice? I guess that could happen. But I mean, wouldn't they buy it twice anyway, even if they release it at the same time? On both platforms? Dude, can't they fix all these like double dipping bugs finally? Why is it everywhere? You know, Jaguar Hall, Fell Soothsayer, GTA 6. Just fix it. What makes a build good against the main bosses? Well, mostly high unconditional damage. And besides that, I don't know, I guess being able to tank stuff. Or having like mobility or immunity skills. The custom Sorc can clear T4 mouse but sucks against bosses. Yeah, the bosses are just very tanky. So as a rule of thumb, their bosses are the next torment tier. So if you farm T4, then you would have to be able to farm T5 to do T4 bosses. T5 doesn't exist, but you know, imagine. So, you know, if you can like one-shot everything in like tier 70 pits, then you're good against torment bosses. So you have to just get more powerful, I guess. For example, like this, boom, boom, boom. 5 legendary glyphs at once. I've never done it like this actually, where I leveled them together. But I think it's the smarter way to do it, because you can profit from the +2 upgrades per run, instead of only +1. Yeah, I'm still getting 2 glyph levels every run right now. On all of them. In a sense, you're getting doubled by Blizzard because you need PC for PTR. XDD business. I mean, okay, I think for something like PTR, it is okay, right? That it's only available to like the PC players and stuff like that, and Battle.net, because they just have more flexibility and stuff. I think that makes sense. And it's just like unfortunate that if you actually try to do PTR and you have to make the Maxroll guides and stuff, then this is what you have to do. But I think we can't really blame Blizzard for that or something. But the GTA stuff definitely seems a bit odd. Like, I wonder like how much of a difference it would make to release PC and console at the same time. Would there really be that many people that don't buy it on both platforms because it releases simultaneously? I guess because it's probably like split, right? I guess there's not gonna be crossplay. It's gonna be like a separate version, not like in D4. This probably means like you have to start a fresh run, fresh, you know, campaign and everything. So you wouldn't really do that when you buy it simultaneously. But if you do it like 1 year later, okay, you buy it when it comes out on console, you play through it, you leave the game down after a month, and then next year, Electric Boogaloo, go again. Maybe that makes sense. And I guess the other strat about it is also, if you release PC version later, there's like probably a lot of people that would only get it on PC, but they really want to play GTA, so they buy it on console. And then when the PC version comes out, they will just forget about the console version completely and just never touch it again. And so you double dip on that as well, I guess. Good strat, actually. Kind of a shitty strat, but good strat. The cost to push a patch to consoles is insane with approval, stores, etc. Yeah. Makes you wonder why, after all this time, Diablo 4 still has so many bugs patch after patch. You'd think that they would have a good incentive not to do that. And honestly, when is that system gonna change? I can't believe that it's 2025 and we still have developers not push out patches because I have to wait a fucking like week or two for the approval of the platform. Like, what the fuck is that system even? Like, who came up with that? It's insane. How is that a thing? And how is that not abolished? They should fix one season and fix the game. Skip one season and fix the game. Yes, I'm sure that like the, you know, the animators and the story writers and the quest designers, they're gonna be very helpful in like, you know, fixing the game instead of making another like season quest line and so on. Just fix it. Oh, Justin, in my Barb video, one comes from the dogs, but where does it come from in the Maxroll guide? I suppose just like a roll. If you don't have like any other source, then usually it's just like a chance to make vulnerable roll on ring or something. What's the point of Earthquake? That's for the damage buff and the damage reduction buff on the aspects. Kinda crazy how I'm just like chill speed farming almost 70 now. My glyphs are like barely leveled. My weapons are not tempered. Let alone extra Hydra head masterworked. I don't even have extra Hydra heads. I don't even have the fucking recipe, I think. Good build, man. event. Do we have something like that actually? Oh boy. Join the macabre celebration in Sanctuary 2024. Okay. So did you like clean this up a bit or what? The clip winners announced on the evening. Event name, suffix for character creation announced on the event start. Okay. Caps. Chronics, you should probably clarify that this and this is separate, right? You can say in addition to Mythic or something. Or separate from Mythic. Okay. Rules per pit tier. Also, this is called rules. It's more like, okay, points, I guess, but whatever. Okay. So per pit tier, 1 point. Per lair boss, per difficulty, 1 point. Lilith, 1 point per difficulty. Trade streamers have 1 gold. Hit exactly for 37k damage. Spend all ovals before the start. Spend all bartering ups before the start. Anything else? If you don't have house anchor now, you can farm it in a group. Discord LPG channel will be created. Okay. We should probably add like for people that have already played hardcore before, right? Like they need to make like at least 1 empty stash tab. They cannot use any of the other items. Or something like that, you know, like you can't use previous gear basically. That's gonna be important. For streamers, they have to spin the wheel. You should add that there. You can also, like, for people that just are undecided about the class, right? You can just add the link for the spin the wheel.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
Who am I kidding? Would I ever keep an int ring? Hell no. Okay. It's kind of funny. This class needs like no items. There's a glove, there's a pair of boots, and weapon and all that. That's the bit. That's the class. Very nice. What is this? Yeah, we're doing like a hardcore ZF hard mode event. Just all fun. Okay, we have reached tier 70. And I actually don't have the Hydra head temper. I mean, you have Uber's law that helps if you're starting from scratch. It wouldn't be a breeze on pit 70 with nothing. Are you sure about that? Ever seen my video from the PTR where I was farming Torment 4 and 9 engines before they nerfed Torment 4 with 2 items equipped? So there's that. Hydra is a pretty good build, turns out. I do not have Barb. I recommend you check out Ionomiku or his guide on Maxroll if you want to play Whirlwind. Because he's the resident Whirlwind enjoyer at Maxroll. What's the goal? Well, the goal is highest pit. You get points per tier, and then the bosses not dying. And a tiebreaker, in case you have 2 winners, is going to be PvP. It's trying in the season, he died way more than usual, I'm not sure why. What are you playing? You think Mika would get dizzy by now? Nah, he's steeled. Some years of spinning. Does he follow the PvP community like D2? A very, very small one. But there are people. There's Sato, who's in chat sometimes here. There's Lord Sora, one of our Necro guys on Maxroll. And yeah, they have like some Discord somewhere, and they do like tournaments here and there and stuff like that. Using a character for a tiebreak sounds lame. I mean, when the event is over, you know, it's at the end of the event. If there is like 2 people with the same points, then it's going to in PvP. I mean, what are you going to do with the character anyway, you know? The event is over. So... $72, let's see. Saw a lacerate Druid in a PvP zone. Holy man. The last of their kind. Before they go extinct. Wish I could run Lacerate and Grizzly Rage. Dude, at some point I need to make a mythic item where you can have 2 ultimates. That's gonna be funny. Or 2 key passives. Or some shit like that. Well, I mean, technically there was Shroud for a while. We need a renown, LFG. Oh, it's time. Dude, I wonder if like something like this can actually like permanently grow the hardcore community. It's just because people suddenly have renown. True, Nature's Fury can trigger other ultimates. But that's not really it. Most OP non-bugged build in D4 history. Well, that was probably Season 7 Blood Wave.
My hammer sings on your return.
That's pretty easily cleared pit 150. Before they nerfed the pit. Like I made a Necro and did a whole thing in like one day. From like 0 to pit 150. I mean, okay, with like, you know, gear and whatever lying around, but the whole like progression, leveling, pushing, leveling glyphs, getting aspects and uniques and stuff. I think I did it all in one day. Just cleared 150. Good build. I'm pretty sure there was... Okay, maybe there were like some minor bugs about Bloodwave, but nothing that I know about at least. It's been like 2 weeks, Coffee. Time to log in. New funny builds. Yeah, this season has a really nice meta across all classes. There's also nice builds. It's generally a pretty good season. Rain of Death Traps, Wrath of the Ancient Maelstrom, Army of the Bloodstorm. Good idea, Danger. Rain of Death Traps sounds pretty hilarious, I gotta say. I wanna hear the sound effect of that. Okay, I think I go down a bit. Most fresh Spiritborn few seasons ago bugged or just OP from the start? You mean in Season 6? Nah, Spiritborn was bugged to shit in Season 6. And they fixed most of the stuff after Season 6. And then everyone was like giga burnt out of Spiritborn and didn't really touch the class for Season 7 and 8. And well, here we are again. All the bugs. Although not as crazy bugs as last time. But still, some of the similar stuff that wasn't unfixed from back then is making a comeback. And hopefully in Season 10 it's finally time to get rid of them. Yeah, I just updated the Balazan Quill and the Balazan Crush, and also Cornix then updated the Rake guide accordingly. and I added a tweaked pit push variant, and I added extra explanations about Phil's Soothsayer and all the bugs with that. And I added a starter variant that can be played from like way lower Paragon and some other tweaks across the guide. So it took me like some hours last night, but I wanted to make sure the guides are in good shape since they're like top tier. Yeah, I also put the Shroud in the Pit Push variant, but not in the other variants. I think for outside of Pit Push, Shroud doesn't make too much sense. Because the only way you can really play that is with like, you know, near perma counter attack uptime. But if you do that, then you basically never get balance on stacks and so on. And you also don't need the extra toughness anyway that you get from Shroud outside of push. So there is still like Razor Blade, and then it only pushes Shroud. And then you have like more double dipping from the extra passes and stuff. Yeah, we updated tier list yesterday. I'll also make a video. Reign of Death clones. Nice one. How about Death clone arrows? How's Deep Infernal Current? Can Astar draw Mythics? Someone said there is apparently a tooltip somewhere about that, but I believe it when I see it. I've not actually heard from some people getting Mythics there. It's better than one clone, a clone for every rain of arrows arrow. Holy. How can you get a Tech Rune? Well, if you're level 60 already, then Tech Rune has kind of lost its main purpose, which is giving you lots of damage at the start to level up easily. Later you use the Tech Rune to get the aspects going and have like some buffs from it, but you don't actually deal damage with the Tech Rune anymore, so it's like not really a priority. But you can farm blue runes especially very easily in Kuras with a Harmony Tribute. Otherwise, I mean, magic runes kind of just like drop pretty easily.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Oh, hello, not a bad toe. Shame that. Hello,
The vision.
there's something special.
Do we need crit? Wait, how much crit do we have? 37. $50, yeah. 40, 90. That's all crit actually. What the fuck? 40% for that thing. Okay, any other sources of crit? Here, 110. So we have crit cap. We actually don't need any crit.
What's left, you ask?
That's the spirit.
Ugh. Get this something. Druid next month. Yeah, it should be. There's more damage potential for 200. Yeah, for 200 is like for higher damage because you have the Serpentine aspect, which is very powerful. But it's easier to get to perma-teleport status if the cooldown on offhand. So that's why I want to go one in offhand. If you don't have a GA cooldown, triple masterwork cooldown Shaco, then you kind of have to do that.
It is done.
Damn, 300 souls in that thing actually. What was the undisputed best for the season? Yeah, overall it's probably Hydra being a winner. It doesn't push the highest, but it is one of the fastest and one of the strongest. So, and it just has like an overall pretty good like progression curve and so on. Masterwork CDR on tiles. Yeah, but just tiles, even like this with a triple. If you don't have a GA cooldown Shaco, I don't think you can get to 1-1 recycle. Okay, I didn't actually temper my boots, I just realized. So I can get a little bit of weight cooldown there. Maybe it's possible. Hi, Helge. Okay, 58. Let's go. I mean, here's a GA Shaco, yeah? Okay, let's finish the run. I think I can go through this very quick with the cooldown. You need like around 1.7 or 1.8 seconds evade enchant cooldown in order to permanent teleport. Because you get minus 1.5 per cast. You need like, you know, the teleport animation plus the cast animation, like around 300 milliseconds or something. So I think you want to hit like 1.7 or 1.8. What's the highest tier patcher can do around? I think it has done 101 or something. But now people are pushing with TB, because that turned out to be better than the rest. What's the most important things to do before you go up in trauma levels? Well, make sure you have armor and res cap, and a tiny bit of life. And then, I mean, the biggest power jumps are usually, you know, key uniques for your build, with not terrible rolls, depending on how big the rolls matter. Then, like, you know, glyph grind is like pretty straightforward power upgrade. Just getting a glyph from 1 to 46 is already like roughly double damage or more. Paragons helps because a lot of Paragon nodes are pretty big these days. So look, my teleport enchant says 1.6 seconds. That's with a GA Shaco, perfect triple masterwork evade cooldown, and perfect masterwork GA Tarasha. We had 1.6 with 9 ranks. Now I know some people run the Vex glyph as Vex rune, this helps a little bit I guess. But yeah, if I have this, which is like what I have right now, it's gonna be 1.9. 1.9 is definitely too long. Now if I put a Vex... Now it's 1.8. With 2 extra ranks. Yeah, maybe it works if you have like a perfect Tarasha ring and not a GA on the Shaco. But then, man, also like getting a perfect evade temper and triple master again is really tough. Like then that is really hard as well. But these boots are easy to get, so you can have many attempts until you can get the right one. Missing item, actually.
What's still got some good in it? Use it well.
Wait a minute. This one is not active. This one is also not active. Do we actually need this here? We have 83 fire is just in town. So I take all this away. We had 80. It is 83, and then we have potent warding, so I guess we don't actually need those points there. Okay, we need 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit. We need actually enough points here as well. Nine. Got shielded. Razor Wings will be a build after the buffs. No, it already is. But will be a slightly better build now. How hype was I at Blizzard's upcoming changes? I'd say an 8.5. Seems like they have been working on stuff that I want them to work on for a long time. More liking Hydra. So far so good. This build is a bit busted. Living close to Hydra, Sorc will pit 80, speed Paragon farm. Yeah, I guess the second best build is Evade. You can play Evade Spiritborn if you like that. I mean, other than that, there is a bunch of pretty fast stuff across the board, like a bunch of other Sorc stuff, like Chain Lightning maybe. Even something like Quill, I guess. Rogue stuff like Pen, the Death Trap. Even Lunge is actually a pretty good farming build, I'd say. That's some of my favorite features in the Diablo franchise I would like to see included in Diablo 4's future. Well, I mean, one thing that Diablo 4 is doing very poorly, and that I keep complaining about, is that, you know, we don't have like a real interesting pushing mode. Like Diablo 3's Greater Rifts are many, many times superior compared to Diablo 4's Pit, for example. Not just for pushing out, honestly, in many ways. Even like farming wise, I feel like Greater Rifts are more fun across all levels, you know, across all stages, but especially the pushing part. So this is certainly something that I would like them to work on. Because right now, a lot of people always ask for like leaderboards, and okay, Blizzard has said, yeah, okay guys, you're making leaderboards. But you know, if there's just like, add leaderboards like now, you know, just imagine the game right now with leaderboards. That would be a fucking disaster. Because the pit is just not fun to push. You know, okay, some people have fun anyway, okay, I get that. But if you compare that to what Diablo 3 was, it's like not even the same universe. So they have to first do something about that, and then do the leaderboards. This is kind of like one big thing. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of other stuff, right? Small things as well. There's like 1,000 small things that just kind of like add up to a lot. You know, bug fixes, class balance, build balance, even just like, you know, how certain builds work or scale or whatever. Like one other thing that I'm generally unhappy about is, for example, that, you know, we lost a lot of really cool old school builds and we have no way to ever play them again right now. One example is Flurry RF or Pen RF or Kratos Barb. Any build that relies on more than one source of damage just does not exist in this game right now. Everything is about dealing damage with one thing only, and everything else is there to buff it. And it's okay that builds work that way, but it's not okay that we don't have builds that don't do that, right? I want builds where I press my basic skill and I can actually see some damage, and then I finish with my spender, with the big hit, and then I press my ultimate, and my ultimate actually does more than just like give me a random 50% damage buff. You know, I want to press Inferno, and I want to see the Inferno fucking kill shit, you know? Like, why is that not happening? So, this is stuff I would like to see as well. It got PoE'd. I got more like D3'd, I guess. And PoE has basically always been about, like, you know, a one button kind of meta, right? It's always like, okay, you have one main skill, and okay, I mean, there are these occasional, like, 2 ability builds in PoE. Because in PoE, compared to D3 or D4, you can scale multiple things at once. It's just that the game design is not made for that, really, to like actually play that way, right? Like PoE's like gameplay rotations are extremely simple. It's mostly just like spam one button and that's it. Where like in Diablo 3 or Diablo 4, you know, you do this, then you get a buff, then you press that thing, you pull it together, you move around, and you know, some stuff like that, right? So there's usually like more gameplay in like Diablo compared to PoE when it comes to that. But that's not really what I was getting at. It was more like, you know, like I can't even make like a build where I have 2 abilities where one does this and one does that, and they're both in any way useful. You know, this has just been lost, and I don't like that. Like my favorite example is always Flurry IF for that. That was just like such a cool build, and we'll never get that back. You know, with the way the game works right now.
Better than starting from nothing. something.
Hello, not a bad coat. Hello, shining beauty.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
You burn out every season around 260 Paragon. Yeah, it's like another thing I talked about with the pit, right? The pit is just like not that interesting for people. Even like outside of a push scenario, like the pushing is the most awful. But even outside of pushing, the pit is just like, you know, too repetitive. There's like too little variation, too little like customization. Like, you know, it's so predictable every single run. In the there was more variety and it was more fun. And there was more dopamine because like just as simple as like elites drop progression globes. Like that little thing, for example, just helps to make it more fun. And here you just don't have that, right? They could definitely take a lot more stuff from D3 there to make pits more interesting. Also, like the way that monsters are distributed in the pit, for example, is like extremely predictable. Like you always go to this corner and there will always be an elite here. You know, you just know it's there. And so you go there and you kill that elite and then you go. You know, like in D3 it's like much less predictable and you have to like much more like play in the moment. And sometimes you have these moments where there's like 5 elite packs and shit hits the fan. And that's just like a lot of fun. The violet aura is cringe. Yeah, I mean, like in the game, you know, that is like Season 0 Diablo 4. I think the champion monsters made a lot of sense. But in Season 9 Diablo 4, they don't do that much. You know, for like giving you like a priority target or so. And a lot of people are upset about these damage reduction guys, and also they lag you out, and many builds don't even have like the option to kill them because, you know, like minion necros, like the minions just do whatever they want. Or like if you play like a poison Spiritborn, you know, you rely on like making large pulls, but then you don't do any damage to anything, and then these champion guys live forever, and it takes forever to take them down, and then as soon as the champion guys are gone, they just explode the entire pull. Like, what the hell? Yeah, there's like stuff like that, right? Yeah, also like that, you know, they just they need to make these champions and elites more impactful. Like elite affixes don't matter, they don't care, they're not dangerous, they're not threatening. Most of the elites never get to cast anything because you just like walk in, you CC them from like some whatever random effect of CC that you have in your build. Like elites are just standing there and getting killed. And even if they do something, you don't care because they don't hurt you. Like in D3, you had to respect elite affixes, you know, like an arcane beam would just fucking wreck you. Mortar would wreck you, and so on. And when you have like 5 elite packs gathered, then you have to like dodge everything. And that was just a lot more fun. Also, we don't have stuff like Squirt's Necklace, we don't have stuff like Oculus Rings that actually add a bit of dynamic in the combat. Like, I actually had a lot of fun playing Polarized Druid this season and pushing to 107. That was the only time so far I really enjoyed a push in D4. And you know why? Because it reminded me of Diablo 3. Because I had to move around, I had to make a pull, I had to like, you know, place the puddles, there was positioning involved. And suddenly this whole thing got like 100 times more fun. But you know, almost every build in this game does not work that way. You just walk in, make a pull, and then you stand there for a minute. You don't move. You hold down right click and wait for the end. And then you come to the boss, you have 9 minutes, and you stand there, you don't move. You hold down right click and you wait for the end. And that's it. I think I have the idea of events in the pit. Yeah, it depends. I mean, I think there has to be some distinction between pit farming and pit pushing in some way. Right now, it's like both the same system. I mean, it's not official pushing, right? But everyone is asking for leaderboards, and pit is the most obvious thing for that, right? So you have to make some sort of like different rule set or something that distinguishes between the farming and the pushing. You can't have both in the same like scenario. And then yeah, you can do a lot of stuff. If you make some sort of distinction, right? And you can customize the pit, and you can make events, and you can put season stuff in there, and you can make it more RNG and whatever. You can do a ton of stuff to make it more fun. Especially for the farming perspective. Was the meeting like a video presentation or basically a campfire? It was basically, I don't know, 80 people and a lot of talk. Like basically everyone was there. So, and some of the desks basically. This build using ults. Yeah, you have to use Inferno because it gives you a 50% damage buff. Unless you don't care about that and then go in Cyber Currents, which gives you a 25 attack speed buff and a bunch of extra lightning spears and familiars. And Nova with mana refill will do absolutely nothing because my mana refills in 1.5 seconds. Although occasionally I could get a 50% damage buff on boss, I guess. Leaderboard will be used as all players will set their profile private. Yeah, okay, it's not a guarantee that it will keep the option to make a profile private. I don't even know why it exists in the first place. But yeah, I would expect that this is gonna be a thing of the past with the leaderboard in the game. Visions would be great in D4. Yeah, in general, like a bit more reasons to go out into, you know, the other areas of the world where there's no Helltide or something would be nice. Visions could be something going in that direction.
Shame that. Hello, shining. All finished, are you?
What's left, you ask?
I don't need the armor. So I guess only one life, int, and mana per second. We don't need movement speed, we don't need the armor. I don't have these kind of boots. Do we have the Hydra head thing now, finally? Unbelievable. I don't have the fucking recipe, man. The glyphs are already at almost 70. I almost have my spark. But I do not have tempered weapons. Okay. GA on core on the Wing of Star Skies. I mean, that's just one rank. Not such a big deal. Yeah, I already turned in a lot of Whisper stuff. Like, I opened like 20 caches on this character. Why is it called Diablo if there's no Diablo? Dumb game. Yeah, I kind of like the idea that, you know, the main villain is not just defeated on day 1 in 2023, when we're supposed to play this game like a decade later, and the game will be nothing about the main villain that this game is named after at that point. So I kind of think that's a good move. It's obvious that they're working towards that, right, with the story and stuff. It's just like a kind of drawn out story over the years. Then eventually we're gonna get there. I found it always stupid how in D2 and D3 the game was called Diablo, but the game was not about Diablo. Because Diablo was just like, you know, not even the final boss. Yeah, Mephisto should reappear. I mean, Mephisto is already back, right? So Mephisto is probably going to be expansion 2. And then there might be like a hint of Diablo or Baal in that expansion. And then maybe the next expansion is about one of these. And then the 4th expansion is like the final story part of, you know, the 3 primevals or something. So I guess it's like, you know, 1 expansion, 1 primeval or something. Fuck Diablo, bring back Deckard Cain. Let's go. Oh. Another city. I mean, the other one also had like an expansion, right? But I'm not really sure what happened there.
Fighting hard? Damn this old knee.
7 Titan tributes, nice. Yeah, that was the Diablo Hellfire, but I'm not sure what actually changed there, or like what the story was about it or something. Diablo 2 Diablo was the end boss, Bale came with the DLC and expansion. Yeah, exactly, and that DLC came, what, like 1 year after the launch? And here we are, 25 years later, people still playing Diablo 2, and the game is not about Diablo. Right? And even in like the, you know, the high times, let's say, you know, like 20 years ago, when everyone was blasting Diablo 2, the game was not about Diablo, it was about Bale as the final boss. And so I think that is kind of stupid. So I kind of think it's not a bad idea, at least, that they are bringing Diablo later. We obviously know what Diablo is going to become at some point. Fuck Diablo, give me back Leia. Well, Diablo 4 plays a half century after Diablo 3. I want an old Leia. We think the pit will be improved in the future. It better, man. I just went on like a 10-minute rant about it. Yeah, 18 earned. There we go. Spark. You take my suggestions for masterworking. Yeah, they can do all the little stuff. Let's see. What happened to angels coming to the game? Well, there is an Iris. And there is Air of Perdition that gives you extra damage against angels. So... Make versatile tributes, crunchy egg, yeah. I mean, Kura's Undercity definitely is like a lot of cooking. Like, they made it and they left it there for 4 seasons now, and don't worry, guys. And sometime in 5 seasons, you're gonna get the Kura's Undercity revamp. Just like the Nightmare Dungeons and the Hordes and stuff. And I mean, honestly, I don't know. If we know that eventually you're gonna get there, maybe it's not too bad. What's up with all these like fire uniques? Everything's fire.
Use it well.
That's this bit.
your road be filled with wonders.
See some steel you need?
No way, looking. I already did my transmog on this character. You're shocked how much an improvement Exile cornered is for Hydras? Yeah, I can get to, I think, 87.8% resource maximum. So that's almost a 1-to-1 damage multiplier. Okay, now use the leaderboard to compare in this season. There's an unofficial leaderboard on helltides.com for the pit push. But outside of that, there's not really anything. For this build is best of stuff I want. Usually stuff is for pushing, and want and offhand is for speed farming because it gives you more cooldown. You can also get away with stuff for farming if you have a greater rift affix, greater affix Harlequin with cooldown, then it's possible. Okay, so teleporting, evade, actually break. It's interesting, wait a minute. So evade, teleport, breaks the idol, but Jar Rune teleport does not drop the idol. That's funny. Too much TP. Yeah, we were just talking a lot about Greater Rifts, that's why. Dude, it's gonna be the last fucking recipe to get Hydra heads. Ugh. Triple mace. Upgrade. Pretty good one, actually. Do we want the lucky hit to restore resource or not on this weapon is a question. Can roll evade, cooldown on boots temper. Yeah, I know. My boots are not tempered and my weapons are not tempered. Very nice. Also realized I forgot second temper on my glove. One enemy remains. Does our attack speed affect the stay rune wolf's attack speed? I'm not 100% sure how attack speed works with minions. But generally the minions should get all of your stats. But it could be maybe that for attack speed is like a damage multi. Maybe it's also attack speed breakpoints or something. I'm not sure how that works actually. But realistically they should get something out of it at least. Already got a Hydra head scroll from the Undercity run. I just checked earlier, I didn't have the recipe yet. But I can check again. It's so annoying how we can't TP to the other room if the door is closed. I mean, TP is already like the most OP mobility skill in the game. I don't think we have to make it more OP. Actually, a long dungeon. Oh no, Ava's back with more news. Are you doing like Azure dash or what the hell are you doing? Nothing like in a hunter dungeon. At least in the hunter dungeons you can just run straight to the boss, right? The sun is kind of long and stuff, but you know, if you don't go the wrong way, you get to the boss in like 30 seconds and that's it. You don't have to click any prisoners or doors or whatever. Just go. (3 minutes 80), what the fuck? Yeah, for gold and trade chat, random person gave me 30 billion, lol. Congratulations, man. You just earned more gold than I ever earned in all seasons combined. With one chat message. Impressive. You're on the rough, good luck. I imagine that's a very effective Carfax. Hey, my cooldowns come back surprisingly fast with those ice blades. What the fuck? (0.5 each time. I guess they just attack that fast. Blizzard hosts secret meeting with the Diablo 4 content creators. More news at 11. We go for resource cost reduction on a Druid weapon. No, you want to avoid the resource cost reduction on a Druid weapon. Because else you don't proc Ancestral Guidance very easily. Get a 4GA 60% banished. I think Bone Spirit runs that. That's like the only build I heard that actually runs Spanish Lord.
Better than starting from nothing.
Shame that. Hello, shining beauty.
Infernos doesn't have obols. The best way to get obols is either just Blasting Pit or Nightmare Dungeons with obol reserve affix. Well, if you already love hordes, I guess then you're gonna like next season a lot. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I wonder if they're gonna go for like some big rework on hordes and, you know, I don't know, make it like a multi-level thing, or I don't know, add some sort of like infinite mode or whatever. Or if they're just gonna like, you know, update the boons and banes a bit and, I don't know, maybe add a few extra little things like extra bosses and whatever can appear. And that's about it. We'll see, I guess. On Season 9 podcast. Yeah, I kind of like neglected setting it up. Maybe for next week. Season 21 is gonna be a banger. Yeah, don't worry guys, expansion 6 is gonna fix everything, okay? Just be patient. Ah shit, my cool glasses are broken right now. I need to get a new pair. This thing is kaput. It will come out 6, 6, 20, 66. Nice.
It is done.
Let's have +1 or 2 heads. Okay, so it exists. Now, what about that resource thing? Do we do that or not? It's not a big loss to have it on the weapon. Damage is 105, that's kind of high temper, so you just do that, I guess. Like all my Paragon nodes and stuff, they're fine, right? This is fine. This is fine.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
God, it's so many tempers. When you have a free J, holy shit.
See some steel you need?
Wait, that's the wrong weapon.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
No Vision Fate. I think I have Vision Fate, no?
Well,
Yeah, I have it. And you can do Vision Fate, or if you go Crackle, you can do the Crackling boards. Okay.
my hammer sings on your return.
mean, we had to roll off the GA anyway. I guess let's use it for now. Let me do this.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hand? Solid Vex here.
Okay, now we have +8 heads. That should be a noticeable upgrade.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Ugh.
Use it well. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Impeccable. The magics await your return.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
There is power in these stones. Beware the envious, my friend.
More there than I thought.
Unlucky.
Solid Vex here. Here's a good one. More there than I thought.
The Necro mages are pretty good this season. They're like basically one of the best Necro builds.
More there than I thought.
Yeah, that is the best way wired. It's just very difficult to get close with a specific skill on them. Oh my god.
Solid Vex here.
Right, we have 97 nobles. Very cool.
Your return.
Okay, let's see. 79. We have +4 and +4 Hydra heads. Instead of +6 and +6. So you have 8, 12, 14 instead of 18. Oh, yeah, some big Hydras. And they're blasting, okay. And now 1 mana per second roll, more Masterworks, more evade cooldown, and then we go zoom. Is Gloves the best slot to hunt? I mean, Gloves is the only slot where core skill ranks can roll. If you're talking about getting pulverized stuff. Or are you talking about the aspect? If it's just about the aspect, Gloves can have offensive and utility. So you want to probably gamble like offhand or one-handers. Or just the aspects. Rings is usually also not bad to gamble, since they have offensive and resource, but there's not many resource aspects. And rings are usually kind of like in high demand. If the pillars and the strongholds stay with you the rest of the dungeon, you notice the ambushes stay with you. That is not supposed to happen. Everything is supposed to stay in a strong room, I think. The only thing that stays is that when you've cleared, you get a buff. Oh, the Sorc works very well to get off Hydra. We're talking about like some kind of like multi-ultimate builds. What about like all of the Iron Berserker? Kind of interesting how I can just like face roll for an 80. And I'm still missing so much.
still unique.
Which would actually be pretty awesome. Imagine, you know, some kind of like transformation for the olds, like as a Spiritborn. And then you become one of the spirit and you press Devourer and then you are the Devourer and you control it or something. Man, that would be actually some pretty funny stuff, I think. And then you shoot a fucking laser beam and whatever. Holy. You know, like Archon form. That would be some cool shit, actually. Like, I really hope they're gonna make some really nice, like, Devourer build at some point. I wouldn't mind having some sort of like pet playstyle on Spiritborn, but something like that also sounds really fun. Where like you actually transform into like some Archon form. Actually, this Typhon Hydra now. Definitely quite close. But here's a Fire Hydra, not a Cold Hydra, I guess. And I mean, we are lacking some of the mechanics that made Typhon cool in Diablo 3. You know, like buffing it with, you know, something like the Blizzard, or... Okay, here I guess you press Inferno instead of Blizzard, it's kind of similar. And there's also other stuff like, you know, the squirts and barrier blades and stuff. Stacking Stricken that we don't have here. The shard, what is it called? Fragment of Destiny. I feel like Diablo 3's Hydra build is still like more interesting and fun. But this one is fine. Do we need triple crits, CDR and Shaco to have streamers Sorc? Well, but in doubt, the answer is yes. And in this case, the answer is almost, actually. So if you get an offhand with good cooldown, and the Tarasha ring with good cooldown, yeah, it's kind of tight with the cooldown for sure to get 1-to-1 cycle evade teleport. You need a lot of cooldown. But the offhand helps a bit. Do you want to join T3 Mythic United? I don't have it United right now. Let's join me and do it. Nah, you should just like find other people. There's always people looking for tributes. Just make a party and then get 4 chances. Spam farm Hurricane out the side, go to Hypocrite, CDR and Shaco. I mean, out the side is actually fast to farm at least. Usually it's the other months that are the problem on the gold. But yeah, other side, especially these days with the strong rooms, like you can farm like 50k plus auto side an hour pretty consistently. How do you get 59% evade cooldown on the Spiritborn? Oh yeah, you need to understand how cooldown is calculated. Basically it's 100% minus the percent cooldown multiplied by 100% minus percent of the cooldown and so on. And that final result then is what will be the remaining cooldown. So you don't just add them together and then say, oh, I have 59% now. But you have to have like nominally, you have to have more than that. Okay, I'll make you guys an example about the cooldown that is easily understood. So imagine you have an item that has 50% cooldown. Your evade goes from 5 seconds to 2.5. Yeah. And now you have another 50% cooldown item. Which means that your evade does not go from, you know, like to infinite, right? It doesn't go to 0 cooldown. If you have 50 and 50, it doesn't go to 0 cooldown. It goes to 25. And the calculation here is 100 minus 50. Yeah, so 50% CDR. And then again, 100 minus 50 like this. And then those multiply. And these are percent values. So 50% and 50%. Percent doesn't mean anything different than just divided by 100. Right? This is what percent means. So 0.5 times 0.5. So the remaining cooldown is 25% of the starting point. So a quarter. And this is how cooldown is calculated. Yeah, it will be 1.25 if it's a quarter. And the same applies to basically anything else that says reduction. And this is to prevent that you go to infinity. You know, if you have like, you know, you can't just add like 50% cooldown and 50% cooldown and then you have infinite cooldown. You know, or 50% resource and 50% resource and you have infinite resource, or 50% damage reduction and 50% damage reduction, right? It would always just go to infinite. And this is to prevent that. When does it start double dipping? This is when you play the pay to win class. I didn't update my evade planner, I was just mostly playing the one from Maxroll anyway. I have to sit down and do that, and then the Hydra Sorc. But I mean, my Hydra Sorc was still developing, so I'm gonna do a planner for this later. I have to get the boots, I have to get the cooldown, offhand. For now, I'm just like farming my glyphs a little bit. Going Flicker Step. No way. Wait, can we do Flicker Step? I mean, Flicker Step is 2.5. I think Flicker Step makes it slightly easier to hit the teleport evade cooldown, right? But not much. Like a perfect temper with Masterwork is 38.5% evade cooldown, right? And 1.5 seconds is 40% of 2.5 seconds that Flicker Step has. But yeah, you will need less cooldown for sure. So I guess it's probably easier to hit the perma teleport threshold with Flicker Step. But then you don't really get anything else. Wait, does Flicker Step even work with a teleport enchant? I guess it does, but you don't really want to rely on that, I guess. Because then you have to always like teleport through them. Like this. I guess you can, but it sounds annoying.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
I think there's a link somewhere, last Corpado, to the evade cooldown calculator in the guide. So you can just input the numbers there.
My hammer sings. I forge more than cost. I've been starting from nothing.
Why did the gamma rings? Hydra and other top clear have Flicker Step. Yeah, okay, but top clear is different from what they do most of the time, right? So just like pushing builds are always different. So yeah, and like in a push, I guess it makes more sense because you have time to teleport around through the targets, reset your Inferno. You don't have to rely on like Zac Rune or Orange Herald procs and stuff. You guaranteed get your Inferno all the time. So I can see that. But you don't want to like necessarily try to teleport through stuff when you're speed farming, you know, everything just explodes. Per se, can you change for Sparks or Hydra Sorc? I think the most important one is the Shaco. I mean, there are alternative helms. There's, for example, the Herald of Urglass, but then you have to play with Ice Shards and you have to cast that like every 2 seconds and stuff like that. So again, this is also mostly a push thing. Shaco is just like nice to kind of get the cooldown rolling and go fast. Like, Chest has a decent replacement with Raymond. Ring of Starless Skies is also relatively optional. I could get the max resource in the 4 ranks. Yeah, Shaco is basically a little bit less damage than Perdition, which is a little bit less damage than World-Class. But Shaco makes you giga tanky, fixes the armor, gives you all the cooldown. And then Perdition doesn't really offer much besides damage because you need neither crit nor lucky hit nor movement speed. And then there's World-Class, which is like a bit more damage than the Perdition basically. But you have to press ice shards all the time. Already get to 4 evade charges. I don't necessarily use the attacks reduce evade cooldown on boots. So usually when I get boots with evade charges on the evade Spiritborn. And then you get an extra charge from the passive acceleration. Yeah, you start with the attacks reduce evade cooldown, because at the start with Spiritborn with evade, like you can't just evade all the time. So you have to cast Thunder Spikes all the time to reset. Every first Thunder Spike gives you a 5 seconds cooldown reset on the evade. And when you have evade cooldown, then it gives you like multiple charges back, basically. So at some point when you have enough evade cooldown, you get 3 charges back, or almost 3 charges from just Thunder Spiking. Every time you evade, you cast a Thunder Spike. Every 3 evades, you get a 3rd Thunder Spike, and that 3rd Thunder Spike gives you the evade cooldown reduction. And this is why you need to hit at 59% on evade Spiritborn. You don't need to have 66.6%, you know, which would be exactly 1/3, because you also have an evade animation, right? You have to like actually do the thing. And so it cools down a little bit while you're doing that. And you don't need like that much cooldown. But yeah, at 59% you get to the point where it kind of exactly checks out and you can permanently evade. And then every 3rd evade will give you the like almost free charge restore. Yeah, the other option is Sepazontek, but it does mean a huge damage nerf. Like especially these days with the wudijo power and stuff like that, this is it's a pretty big loss. You only really want to do this if you don't mind being much weaker and progressing slower and stuff. Because the Thunder Spike weaving isn't really a massive time loss in the whole like cycle. So you go almost at the same pace. And you have, like with wudijo power, you have like triple the damage or whatever compared to Sepazontek. So it's pretty big. Plus you get your ultimate back more often and stuff. I have like a half fixed planner for Hydra, but it's not ready yet. So I'll fix that later. For now I'm playing the video game and figuring out stuff, what I want to do. I want to test Unstable Currents in the Ball Lightning spam versus the Inferno. Or maybe we don't do Unstable Currents. We need to keep Inferno. But you do Ball Lightning anyway, instead of Ice Blades. Not sure yet what I will do there. Yes, that's Copato. You have basically 40% cooldown left, so your evade will be 2 seconds. And every 3 evades you get 5 seconds back. So casting 3 evades is 6 seconds cooldown total basically. But you get 5 back, so there's 1 second left. And that 1 second is just the time it takes to do 3 evades. How's Meteor? Pretty good. And getting a buff actually on Tuesday. Push build has Inferno and crackling with teleport. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you are tanky as a Sorc, you don't really have to go for the 30% there. I might also remove that at some point. Sounds kinda shitty for bossing though. Pawns cracking energy for each enemy it hits up to 3. Okay, maybe it's fine. Trying to get up for a moment after this. Only a 4-minute run, yeah. But it's an 86. So not really complaining, I guess. This is set on like the chill Shaco setup and so on. I can min-max this. What tempers am I running? I have Hydra damage on offensive, Hydra hits on a weapon. Evade cooldown. Yeah, utility I'm not sure yet what I should do there. There's like barrier generation and there's like lucky hit chance. And then there's like Frost Nova size, but I'm not even running Frost Nova. So utility, I'm not sure, obviously. The rest is like pretty straightforward, I think. And I'm not sure if I want to go for a like a hit chance to restore resource weapon. I guess I would have to like take another weapon and try it out and see how it feels. Because like this one, I'm probably not gonna roll. It's a free GA, but it's a mace, unfortunately. Most people run in life and like a Hydra resource. Okay. Okay, BRB. Just getting a drink and stuff. We're back. Let's see them as quick as I want. If I can make that happen.
What's left, you ask?
It's a dagger, but okay.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
May your road be filled with wonders. There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
More there than I thought.
Okay, I don't have alt this side. So I have only 2 heads instead of 4 heads. I mean, it's good enough for science. So let's just equip that thing. And see. In the border. Am I on the discussion with other content creators recently about future content? Yeah. I mean, basically everyone was there, so. What are you up to, border? I mean, I do get the insta resets sometimes. The question is, how often does that actually help me? It seems like it might be worth it to go for that. It's like a relatively minor, like, additive loss. I guess it's like a 3-4% damage loss to not have the extra stat on the weapon. But I think if only like every 10 casts I have like 10 more mana or something, it's already worth it, I guess. And realistically, when I go really fast later with like perma teleport, I kind of want the lucky hit restore. Make sure I just more often have the big Hydras maxed out. Editing Shred and then we do companions or landslide. Shred is too good, huh? Is Shred like still like this Giga like AoE scaling thing? With this I don't know what's the aspect called. The lightning echo damage thing. The Pit Reborn incoming. Not the worst idea at least. Called Storm class aspect, yeah, that's the one. Oh, it's definitely faster than the last one. This is a worse weapon. No socket. Not masterwork as much. Less Hydra heads. Yeah, I think it's gonna take the mace I have. Even though it's overpower damage and it has damage to close. I guess you want a wand, right? Has 1 damage. Close is not that good, but it's faster. Do we care about the base attack speed? Not much, I guess. They're running out of names for the 20 shred aspects. True. Boss is kind of slow though. This is even an ad boss with gem here. Ice shots. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this ice shot stuff, I think. It's gonna be a bit too annoying. So do I do it? Forgotten Souls, Copium, Legion events on Tuesday. But besides that, more lair bosses. Leveling strategy this season. Make a very fast build and go pit. So stuff like Hydra Sorc or Evade Spiritborn, they're like the top. If I had a neck with GA primarily binding or 90% and no GA, 100. Well, no GA means like a 750 neck or what? Which means also Masterwork at less and so on. And the GA on primarily binding is nice and all, but it's not like make or break. I guess the 800 version is probably better. Anyway. GA crit damage good on weapon? No. The additive damage stats on weapons are usually kind of like small value. Because they have a lot of it already from like glyphs, paragon and so on. So it's like kind of nice to have as an extra, but you don't care. The stuff you usually want on weapon is like either max life GA or main stat GA, or both basically. So every weapon kind of looks like that. Those two. And then the other stat is like, okay, whatever. I think it's time for a bit of bartering. Should I try to make this shocking impact Sorc? Wait, let me see, where's the planner? So there's a build that Saramos made. The Shocking Impact Sorc. Let me just check it a bit. Oh my god. He has a lot of variants. Okay, so let's push and work glass. Create attack speed. It's going for cooldown, cooldown, cooldown. Create status. Int permafrost inner flame. Tybalt. Wait, what? I had a static discharge again. That's this one. Okay, it's going for the lightning spear enchant to get many lightning spears to stun all the time to get shocking impacts with crackles. So he's running Avalanche with the extra damage. Inner Calm on neck. That is kind of funny. What? Does the shocking impact triggered by the lightning spear actually scale this? Or what? No. It's just a lightning spear build. Okay. This is probably what you're looking for. Okay, there's a flicker. Not really in the mood for an enlightenment build, I gotta say. But I guess we can do this here. $18 ranks for shocking impact. Wait, how much can I thing get? What the fuck? It's not even fully maxed out. 13. He had 26 ranks. A shocking impact. Kind of funny. And Raymond also has ranks. We go for the salvage mats. 22 consoles. What about these? Ring. I don't think we care about rings very much, right? Yo, only gains. Thanks for your face up, man. Okay, a lot of bartering to do here. What about this? $9,500 pay marks. Hi, Basil. I just did an update last night on Crushing Hand and Quill. And I added a bit more like armor res and stuff across the board on the starter variant. Just like try to roll more of it basically on a gear. And use instants and stuff. Alright. Defensive aspects in 2025, huh? Do we go for the salvage cache? Maybe. Definitely go for the augment. Frozen memories. I'm gonna salvage that. Utility. There's Orange Herald, right? If you want to get a good roll on that. I'll go to some Masterworking cache again. 750 out the side. So that's worth roughly 1 minute of farming. It's not terrible, I guess. But it costs 45. Ah, screw it. Dude, I really have to do something about like the scrolling here. Like I can't scroll, man. And this, I mean, you know, it's really annoying. Yeah, how good is my Orange Herald right now? Ten. What about movement? Do you care about bounding conduit? You can also just have better boots. I'm gonna buy movement.
Did I count it out right? Add that, carry the one. I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
The perfect engulfing flames. That's gonna salvage that. In case I want to try some sort of like burn setup here. How many characters are out to 60? How many caches? I think it's 27. Okay, not that many accessories here. And a third of my stuff is gone. Ah, bounty conduit. So we get that. Although later we're gonna have Orange Herald, I guess. Okay, no more movement aspects.
Add that, carry the 1. Did I count it out right? Add that, carry the 1. I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Did I count it out right?
What? Guess I'll buy that.
1. Did I count it out right? I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Add that, carry the 1. I'm getting behind.
Why spend more coins now? I'm just trying to get better aspects. I have a 34 out of 35 Stormswell, and a 44 out of 45 Flashfire. I have an absolutely terrible Serpentine. Is Sorc the last class? Yes. Well, it's not guaranteed, yes, actually. But maybe. Yeah, that's pretty nice, actually.
I'll try to make this quick.
Oh, Orange Herald has been upgraded. Wait. 11 out of 17.
I'm practicing. I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Did I count it out right?
Is there a chance I'll run a staff? Yeah, not really, I guess, right? 'Cause I don't think I'm gonna do a lot of pushing at this Hydra Sorc anyway. Not very interested. Hello, race. Why do Fire Mage for Exile? It's for the resource.
Let that carry the one.
He's a mace.
Did I count it out right? I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
I will salvage this one just in case I want to play
Right?
some Meteor.
Let that carry the one. I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. We supply, you demand. That's what Papa says.
Amazing. Stuff for big damage for bossing. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have any problem with the Belial. I'm not gonna like masterwork his stuff to like orange Hydra heads now. When I already tried to do this on like one hand offhand, like fuck that, man. Apparently I didn't need that. Okay, so we have this here. The question is, do we care about the chance to make vulnerable? Do you want to roll that? Keep it? I don't know, dude. Chance to make vulnerable is kind of nice, but we have the wolves. Maybe it's fine. And we have the Inferno. Like, what is the alternative, actually? What else can we put? It's not really much else. I guess attack speed, just to like have fast animations, maybe? Even if it doesn't really benefit the Hydras. Fuck, I forgot about core skill ranks. Yeah, we want to do core skill ranks. Hydra's a core skill, apparently. I'm not sure whose idea that was, but it is. So... yeah, now barrier. Do we go for the lucky hit, man? We have 5 ranks in Ice Armor, which gives me 78% absorb. Plus we get a barrier there. So realistically we don't need barrier generation. I think we're going to do Hydra lucky hit, which means we get more of the restore thing. I think that's actually not a bad idea. Just roll core. No problem, guys. Let's see how much of this have we made, actually. 8k. I think I opened like 8 caches or something. There's also like a hit restore resource. Luckily, gloves is pretty cheap. It caps at 1.4 million. And I get like all the skills like 2 times already. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Static discharge to get crackled for damage passive. Well, for this I need crits with lightning skills, right? I mean, okay. Thing is, I don't have a lot of crit. Like everything, like with crit, like the crit comes all from like random specific stuff. I have 37 crit. And Searing Heat is only for Pyromancy. And this is only for fire crit. Yeah, so we have kind of low crit chance. Now the lucky hit is going to be high. So yeah, it's like 1 in 3 crits with teleport will give me a... No, 1 in 3 hits. Teleport has a chance to trigger this. So we get like 3 ranks or 4 ranks of static discharge. We're gonna have like a 1 in 4, or a 1 in 3. It's like a 1 in 12 to get a crackle. Yeah, that seems awful, dude. Like, we're not hitting stuff enough for that. And we also have to get 5 points here to actually take this, which we don't do. I could even get those points. Can move like mana shield or some shit. I'm gonna do this here anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. So we keep going. We have 4 core ranks. What was in 1 minute? Perfect. Yeah, I know Hydra got its own 20 crit chance. We were talking about spawning Crackle with static discharge and temper that on the glove, which is one way to get Crackle, but I think you need like a lot of, like you have to put it like probably on both utility tempers, and then you have something like 6-7 ranks, and that gives you like, let's say, 30% chance on crit. So like 1 in 10 teleport hits is gonna give me 1 Crackle. And then when I pick it up, it's like pretty much immediately gone as well, right? Yeah. I don't like it. And I still need to find 5 points to take this, yeah? Because I have to go this, and this. Or this here actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, where do I take those points from? Even if you want to move this, it's free, yeah? I guess you can move 1 or 2 here. All Frost? Nah. I mean, it doesn't work on a boss, okay, but I think if you're speed farming, it's not such a problem. It's 4 points. It's only 4 points if you have Unstable Currents, which right now I don't. But I guess it's eventually you might go for Unstable for speed, and then it's 4 points. But if you go Unstable for speed, then we also have Ball Lightning, and then this whole problem of Shocking Impact is gone anyway, because Ball Lightning just gives you a crackle, and much more consistently than the teleporting. It only does. You also want this 1 point anyway, so you just spend 1 point in a Ball Lightning there, and you get the crackles. Yeah, okay, if you do a push and then you have Inferno, then it's a different story. Then you definitely wanted to get the damage on the crackle somehow, and then the Shocking Impact makes sense, because you probably generally also have like a lot of targets in a push, right? You just teleport in, well, I don't know, use like anything to like, you know, get some crackles. You know, causing to conversions. Ah, yeah, true, they added like a connection, yeah, you're right, it's 4 points. I somehow missed that part.
All finished, are you? Not a bad pull, that. Hello, shame that. Go one more? Hello, shining beauty.
Why am I getting rings? For no reason.
See some steel you need. Use it well.
Forget how I could cap armor. Well, yeah, with a Shaco is very easy, and I also have a GA here. If you didn't have GA, I mean, I'm 300 overcap right now, so I'll be fine. It's just like one roll. And if you have the GA, you don't even need that. So yeah, I'm gonna roll off the armor for a mana per second at some point.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help?
And that's it. If you don't have Shaco, I guess you go 2 rolls. So you do like 1 here and 1 here.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
I don't know, some nightmares at some point, but we have many strong rooms right now to get a bunch of stuff. Maybe I should do it now, let's just get rid of some. Or here can help with armor, that too. Huh? start. First he drops a bunch of Distilled Fear. Wonderful dungeon I chose here. Legionnaires might be viable again after patch. Yeah, I think I'll try it a little bit. See if there's any hope. And also the Material Reserve Nightmare Dungeons, right? They're buffing those. I should probably keep a few sigils. Or I'll just craft them on patch day, it's fine. Still in 2 days. So I'm gonna get the Sorc up and running. Where's the Necro diff at? Yeah. I mean, Necro has been pretty powerful since the expansion as well. But I guess, especially when it comes to like speed and clunkiness and stuff, it doesn't feel great. Are they buffing Polarize because they aren't going to fix the puddle bug? Nah, they definitely have to fix the puddle bug. I think this one is too important of a bug that, you know, it removes too much of the fun of the build. They have to fix that for sure. Kind of weird that they're buffing it though. There was no need to buff it even without a bug fix. Oh hi, Heartseeker can row push. I like mid 90 or something. Think you get anything what you have seen with there's a Gamescom? I think a Gamescom announcement is likely, yes. And that it was bugged. You have to not kill the ads instantly. I think it's 27 sogar. Or all the way. One projectile from one Hydra is like one times the boss. Very nice. Where's the thing? I think I went too fast and didn't spawn. Time to start blasting, right? Good luck. Break, we don't need Lucky Heal anymore. Yeah, I removed that from the other guides as well. You can get just a sustenance passive to give you a bunch of stacks. And you don't necessarily even run Ravager for pushing at this point, since there's like some new developments. Eight out of 10 builds on Necro run Bone Prison is such a L spell. Wait, for real? Why do you all run Bone Prison? Wait, does Bone Prison still count as minions for stuff like Cullen's Edict and shit? Or is that like fixed? Such an L spell. I mean, it's true though. The Crushing Hand variant, you don't want to lose third Spiritborn. I actually adjusted the builds a little bit to have a bit more cooldown on the Hunter as well with the Erotic Jewel. There's like the cooldown jewel. And that should also help a little bit to like make the build more fluid. Plus I added the, I don't know which one is this, the Ravager upgrade that makes you teleport to like all of the variants besides the push. So you can like fly a little bit better. Just the Ravager and then Hunter. Yeah, I did a bunch of reworks on the Balsam builds on Maxroll. I'm using the same build as Maxroll, but now I haven't actually really checked out Northwest builds. But I imagine it's kind of close, at least. I mean, I should not be running Inferno right now for speed farming. But I'm not there yet to do like a 1-1 cycle with Teleport and Ball Lightning. So I'm waiting until I get enough evade cooldown, so I can actually do that. Fresh meat. Oh. One tap butcher through the barrier. Okay then. Nice to meet you too, Butcher. Shit, I left like one anima there. I wonder if that is enough. It actually was one. These store rooms here are pretty good. 250 up the side. Some wave cap increase gear quality. No, the 200 cost chest is always the same. So if you want to farm that, you want to do the 6 waves. See how Balazan is one-shotting bosses when they get to 50% HP. Yeah, this is because of Fell Soothsayer and Giga double dipping, and the Hunter Execute counts as dealing damage for the Fell Soothsayer aspect. TLDR, there's a lot of spaghetti code, and it's explained better in the Maxroll guides now as well if you go to the pit push. But it's like a lot of spaghetti. So the Italians are happy. But that's how it works. And then it's like a casual, I don't know, 100 quadrillion damage hit, boom, and one-shot the boss on 50% in a pit 120. Very nice. But only if you're lucky. If not, go again. No way to fix all that. I mean, it's relatively easily fixable by redesigning the aspect and redesigning the Jagger Hall. You don't have to fix like every single double dipping shenanigan thing going on. You just change what these two things do, which is a very good idea in general, even without those bugs. And there you go. Spiritillions of damage. My favorite build so far, I think it's still Pen Shot. Is anyone doing Hell Tides? I've done a good bunch of Hell Tides. It's pretty good for boss mods. Or like Greek War and Zir. He saw a dude get thrown off an Italian restaurant because he cut his pasta. I know, deserved. Do I care about the movement speed in town, or do I care about mana per second? And I would say movement speed in town. Actually. It's probably gonna help me farm faster than mana per second, when I think about it. Nice. Yeah, but the horse is also clunky. Dude, don't break now. 2 left. 1 left. Hydra like it. A shitty roll, but okay. Now we're ready to spend $1 billion on a fucking pair of boots. I'm not sure if I am actually. Can we just get lucky? Let's get lucky. You see how lucky I'm getting? I already have so many evade hits here. It's insane. It's insane. Yes. Okay, just get lucky.
There is magic in all things.
That's it.
Let me show you.
And a perfect life roll. Okay, so one problem solved. We wait like this for town. Wait a minute, does this count as evade cooldown? No, it doesn't. Only generic CDR works. Anyway. I started blasting. So we have this, and 10.9 there. Can we do 1-1 now? Yeah, this is the maximum evade, 38.5. Okay. Looks like we are getting somewhere. I guess mana per sec would still be preferable, but we also have the like a hit restore, and we have reactive ooze. But yeah, the more mana, the merrier, probably. So I could just roll this to mana per second, actually. I mean, we are Sorcs, they're tanky, it's fine. And the teleporting works now. Imagine Malphas. Infernal Horse, but he will need new loot table. I mean, we have so many uniques. They can definitely start distributing them a bit. Yeah, we'll Sanctify. Thanks for Prime. I like this double teleport combo. Like evade, teleport, evade. It's actually enough to just go from one pillar to the next without anything else. Thank you, excuse me. Thank you for the Prime. What's a good build to get back into the game for hardcore? Pulverize. Pulverize is giga tanky, very powerful, decently fast. You know about a Druid life. Then you can try Hydra Sorc. Can channeling speed form effective without Shaco? Yeah, I mean, even without Shaco and all that, you are generally fine, I would say. On a Sorc, it's just that at some point you get to the point where you have a giga teleport resets, right? And you just fly. But even without that, you know, like when I loaded up this Sorc here, I was already starting like 90 to 100 second runs or so in the pit. Even without the perma teleport. Should be similar on like Chain Lightning, for example. What's this fuck boy? Yeah, Hydra is definitely like a late game, probably the best all-rounder in the game right now. I mean, Sorcs in general always just become the fastest class. No matter how weak they are in the season, they're always the best at farming, right? That's just how the game works. Even in like the weakest Sorc season, they're always the best in the end. Because teleport exists. And then like the changes they made with like Hydra instantly attacking and stuff like that really helped. Spirit just falls over or what? Not necessarily if you know what you're doing, but if you say you're coming back to the game and potentially haven't even played Spiritborn, I don't know when was the last time you played. I mean, Spiritborn is by far the hardest class to play in hardcore, I would say. Outside of like evade build, I guess. Evade is like face roll, okay, but outside of that, yeah. How fast is Spiritborn? Yeah, it's very competitive with Hydra. Like Hydra is 1, evade is 2, I would say. It's like a late game farming build. And I guess evade is probably better to progress. Since it doesn't even have like this giga... okay, there's like various scaling factors for evade. It's like the Hydra, I guess. Double shrine in the middle here. Interesting. The charge Barb meta was season 3 actually. It's 150 gold they do without much grinding. I mean, in this season, every build is gonna do 150. Relatively low Paragon because of the season theme. The season theme allows you to, you know, do a lot and fish a lot. And yeah, I guess like 2 PK Paragon is probably enough for pretty much any build, basically. If you try hard enough. Does Bounding Conduit actually affect the teleport enchant? It doesn't seem so. Right. So now would be time for Orange Herald, potentially. We're better off playing Quill or Evade until they get Banazan. Evade is probably the best, the better build to progress, but Quill is fine. think it's a very bad reason not to play Diablo 4 +1. But I mean, some people care about it, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Bounding Cornet affects the enchant, because I have the 1-to-1 cycle now with basically the planar cooldown reduction. I have 44 here, 38.5 here, and now I'm at the point where I can do the 1-1. The Communion build is viable for late game. I mean, A tier certainly is more than viable. It's just not ridiculously OP. Yeah, we raised the bar a little bit for S tier. So this is why Mini Necro, for example, went down. Is Mini Necro good for hardcore? Probably. I mean, you have lots of minions that protect you, so that alone is nice. And, I don't know, Necromants are generally okay, I'd say, for hardcore. You have like lots of barriers built in, you can run Blood Mist. How far are we? Quite far, actually. Let's see if we find the room. A long dungeon, actually. I found the boss, but not the extra room. Ah. It opened, so this was actually the room here. Okay. Okay, let's try Orange Herald and see how that goes. Oh, you also need to check if they buffed Forgotten Wisdom to be actually useful for paragon farming. It's gonna be interesting on Tuesday. No, they don't have too much layout. Yeah, they're kind of big. On the other hand, they have no objectives, so if you're fast, then you can kind of just like, you know, rush through. Don't have to like do any stuff. So there's like advantage and disadvantage. And they also have these like storerooms, so if you open those, you get a lot of auto side. That's kind of nice. Kale. Helltide Whisper is way faster than leveling Diamond Legends? No, it's not. Diamond Legends are pretty good. It depends on how lucky you get with Forgotten Wisdom affix. There's my Hydra build. I have a planner, but this one still needs some updating. I'm gonna try the unstable currents setup. Actually, can I do it now? I mean, you have the perfect CDR here and here. I guess I'm looking for a bit more CDR on the ring, and then the offhand. The offhand is a min roll, no GA, no masterwork. That could be a lot more. He spent 22k opposite, masterworking main hand and offhand. And he got triple crit on Hydra heads on both in 22k. That is very lucky. What's my resource regen? I have very active ooze and that's about it. Use root holds. I mean, this is very similar to root holds now. What am I using? A wand or a dagger? It's actually a mace right now. I did get a triple sword, so I can do that. Yeah, I guess you want the faster attack speed from like a wand. One definitely makes more sense than a dagger. We have a favorite build of all the 4 seasons. Kratos Barb or Flurry RF maybe from season 0. Those were some of the most fun. Mace chants arise, yes. This has CDR, resource end.
What's still got some good in it?
In the Diablo gameplay, lots of pressing buttons has gotten worse. Yeah, it's mostly because they gave us like a lot of cooldown, recovery options and these kind of things, right? Like here, this kind of stuff. And there's a lot of like spamming of buttons and resetting of cooldowns. I mean, it's okay for builds to be like that, but it has kind of like slowly gone up like across the board, right? Everything is just way faster. We have like giga attack speed on every build and so on. They need to like cut back on that a little bit. What needs to change to our builds like this again? For Flurry IF? Honestly, a pretty big overhaul. I mean, yeah, the weapon tempers as a start. Like, we need like generically useful tempers that, you know, that work for multiple skills on weapons especially. Or something like that. And just like kind of like allow us alternatives to specializing into a skill. Like, for example, gloves do that really well, right? you can get 3 ranks to Fireball and 2 ranks to all core skills. You know, and that is like kind of like the perfect gap, basically. You know, and then when you master work it up, it will end up with 8 for Fireball and 7 for core. You know, it's like there's like a little penalty, but it's not too much. But you have stuff like, you know, you have like skill-specific aspects and skill-specific uniques, and they're usually so big, and there's no way not to use them. You know, if you want to play Flurry, you know, it has like the Breakneck Bandit and the Encircling Blades aspect, and both these are like, I don't know what, 50 or 60% or some shit. And all other rogue aspects, or like, you know, something like generic aspects, they're like 20, you know? And that is per aspect, you know? So that it just adds up to like way too much of a gap in order to try to do something that is like scaling 2 skills at once. It's like, if that ever happens, it's like a happy little accident, basically. And that's it. So this is kind of like why we don't have these builds anymore. It's not just the Temperers. But a big part is the Temperers, and the other part is like the skill uniques and aspects. Tacits of the Dawning Sky used on any builds. It's not a very good late game item, but it's a good progression item. Has a lot of res, so if you are like undergeared, you can use that to just go to turn 4. Yes, suffer. An enemy can one-shot you in pit 55, can you help me? How much life do you have in town? Mega Swift. Also, are using incense, like the Redamine Buzz for life, and you can use the Fortitude Elixir, for example. That alone should probably give you like a 30% boost or something. Six minutes. Oh, I should not forget this one. What does cat? You mean focus? It probably means catalyst. Like that's... Wait, is that how it's called in... No, it's source in the other 3. You get a Forge 8 Tacits. Yeah, it's not really a thing. And I wish I could better for Spiritborn evade. Once you have that with a good roll. I have almost 14k life. Because I have life on my gear. It's very effective. Yeah, lots of life rolls on all of my uniques, you see. No, it's just, there's life roll on the glove, and there's life roll on the boots, life roll on the weapon. That's it. 3 life rolls. And Shaco and Shroud, I guess. Is the Spirit gonna get nerfed? Eventually, I guess, but I don't really see that happening soon. Not even in Season 10, I guess. But if it dominates for too long, they're probably gonna do something. Life on gear increases how much I survive. It's incredible, but true. Andaris any good this season? No. Unless you really want to play an Andaris build, I have one for you on the Spiritborn. So Erotic Power giving you extra life? No. Actually, I need to run Scornful Light on this, right? I think I'm not running the right jewel. Yeah. I have the DR jewel. I should not be running that, I guess. More damage. You have 85 for Maxroll anyway. On these 3 elements. I'm playing crit, yes. Dragon level. 10 more levels and we are halfway to 300. Hog. So now we are probably roughly 35%. I'll just open the next. Also me looking for another pit run, but okay. What do you do with Thunder Spike on the bar? Now they have perma evade. You leave it there and don't click it. What build class that I enjoy the most? Pen shot. Yeah, you need Thunder Spike on the bar for evade because else it doesn't cast it automatically with the evade. So even when you have perma evade, you don't press it. Champana is in Discord. I still get a bit of damage here. If it's just leveling up, get like another 10 paragons or so, there's a bunch more nodes to take. How was the presentation on Blizzard 2 days ago? It was putting me in a very good mood.
Not a bad tool. Shame that. Hello.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Chain lighting build. I didn't make a chain lighting for this season, but we have one on Maxroll. Why did every current creator copy paste the same expos? They didn't. But they just told us, okay, you're allowed to say that you saw something. And well, then people started getting hyped and posted some stuff. Even non-default creators chimed in. Yeah, I mean, like, there were a lot of people there. Don't buy key. What key? What? You can cap resistance on Balazan, yeah. You kinda have to, because it's a pretty squishy build. Boss key. Ah. No, I don't. I found them. I mean, sometimes people offer me boss materials as a payment for an item they're buying from me. Then I get like, you know, 20 Uriel masks. Wow. And 3 Belial husks. Or something like that. That has happened. But besides that, no, I found everything. Are you playing some PoE 2 soon? Yes. End of the month, I think. Yeah, you might be a bit too low Paragon to cap your resistances if you go to Torment 4 early with Balazan. There's not really a lot of opportunities to roll res and armor and stuff, but just try to keep it up, masterwork it up, and so on. And do what you can. Use here, use incense. PoE 2 0.3 is Druid. Well, it should be, because they announced Druid for 0.2 already. And I suppose that, and maybe another class as well. Should do some escalation. This one starts with a strong room, let's do it.
See some steel you need. Better than starting from nothing.
I mean, I also season started Balazan after playing like the first hours Evade, and then I think like 6 hours into the season or so, I switched to Balazan Rake. And even on hardcore it worked, so it was fine. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit rough when you're very low Paragon. Like, I think I switched at like 120 Paragon or so, or 130. And then I played Balazan Rake and went to T4. Yeah, we discussed actually yesterday a long time how we can make our tier list in the future to prevent people getting baited by a build like Balazan. Which is a very tricky question. But we think we have a solution that we're gonna do next season. Like, you know, we cannot put Balazan you know, below number 1, right? It's just by far the best, like for pushing and stuff. It's like the strongest build out there and so on. Mostly it's the most bugged build, so this is why it's at the number 1, right? So we cannot put it not there, but on the other hand, you know, like a lot of people probably don't have that success with something like Balazan, Rake or whatever, compared to like Hydra, right? Like Hydra is like on the number 5 spot, I think, because they have 4 times the Spiritborn. But I think most people are probably like just better off playing Hydra. And so we have been trying to figure out ways how to reconcile this. People who don't read the guide and just copy paste the build aren't getting baited. Yeah, I mean, the reality is that a lot of people don't read what you write. They look at the tier list, they see Balazan Rake, number 1, and they log in, and then they start dying, and they come to my chat and they ask me, hey, why am I dying? Why am I not doing damage sometimes? Why is this? Why is that? And okay, I answer these questions, sure. But the problem is a lot of people actually just have no idea what is going on with their build. And many of them also don't come to my stream to get those questions clarified. And so they're gonna play one of our builds that we have at number 1, and if they have a bad time. And I don't want people to have a bad time. And so, you know, as I said, we have been like discussing this a lot yesterday in the meeting. How can we prevent this? Separate tier lists for noobs and gamers. Nah, this is not the solution. But yeah, we have some ideas. The best way to get boss mods is Titan tributes. Hardcore tier list. Nah, hardcore tier list is not in the plans. Like, a hardcore tier list is, you know, if anything, we might consider adding something like a, I don't know, hardcore unfriendly build tag or something like that, maybe. But outside of that, I mean, there is no difference really between hardcore and softcore builds. And okay, some builds are just a bit tankier by default and a bit more hardcore friendly by default or something, but realistically, it's the same stuff. What makes Crushing Hands better than Rake? Not much. But you have built-in barriers, so you save a rune word. And that just makes you generally tanky because you like constantly get 40% of your life as barrier, like 3 times per second. So that's kind of nice. Where, for example, the Bulwark only procs once every 3 seconds or so. So you have a lot more barrier generation, which has a similar value as the Bulwark, and you get a rune word. But you lose Giga cooldown, and you lose half of the Balazan procs, because of Rake you proc Balazan twice per swing, and all other skills on Spiritborn only procs it once per swing. My favorite build so far is Handshot. Tier list will either want to read any text, and the tier list will either read the provided text. I mean, to be fair, I just added like a bit more like lower level starter variant for the Balazan builds on Maxroll last night as well. So like there were so many people that, you know, they're like, oh my god, I have all the uniques, and now in Torment 4 I have like 17 resistance and 20 armor, and I'm you know, because they just kind of go way too high difficulty, way too early. And, you know, like, most of that stuff is supposed to come from Paragons, and, you know, don't have Paragons. They're just, like, playing a way too powerful build, so they go to Torment 4 and have, like, no res and no survivability. And, yeah. I try to, like, ease that out a little bit. Yeah, you can find escalation sigils in 9-dimensional strong rooms, yeah. They drop pretty often. What made the top Spiritborn kill a pit boss from 70% to 0 so fast? This is like multiple layers of double dipping, especially with Fel Soothsayer aspect. So what happens with Fel Soothsayer is when you kill an enemy, the killing blow will hit another enemy nearby, or 55% of that killing blow value. Now the thing is, thanks to double dipping, this can actually go up and not down. So instead of doing less damage, you actually do more damage with the Fel Soothsayer aspect. And like this, you can chain react from target to target, from ad to ad, and get more and more damage per jump of the Fel Soothsayer, instead of less and less. You know, usually it's supposed to like just like, you know, fade out basically. But thanks to the double dipping, it goes up. And when you have like 5 targets, and it goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then boom on the boss explodes. And the best part about it is, you can do a very large chunk of damage all at once, not just with the Jaguar Hall and all the double dipping going on there, but also with the Hunter Execute, of all things. It counts as dealing damage to an enemy. You execute the enemy, and it counts as doing everything that's remaining in one chunk. And then Fel Soothsayer pops off. So you wait for the Jewel Guardian to spawn, which spawns every 2 minutes. You slowly whittle down the Jewel Guardians. You get them to 35%, where you can execute them with the Hunter. And then you execute it with the Hunter, and then you have all the ads, you know, Fel Soothsayer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, jumping. Getting higher and higher, and then it jumps on the boss, and boom. So this is how that works. So it's like a lot of RNG basically. We need to get lucky that the Fel Soothsayer actually does what it's supposed to. And that you get the ads, and then, you know, like they are alive, and then, you know, there's a lot of RNG also, like in how much damage you actually do to each of the targets. Like, you know, like will they actually, you know, sometimes it happens that you do like a pop, and then all your Jewel Guardians just die, but the boss doesn't die because the final Fel Soothsayer pop went to like the wrong target, and then the target didn't die. And then it doesn't go on the boss, or something like that. So there's like it's like a lot of spaghetti code, basically, that makes it happen. So it's like definitely a very frustrating experience, I can imagine, to try hard push Spiritborn this season. Yeah, I have all this like double dipping explained in the Maxroll guides as well. So the general double dipping with the Jaguar Hall is explained in the intro, and then the Fel Soothsayer stuff is explained in the pit push, because that only goes in the pit push variant. Oh my god, Astaroth just explodes, man. What the fuck? I don't even have to try. I was trying to get rid of keys. Not gain them. I'm not sure how much HP like a Pit 125 boss has or so. But it's probably like in the dozens or hundreds of quadrillions or so. So if you like, you know, one shot a boss for like half HP, that's a very big number. So yeah, we're probably gonna see Spiritborn like kind of keep pushing up for a while. Because they have like, there's like, you know, many layers of RNG that they can use. It might even see like 130 or whatever on Spiritborn. Because you have like Giga AoE scaling. So going up like, is actually not such a problem to like blast down the packs. And then you also scale with the monster HP on the Spiritborn. It's a bit like playing Diablo 3, where, you know, when you go up, you kind of scale with the monster HP as well because of arrow damage and because of Bane of the Stricken. Like, you don't actually need to like overcome a flat, like, you know, 17% more HP per tier, but less, right? Because you can use the Hunter Execute and the Fell Soothsayer stuff, and that just kind of like works like the Cornet works in Diablo 3. It just becomes stronger every tier, and so you can kind of like keep pushing up. Do Barbarians have a class quest? Yes, but a very short one. Barbarians class quest is super fast, it's like a 2-minute thing. And so the Wizard has decided, yes, they're doing a short quest, so you give them a shit mechanic. Deserved. And that was the end of it. Yeah, class quest makes you stronger. You unlock something for your class, yeah. The first time you do it. What are the most important passes on Balazan other than the uniques? What's on the amulet? I mean, passives are only on amulet. Okay, the pants have like Bastion, but it's like not such a big deal. But yeah, passive on neck is usually very big stuff. Do you consider hitting the dummy to be part of the quest? Fair, actually. Got a perfect, near perfect 4J iris. Nice, dude. But amulet is just doomed to stay in T3 as Hydra. If you don't have the amulet, you go kill Duriel and Dariel and Harbinger a few times, and then you have an amulet. And then you are killing everything. Class quests all start at level 15. Can I just leave a Hydra behind like this and go to the next thing? I guess so, right? Which just kills everything behind me. Good Doombringer starter sky build. Doombringer is not a meta item for any build. But it can be like thrown in some builds if you want to be very tanky. For example, for their bosses. On the Rogue, which is a Copper Doombringer, or on the Barb. Okay, Barb might have a bit of an issue right now with the basic attack builds. Because they run Shard and Ramaladni. But on Rogue, you can always throw in a Doombringer. Like barrier build is Neo Rune not decent for offering gen? Yeah, I use Neo Rune a lot. How's Meteor? Pretty good this season actually. I think I have it on number 2 or number 3 on Sorc. You love Jar so much, you're surprised you don't use it for Sorc. I'm not sure if it would break the teleport enchant actually. I've never tried to use Jar on Sorc. Maybe it even breaks the teleport enchant and then it goes on cooldown or something. I mean, you know, there's no reason to use Jar here because you already have teleport all the time, you know. This class is the Jar, you know. I have Nagu, Se, and Neo Zek. Oh, 28 seconds, not bad. And now you wait. Okay. We have wolves. They freeze and apply Warm, and they also give you more companions for primordial binding. Because it's kind of hard to reach 10 otherwise. When you teleport too close to this thing, it just like doesn't pop up here. You have to like walk there. You can play the season without Vest of Hatred, but it's gonna be scuffed. But that's doable. Church. So if you don't know if you like the game, you can play it a bit and then get the expansion later. Or wait for a sale or something. Or Spiritborn evade. Most free values you're looking at. I still can't perma evade. I'm not sure what you mean with that CSLC. But you need to have 59% evade cooldown reduction to perma evade. So that's usually Shaco and then like one good tempo on the boots. Or like 2 really good tempers on boots and amulets. With like masterworks and stuff, of course. What's the point of all the heraldic files? Yeah, this is clutter. I don't know if you want mana per second or movement speed, and it feels so slow in town. Yeah, I agree. I have movement speed on mine. Just for town. I mean, honestly, it does give you like a efficiency boost. So. Yeah, I agree, Buck. It is kind of a joke. Shot 20. Just mount up. $2.4 million files for 1 journey cache, man. Worth. I mean, even just trying to convert them, I can probably farm the next one faster, but okay. I'm also surprised there's no buff for it. Maybe they're like okay with that just being like pointless, but on the other hand, like why do they drop us so much of this stuff? And why do we have like affixes on our nightmare dungeons that give us extra files and stuff? Like, you know? Apply burn damage as a Sorc as chain lightning. I don't know. Do you have to? These days, there's not that many builds that need to have like burn everywhere. Otherwise, you can do it with Inferno. You can do it with the Hydra. You can do it with Firebolt enchant, and I have no idea but what you're trying to do exactly. Yeah, I'm not converting my heraldic files yet, so maybe they will change it at some point, because right now there's no point to convert it. I can't get anything with it. So at 500k I can't do anything at all. It doesn't have the powers to 100. Frostburn is better than Fist of Fate for Chain Sorc. I kinda doubt it. Fist of Fate is pretty OP. I mean, even if you do apply the burn and all that stuff, you get a 35% buff. In Fist of Fate, just the unique effect is already a 50. It's already more than Frostburn. Plus you have the Giga Lucky Hit on it, which gives you a lot more Frostburn procs. Pretty sure Fist of Fate should be better.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Why did I not lose my mouse cursor in the chaos? Who says I look at my mouse cursor? I just play by gut feeling. That's my opposites. Oh, yeah, 50k again. That was actually nice. Got a very good Frostburn. I mean, you can probably map it out and see how Frostburn versus Fist of Fate stacks up, but I'm pretty sure it should be in favor of Fist of Fate. Even if you have all the conditions met. Exile. That was nerfed because of last season. Yes, it's our ancestors' fault. The older generations caused us this misery. Now Heraldic Files and Scrolls are worthless. Is there other ways to play without having to use a guide? Well, you can just start blasting and make your own stuff. I mean, I don't force you to read the guide. A Vida ring, man. Time to make a flash for that Druid. Gotta go fast. Yeah, Shred can do pretty high too. Border has been pushing it a bunch. Shred with the Grizzly Rage staff with Die Werewolf. It's pretty good apparently. I have Stormswell, Flash, Fire, and Serpentine aspects right now. Okay, guys. I just got this nice little message from Nini. So, I think I have to do something about this. BRB. Well, it's not cheesecake, but it's also really nice. It's like some chocolate pudding kind of thing. No, not pudding. Kind of cake. Mm. That is what Nini had. She sent me a picture of that from earlier. But I can definitely compete. What is that class? This is a sorceress. Sheriff chat. I have a few more in my fridge actually. Buck. How come you didn't like the gauntlet? Who says I didn't? You see that? That's the rank 1 gauntlet trophy. But I mean, as a long-term thing, it was not really a great system, I think. It was just not really popular, even among the guys that were trying to compete and stuff. There was just, you know, flaws of like, you know, how it was laid out, and then like it's always like the same run, so it gets very repetitive, and it's all about like, you know, making the, like it was too much about the, you know, preparation and too little about playing, and you know, too little like reacting to the stuff in the moment. You know, you just made the plan, and then you played that plan like 10 times in a row until you get like the best run. And that was basically it or something, right? And then it was just about, okay, trying to find a better route or something. Which, you know, was kind of like a fun little thing to do for a while, but long term, kind of like not really what an ARPG is supposed to be, right? Shrine duration temper. Well, it wasn't a temper back then, but yeah. I mean, that was just like how you made your character and stuff. I mean, there was like a certain gauntlet meta, and that's fine. But it's also like, you know, playing the gauntlet and trying to compete in it. Like, it's not really the same as, for example, competing in like Greater Rifts in Diablo 3 or so. Like, you know, everyone plays Greater Rifts. You know, most people like at least try some light pushing, you know, get their gem ups at least or something like that. But Gauntlet was like so disconnected from the rest of the game and from what everyone else is doing and what my viewers are doing and so on, right? Like, no one really tried the stuff that I did in the Gauntlet, you know? Like sitting down and like trying to might make the perfect route for hours and then running it and then thinking, okay, can I change that again? And then I was, you know, painting, you know, I literally had like this you know, map in paint, and then I was drawing the lines, and then you had to remember like the 28 different turns that you have to do, and at what point do you turn around and then go this way, and then when you click that shrine, and you know, like for most players this is like way too much, right? This didn't make much sense, I guess. So you basically had to like orchestrate the run and perfectly remember all the steps, and then just like do that 10 times in a row, and that was just like not really it. So it's good that they saw that and discontinued the Gauntlet, I think, because I don't think it would never become like a very popular thing, even if they made adjustments like, you know, up the difficulty, and, you know, instead of like tier 79 dungeons, it would be like a, you know, pit 100 or so, and it would be slower paced. That would maybe help a little bit, but it wouldn't really solve the core issue that the Gauntlet had, which was that it was just like a fixed seed run, right? And that is just like not too exciting. The RNG and like decision making and gameplay in the moment is important. Sounds miserable. I'd rather do pits all day. Yeah, I mean, when it came out and was fresh, it was kind of like exciting and all that, but yeah, it faded pretty quickly, I'd say. And also, you know, I really wanted to win that prize, so that was another motivation. But after that, I didn't really do Gauntlet again. I did like, you know, 4 weeks. It was like 2 weeks of prep and then 2 weeks of competition. So I did 4 weeks of like super try hard Gauntlet to try to win that thing. And then I just didn't really do it anymore. What are my feelings? I log in, MD. Sounds like M+ route planning. Yeah, but the thing is that M+ route planning is different, right? Because you always have a different team, and you know, you assign this to that, and okay, it's like somewhat like that, but also not. I don't know how to really describe that. It definitely has a bit this feeling of Mythic Plus route planning, but on the other hand, in Mythic Plus, it doesn't necessarily, you know, matter to that degree, right? Sometimes, unless you're like really on the cutting edge or so. But if you're just doing like some chill run or whatever, then, you know, then you don't like min-max every single monster or something to that degree as we did in the Gauntlet, you know. Like in Gauntlet, we really min-maxed like every single fucking elite. You know, every step left or right or something like that. You know, this was pretty insane. Oh, Holy. Holy is playing default, Holy. Yeah, we're gonna get the amulet as soon as possible, so Andario, Duriel, whatever you can. You might also get boss mods from the season track, so check that, or from the season journey. But yeah, get your uniques as soon as possible, it's a huge buff. Yeah, the thing is that in Mythic Plus also, like, if you make the route, you still have to play the route. And that is the hard part, you know? Making the route is not the hard part. But in the Gauntlet it was a completely opposite, you know? The route was everything. And then you had to execute it, and then that was it. You get 67.9 CDR on Sorc, and 8 out of 12 Masterworks are high enough. That will definitely not be high enough to do like perma teleport. But at least you can do a teleport every 2 casts, I guess. That's my CDR, 67.1. And a perfect 38.5 evade, and this gives you just enough to do the 1-to-1. You always have a terrible time with Oculus. I think chain lightning build has potential in hardcore. Yeah, chain lightning is pretty good right now. Sorc is a very good hardcore class in general.
Better than starting from nothing.
When was Oculus meta? I don't know, 25 years ago? What's what I recommend for best beginner solo build for the season? Pulverize. Got missing ammunition's bugged. They have like a limit on how many can drop, but they're gonna fix that on Tuesday. Yeah, it kind of stops halfway through, that's how it works right now. Actually kind of crazy, this buff here. Every time you kill a shrine, all monsters plus 50% damage. That's a lot of damage. Good luck, Lipstick. He's scared I need normal difficulty, oh no. Well, it's not a bad idea to just stay on normal and complete your renown slowly. That should probably leave you at close to level 60 anyway. Have all the stuff done. I mean, okay, hard difficulty is probably pretty safe too, to be honest. Scrolls go to the stash, yes. Yeah, I'll update the planner when I know what I want to put there. Theodore. I mostly added the Paragon for now. Maybe like a few other things I can do real quick. Where's my planner? We're probably gonna stick to this here. Serpentine. Hydra. Hydra. Do we want the 30% attack speed actually, instead of idle from below? This might actually be better than idle. I mean, no matter what, we're not reaching attack speed cap anyway in cap 1. It makes no difference. I think I was gonna put it. Like we're far away from attack speed cap. So you can reach 200% bonus. Okay, if you go like attack speed here, but attack speed is like a really shitty roll. Like you don't really want to go for attack speed. Like an attack speed roll is worse than an int roll even. So you can remove life maybe and put attack speed there, but attack speed does very little. I'm not really 100% sure how it scales at the Hydras, but in a very shitty way, I noticed. So it's like... But yeah, 30% attack speed versus 6% primary stat. 6% primary stat is like what? 5.5% damage or something? Like 30 attack speed should be better than that, I think. Plus we don't have to deal with those guardians. Plus we have fast teleports and stuff, which is also kind of neat. So that's what we're running for now, but I have to figure out how to do the ball lighting stuff. And I mean, we have kind of the cooldown now. Still don't get the GA cooldown here. But GA cooldown, man. I had a totem like that, but I can't use that, unfortunately. So we try to triple here. Yeah, so this is basically what I'm running right now. But we'll have to see how this will be updated. Okay, how much crit do we need? 20, 60, 75. So I don't actually need any crit, really. We're raiding. Oh shit, hello guys. Wait. When did that happen? Wait, what raid? I don't see anything. Miku. I didn't get any notification, even my Twitch feed. But welcome, guys. Stealth. It's very sneaky, actually. Okay. I'll just put a planner here for now. Do you have it in the YouTube description? Okay, I'll just put it there as well. Anyway, Miku, how have you been? I know Miku. Okay, shout out. Let's go. This is our resident Whirlwind enjoyer at Maxroll. So I think there might be plenty of you who actually played his guide last season. Sean, let's do that. Let's see how Vashan will go. Very difficult boss, I suppose. Taking Whirlwind to 100. How far are you? I mean, Whirlwind 100 would be pretty good. Yeah. Boss time. Okay. That was one Hydra. What? I think this would be a pretty good build here to just farm some bosses as well. It's really tanky. We have Shaco here. We have this DR. So it's basically 2 defensive aspects. And we have Align the Elements, which is ridiculous. And the Giga Barriers and Mana Shield. Dude, Sorc is like fucking ridiculous these days. And for the DR here. Wait, does this actually activate when you use Evade? Can we see this somewhere? Ah, yeah, this is the timer, I guess. Wait, is it the timer? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess so. Okay. Yeah, that's this. Okay. Yeah, there's a 3-second timer for this and a 4-second for this. Wonderful. Of course they're different. He did 95 in 10 minutes on Whirlwind. Okay. Shall we try a bit of... let's set our glyphs a bit more. I think at some point I'm gonna try to answer the current setup. And in the pits we can also try to Gamba for focus. Potato, hello. I don't know right now. It was a long time ago, man. We have a leveling build for Druid. I didn't put out any leveling guide for Druid this season, but we have a bunch on Maxroll. There's like 4 or 5 Druid leveling builds. Quarks might be good for bossing instead of wolves. Yeah, if I somehow get to 10 summons, but how do I do that? We have 2 Hydras, some Ice Blades, that's 4 or 5, and then what? Yeah, I think I have to keep the wolves. Unless I go Unstable Currents, but then I don't have Inferno, and then he does a lot of damage. Yeah, okay, you have to Cosmic Anomalies, I guess, but... yeah, Unstable is like a big damage loss, so I don't really want to do that. Inferno is 50% DPS, Unstable gives us almost nothing. Hydra enchant. Yeah, I guess that's another option. Get 2 Hydra summoned and 2 from the enchant. But that's only 4, we still need 6 more. We can get 3 ice blades from self-casting, and then I still need 3 more to max out Primordial. Ohm is better than Quacks. Yeah, there's not many opportunities to run an Ohm over a Quacks. Quacks is pretty OP. Like, even if we just do like Neo Quacks, that's an average of 25% boost. Let's say ignoring the resource problem, which is not big on this build. So at the very minimum we can do that, which already beats Ohm easily. Like, Ohm is like a last resort. Supposed to do Familiar enchant. Yeah, I have Familiar enchant actually. Question is, how many Familiars do I have out? I see 1. I mean, yeah, like you only get this when you like spam Hydras a lot. It's a 33% chance. So, but you can cast Hydra, let's say every 2 seconds on average or so. So I need 6 seconds to get 1 Familiar, and the Familiar only lasts 6 or 8. Yeah, it lasts 8. So I have like 1.5 Familiars on average. Unless I like spam, and then slow cast 2 Hydras, and then I have like, you know, 5 seconds of a bunch of Familiars. And then I have to repeat that again, but there will always be like this gap where I just don't DPS because my Hydras will not be full mana. Yeah, I think this is the way. And then it will also like attack slower, because if you cast them too fast all the time, then they will attack slower. Yeah, so the only way to do this without the wolves, I think, realistically, is somehow relying on the cosmic anomalies. And otherwise, it's unstable angle. But unstable is 50% damage buff you lose, because Inferno is kind of OP. On the other hand, it's gonna be tough to cast Inferno permanently, especially on the boss fight when you don't have the Zeg rune, so get another rune there. And that might be worth. This Orange Herald is probably not enough to get the cooldown back out in permanently. My cooldown is at 10.66. What's making old cooldown so low? And the base is 10.66 right now from ranks and Shaco mostly. And a bit of cooldown here and here. Like Inferno has a short base cooldown already. And then I use Zeg rune, so I get double the cooldown recovery speed. So this 10.6 seconds is actually like 5 seconds. And then there's Orange Herald aspect as well, which can trigger another -2 each time I cast something. But it's on a lucky hit. I mean, applying Vuln is not such a problem, but Lightning Speed does that easily, sure. Worst case, you can put a roll somewhere. The problem is just that I lose the grouping and the 50% damage multi from Inferno. These are pretty good. Like, you know, your Hydras also do AoE with the neck. You kind of want to group them up. So Inferno is important. Maybe try to refresh the planner, Theodore. It might take us a few minutes, but it should be done now. You heard the breakpoints in pit of 69, 79, and 89 are good. Yeah, this is mostly just to do glyph leveling. And it's technically not really a breakpoint. If anything, we're gonna get breakpoints on Tuesday when at certain tiers you get keys back. Like starting from pit 70 is gonna start getting keys back from running the pit, and then at 85 you get even like a surplus. But the reason for like the 69, 79, 89 is for glyph level ups basically. But it's not really a breakpoint, it's just that at 79 you will have an 8% chance to level up a level 99 glyph to 100. But also a level 98 glyph to 99, or a 97 to 98, and so on. So technically you can also, for example, if your glyphs are all 97, then you can also run tier 77. As long as you're like 20 tiers under, you have this 8% chance. If you're 30 tiers under, you have a 4% chance, and so on. So this is why people run these like 0.9 or like, you know, 9 or something tiers. For example, right now I'm just doing 70% runs. Like my glyphs are 82, I run 82, I get 70%. But at some point it will slow down so much where like, I'm kind of getting into pushing territory, like, you know, now at 85 or 90 or so. At some point I will just like go down and then do like 16% runs or 8% runs or something like that. Because it's just going to be very faster and more chill. And then I go like, you know, exactly 10 tiers below my glyphs or something like that. So once I reach, for example, tier 85, I will just drop down to 75 and keep letting my glyphs that way. Because then I will be, you know, my glyphs are like 85. I go down 10 tiers, I'll be at 75. I will have this, yeah, I think 16% chance. Do people really run out of pit keys? You've done quite a few pits and have 3.5k. Yeah, it's this season, it's like a special case. Because they give us 4,000 keys for free from the season journey. Which has not happened in the past, I think. And on top of that, we run a lot of Nightmare Dungeons these days. So you get a lot of keys there. So it's kind of easy for the keys right now, but I think this is more like a long-term thing. You know, maybe next season they're not going to give us 5,000 keys for free or something. Great. We had no idea my current viewer base is only 4%. Nah, it's more like a quarter. Try Control F5, Theodore. End it. Okay. I'll get a new drink. Oh. Hydra is here, updated. This is the stuff I just put in. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing it. Try to refresh, dude. And Matthias rates us. Holy. Hello, Matthias and friends. How's it going? Another Maxroll raider. What have you been up to? T108. Okay, doing the Twisting Blades push. What leveling spec would I recommend for returning default player? I mean, leveling is like a relatively small thing, so you can almost do whatever you want on any of the classes, and you're fine, but we do have Maxroll guides for that. So you can check that. It's more important what comes after leveling. And I would recommend you Pulverize Druid or Hydra Sorc. You're pushing 108, but wait for the Myriad. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea. Actually, did I do this? No, I forgot. This is a crit build, Red Dawn. I had it as a dot build, but it turns out crit is the way, it seems. And good luck with the 108, and maybe higher even. That's the change. It's crazy, I was just like flying for, yeah, 1 minute 40, level 82. Seems good. Yeah, out of town for most of it. Well, same potentially, but at least I won't have to grind as much, I guess. There is no waiting for Masterworking Spider Cow. It's just a 1 in 5 or a 1 in 4. Yo, I have 16 Titan tributes, man. I need to run those at some point. Actually, do I really want to do all these bosses anymore? I know, I have so many Titans. The world first 1337k damage. Holy. $1337k. That means 1,337,000. Which is one of the objectives that we're gonna have in our little hardcore event that we're gonna launch. We were talking about it earlier today with Chronix. If I do Hydra enchant here, is that gonna be better than the familiar? I get 3 points if I do this. And potentially, these Hydras can actually kill stuff in T4. The Hydra enchant. So maybe that's not the worst idea. Interestingly, it says after spending 154 mana, and I have more than twice that, but it only gives me 1. Also, they're small. Wait a minute, do they actually do like anything at all? They might not benefit from both the Amulet and the Serpentine. In that case, they're kind of worthless, I guess. See if we can make that visible. They are killing shit, actually. Yeah. Kind of. Now what do they do with those points? We're not waiting for very long to hear about the new D4 stuff. Yeah, I mean, you might hear soon from, like, you know, the next season changes and so on.
Greetings.
This guy says, hello chat. He's buying 4 luck runes. For 80 million. The song is Lightning the Abyss.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Bolt farm is bosses and vendoring the non-accessory uniques. Still doing 2-minute spawns here on 83. Not bad. Need strongholds and leave 9 dimensions or hordes. Yeah, that's a very good way to farm out the site. It's pretty much on the level of Titan Tributes. If you have strong room dungeons, it's like almost equivalent to, refinement tributes. So usually refinement tributes is always the best, but the strong rooms are very close to that. Hordes is definitely behind and off the side. That I open to get a shard, Gobium. Same, dude. I somehow got like a decent shard early in the season, but even that, you know, I can get like 20% more DPS or something on my Barb just from the shard. It's kinda nuts. I don't mind Heartseeker and so on. Maybe more even, I don't know. I didn't even masterwork it probably. I think my shard is actually at 8 out of 12 masterwork because I just didn't want to masterwork it. Make Earth Spike. I have Earth Spike pretty much ready to go. I'm planning to play that soon. I think I'll do a bit of bossing and maybe hope for another Starless, because I lost my GA triple masterwork attack speed Starless in the bug diff. That was kind of like a good ingredient for a bunch of my builds that are not core skill builds, such as Earth Spike, Stormclaw, Rake. What now? Wait, how did I miss a pack? I did not. It's currently there hides 30 uniques in this garbage game mode. Nah, I mean, the bigger problem is that And you just don't get anywhere close to the same number of uniques that you get from hordes as you get from bosses, right? Bosses, you just chain them back to back to back, like, you know, every 10 seconds you kill a Belial, and it pops out a bunch of like multi-GA stuff. And hordes, you know, at minimum you spend like 7 minutes if you have a 6-5 key, and then you get like, you know, 3 uniques out of the, I don't know, like 8 unique table. And they have like, you know, a 10% chance to be ancestral. Like, it's just like literally 100 times harder to farm. Or more. That's why, right? That's just like insane. But I think this has more of a problem to do with like the bosses being ridiculous to farm, in particular Belial. They're just way too good, I guess, compared to other stuff. And exactly, like you don't really get uniques elsewhere. You have to farm the bosses, and if you have like a unique that is in the hordes table and not in the boss table, then you're fucked. Trying to Gamba, okay, but you know, Shadow Paraphia is also an item that has like an insane range of, you know, not just the affix, but also like some of the stats on it. Taking Hydra buff from. That's funny, it's a Hydra enchant. I'm not sure why it keeps stacking. Bit weird. I guess it's because I have more mana that I spend per cast on something else than the Hydra enchant, and they cannot get more than one at once. Like I need 154 mana spent to get a Hydra from the Hydra enchant, but I have 329. So every time I cast a Hydra with full mana, it adds like 170 to this debuff, this buff there. Because I can only consume it once. For some reason it just keeps stacking. That's funny. It's a good way to track like how much have you casted Hydra in a run. Walls are pretty good gold per run. Oof. Yeah, if I ignore that masterworking and enchanting exists, I agree. You just got a dopamine hit by a drop in D4. Holy fuck. What happened? Tell the tale. On a 2 GA item. Insane. I guess maximum poisonous, life per hit, and all stats. And rework for rune words. I think rune words are kind of working fine though. If there's one system that is like not really in immediate need of a revamp or something, it's probably rune words. I think they're doing fine. I think they could maybe take a look at individual runes like Quax and Xan and so on, being like a little bit too ridiculous. But outside of that, I think the runes are okay. I think we have one problem with runes, which is that they offer a lot of this like what they call the incidental crowd control that they try to like pull out of the game when they nerf all of the like Fist of Fate and the crowd control tempers and stuff. But we still have like Fool rune, we have Cry rune for the Vortex and the Frost Nova, and we have the Wolves that freeze everything. And so we still have like a lot of this like random crowd control going on all kinds of builds. And I think they need to pull more of that out. Miss old rune words, maybe got some sockets. And some 2 to 5 rune combos. Yeah, I guess technically I could do something like that, or they could, for example, what I would do is, make it like a new kind of like base type of item that is like a rune word base. It's like a white item, but it has 5 sockets or something. And then you do like the whole like Diablo 2 rune word style stuff. And boom, right, it transforms into this new unique or something. So you can do that, but in the end it's mostly just like for the nostalgia, right? It's basically just a unique item. So that's basically what rune words are, they're just uniques with extra steps. But it would be kind of funny if that was like a thing. And maybe these items would serve like a special purpose in the progression or something. Maybe they could also just like make special uniques that allow you to socket, for example, one offering, what is it called? 1 ritual and like 2 invocation runes. Like that could just be an item, right? That just has 3 sockets and it can trigger 2 runes at once with the same trigger or something like that. I mean, why not? This could just be part of the power budget of the item. And that would be a kind of an interesting effect. Are these changes coming expansion or just in the future? Not everything they've showed us was just expansion. There was also other stuff. Let's say soon TM. What the hell is Sorc? I just hit 60 and unlocked T4. Yep, just get an Ophidian Iris. Start blasting. Wonder when you get defied, they said we won't be waiting a decade like last time. Yeah, that is not happening. I think there's no chance we're gonna have a earlier D5 than D4. Oh, Nick, thanks for Prime, dude. T5 in 4 years is my prediction. Yeah, okay. I don't think that's happening. Dude, 4 years. Maybe we'll see Diablo in this game. I mean, I don't know. In 4 years, like half our software codes itself, I guess. So maybe game development will massively speed up. But even then, you know, this whole like game live service is gonna last for a long time, you know. I think I'm gonna see at least like 5 expansions for D4 or something like that. In 2019 and released in 2023. Yeah, exactly. And by that time they were already like years into development as well, right? So like if you want to see a Diablo 5 in like the mid 2030s or something, they have to basically start now. And they're definitely not starting now, I think. How can we get 2 legendary caches and both disappear when you right click them? Well, that's the point. You click them and then they open and you get stuff. And then they are no longer in the inventory because they're used. Next year is the tease for Diablo 5. Dude, we can be lucky if next year is any kind of announcement for expansion 3. We don't even have an announcement for expansion 2 right now, that is supposed to launch next year. I haven't gotten anything from them. Are you sure? What kind of caches were they? Maybe they were material caches. What did he say, Alexandros? You're excited about the future of T4? Yes. Nothing to out of them. Yeah, I'm not sure what caches he opened, but there's caches that only give you mods, and maybe a patch just picked it. Yeah, I mean, like, expansion every fall season would be pretty insane, I think. Like, I think also people would just be unhappy to pay for the game that often, even if the expansions are superb every time. So I think like spreading the expansions out a little bit makes sense. So it gives the team more time to cook and then deliver a bigger product and a better product. And people also don't have to pay for the Diablo 4 that much. So I think that's just kind of like the way to do it. Like every year is very optimistic, and even if they succeed, a lot of people will be unhappy But if you say like, okay, every 6-7 seasons there's an expansion, like every 1.5 years, yeah, I think that's okay, you know. There's like something to look forward to, not too far away at any moment, basically. You just pop as soon as you touch a red ball on Andariel. You, sir, need more life. Let's just go down, I guess. We are at 6 to 76. Like, just like up to 80 or so speedruns is actually pretty chill on this, it seems. But now it's getting slower. Meteor is really strong and fun. Yeah, I played a bunch of Meteor last season actually. But I don't really like this like cooldown mechanic, man. I wish that it was changed a little bit. Like I want to play like some Diablo 3 style Meteor Sorc. That would be cool. But I feel like with the cooldown, it just, even if you have like giga cooldown gear and stuff, it's just, it doesn't really feel that way. I'd like this to be a bit improved or something. Maybe they can buff the helm a bit or something. What kind of element does Zendaya do damage? I think she's Shadow, Poison, Fizz, and Fire. But I guess like the most dangerous stuff there. And there's also lightning, I guess these floating lightning things. I think they're lightning. She has like almost everything. Can we see sets in D4 as you know it in D3? Yeah, I think D3 sets in D4 don't make much sense, you know? Because they're not really elevating the game in any way. This would be a lot of work with, you know, potentially upsetting a lot of people as well, even if you do it well. And the PTSD from Diablo 3 and all that. Like, you know, sets in D4 is just not a good idea, I think. And, you know, it doesn't help the game in any way, you know, it doesn't solve any of the problems that the game has. Or give us any more to do that, you know, people are asking for or something like that. It's just a side grade to the stuff we already have and that is already like bloated as fuck, which is equipment, right? Like we don't need more equipment. What build is currently best of Andariel's? I have a Quill Volley Andariel build. It's in the Quill Volley guide as a variant on Maxroll, I'll show you. So that is the best build for Andariel as far as I'm aware. What about small sets? Yeah, like maybe these like 2-3 sets, like, you know, the Captain Crimson, and, you know, there's some cool stuff like that in Diablo 3, yeah, sure, but like the problem remains, we are really tight on equipment slots, and we have way too many options already, and you're just gonna add more options to that same pool that just crowds out other stuff, and like, what's the point, you know, like, why are we doing this? Like, why put in that effort in the first place, you know? You can just make another unique item with a certain effect or whatever if you really want. You don't need to introduce a whole new like type of item that is now set, and then, you know, you have to combine those sets. So you already have quasi sets anyway, you know. Like every fucking Sorc has a Shaco, a Shroud, a Stardust, you know. It's basically already there. Like we need something else, we need like another layer of progression, you know, something to grind for, something that you can only get in Torment 4, or, you know, something like that, you know, like a new system. Something to like upgrade our gear or like alter it or whatever. That would be something, you know, but like just introducing sets and then, you know, they're basically just like unique items of extra steps, like there's no reason to do that, I think. What is more fun, Druid or Sorc? Tough question. I mean, this build is fun because you're zooming and stuff, but I'm not sure if I will actually enjoy it longer than Pulverize, for example. Pulverize is super cool, and I generally like Druid. I'm gonna play more Druid actually. I'm gonna do Earthspike and Stormclaw soon. Catch day, we're gonna do Stormclaw. And I guess we wanna also set up our payback Spiritborn. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, I guess. All the content you found to get the best gear you have is already the end game. Once you have to get, there isn't anything to use the gear for. Yeah, that is like one of the main problems that the game has, right? This is why everyone says, oh, there is no end game. And yeah, it's true. It's like, you know, in PoE, for example, if you get stronger, you can choose your maps more and whatever, right? And you can like go even crazier, and then you get even more and go even crazier. But here you can't do crazier, you know. Like if you're good and you're playing a good build, like day 1 you're in Torment 4, and day 2 you're one-shotting everything in Torment 4, and that's the end, right? And then you farm all this crazy gear, and what do you do with that? Nothing. Yeah, okay, you get like another 10 tiers in a pit or something at some point. Yeah. Crazier with more reward. Yeah, exactly. You juice it up. The juicing makes it harder and better and more rewarding and so on. And this is exactly what we also need here. We need juicing. And I guess the escalation system kind of goes in that direction, and maybe the Infernal Hordes rework next season might go in that direction as well. You know, like you need to tie difficulty to rewards better and give customization, right? Like, you know, right now the escalation system is kind of doing this, you go deeper and then the monsters scale up and there's more affixes and stuff, but it's like, it doesn't really go far enough, right? Like, I just one-shot everything and like including Astaroth anyway. So I can't really juice it up enough. And I don't really get much out of it compared to a normal Nightmare Dungeon. In fact, I would argue just farming the fucking Horadic Strong Room normal sigils is probably more efficient than doing Astaroth all the time. But I just don't have infinite sigils. So, you know, like I have no control over the affixes. Like, you know, I go into an escalation and then it rerolls the affixes every single time. I can't choose something that I want to target, you know, I can't choose the affixes on Astaroth if I want to get certain loot from him. I can't do anything. So what's the point? You know, okay, like I know that on average every 20th Astaroth kill I will get this reward, and every 10th kill I will get this reward, but it doesn't really help me, right? Like I need something that says, you know, Astaroth has 1000% extra health, but he drops 10 extra uniques. You know, that's what I need, right? Something like that. And then I can opt in once my character is that powerful and I actually get some stuff that I care about. Yeah, I could also like add an exclusive reward, or like you know, maybe it has like a new mythic that only drops from Astaroth and that only unlocks on Torment 4 with that extra 1000% health boost available or something. And who knows, maybe not every single build wants that mythic, and that's fine. But you know, you can give him also some cool stuff like that, right? Or some other like, you know, endgame crafting material, we can corrupt our items or whatever. Like something I suggested to them, at least as like a nice little update, would be like when you go into escalation and then the second portal opens, like there should be like a button to like just reroll affixes on the portal, and then you can just, you know, roll for like maybe a bit of sigil powder or something, and then, you know, at least you can like target the right reward, and you know, you have a bit of control over the system or something like that, right? I think that would be nice before you enter the portal for the next tier and escalation or something. And then even there you could add some extra juicing, right? You can say, okay, you know, maybe, you know, not just reroll the affixes, but also, you know, +1 juicing level. And that juicing level just like makes everything harder and more rewarding or something. You know, like a +5 pit tier difficulty jump or something. You know, give it like, let's say, just make it like, you know, +1 escalation tier or so, right? You just like choose to go another tier higher. And that gives like the monsters more health, damage, loot, and whatever. Hello, cute guys only. I'm doing great. And you? Thanks for asking. So teleport cooldown so low. This is the teleport enchant. You can do evade cooldown reduction, Shaco, Russia, cooldown on the offhand. And you get to the point where a single cast between your evades gives you the cooldown reset. Welcome to Sorcerer 4. It's been like 8 seasons of that. So, teleport around and drop Hydra. Yeah, that's basically how it works. That's a good playstyle. Yeah, it's basically Typhon Hydra from D3 that they made here. Just with 3 hits and the larger. any secrets in D4 yet? Yes.
All finished, are you?
It is done.
Oh. Ancestor collection of chest plates, man. That's the best. I definitely want to wear a legendary chest piece. But I wonder if it also gives like more mats and stuff. Round reserve is actually something I might want to keep. Should try the unstable current stuff, I think. Let's see how it goes. Big Snake is vulnerable pull and 50% extra DPS for fire skills. It's pretty good. Okay, so what to do? Do we actually care about extra ranks? Casting unstable stuns enemies. That seems kind of pointless. We can do this and this down. And then this. And then we get the conversions. And okay, what do we drop though? I guess we have to drop ice plates. Let me do this. Fuck. Maybe like that. So get a crackle, 20 DPS. We need to change our runes. I mean, our cooldown is only 19. It's very easy. You need 4 procs of Orange Herald in 10 seconds. That should be very easy. What about this? Critical strikes apply vulnerable. Okay. There's a stun. Do we care about stunning? Probably not enough. We can just see a Vex. We have Nagu say. I don't think we want that. We can do full for the frost over. How do we trigger it? Like this is only every 5 seconds. With Neo it would be every 4 seconds. Let's see. Yeah, we need to do something here though. So this will be a familiar enchant. Doesn't help us more than a Hydra enchant. We have to get 3 points in there to get a 10% damage. Where Hydra enchant just does some damage by itself. I'm not sure where to get a few points. You can do this here, I guess. Give up to 6 familiars. Let's see. If spears are unstable currents or Nagu. Yeah, but Nagu only triggers every 5 seconds. And I want the Frost Novas more often than that, I think. It's kind of inconvenient with the ball lightning. Because it doesn't cast a Hydra exactly when I want it sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't go off. Yeah. Lot of damn though. And I guess you could change one of our Paragon boards as well if you want to do that. To the Crackle board. Should be a bit more like instantaneous burst. F blades. Might just be better for attack speed and bone. 10% per blade. I mean, you can't really rely on the bone there. We have lightning spears. Lightning spears apply bone, that's not a problem. Bone is fine. Which is actually pretty nice. Despite not having the Inferno. The extra attack speed and then the extra runes, they definitely seem to make up for it actually. And the good thing is also I can leave Hydras behind and I have something else to cast to get my teleports going. It's also an advantage. Like when I spam Hydras and teleport around, then I lose the Hydras, and I also often cast Hydras without a lot of mana, so I don't kill stuff so fast. And it also don't attack instantly. So this is like another advantage of the ball lightning here, I guess. You don't have to wait for the wolves to do their thing. You don't need to do Igni Vex, you can do Seer Vex, you always have the guaranteed +3, with Igni you don't necessarily. And I mean Vex, I have 19 Hydra ranks, so I have a 280% Hydra. With Vex it's gonna be 310, so that is a benefit of 11% or something. Where Ohm would be 15, but Vex also gives me a lot of cooldown for, like, teleport has more ranks. Not only teleport, but you get more ice armor, get more flame shield, you get faster, unstable. So Vex is pretty good. I like running Vex on these kind of builds where, you don't really have like a crazy important rune, but you can get a lot of like little like cooldown effects and stuff. I do that a bunch on other builds as well. Vex is nice. It's kind of weird now to cast my ultimate and it's not a big snake that pulls everything together. I think I have to change my catalyst thing actually. Quax is only 11 on Hydra. No, Quax is always a 100% damage boost. I'm talking about the Vex. With my skill ranks right now, I could have one more rank here and I could have 3 more ranks here. So the Vex value would go down slightly to something like 9.5% or so if I had like all the ranks. But even then you still get like the cooldown value for teleport, and I think that helps also with like, making the insta teleport work and stuff. Like my teleports definitely feel smoother now. I think it was kind of like on the edge before. Now with the Vex rune it's much more chill. Okay, I definitely have to change this now. Because I'm not actually activating my attack speed gem, which I don't even have. I have to put my attack speed gem there, and then I have to put Scornful Light in there. And then you have some damage. And I neglect pressing my ice armor a lot now, which is like the bigger problem.
Hello, shining. Shame that. Go one more?
I forge more than horseshoes better than starting from nothing.
Not a bad pull, that. Not a bad pull, that.
My hammer sings on your return.
You get summoned if not on cast bar. You can summon it from unstable currents and from the enchant. I'm not using Hydra enchant right now. It seems pretty good, yeah. I don't even have Scornful Light. You can run Scornful Light as well if you wanna get a bit more DPS. But yeah, you take 10% extra damage and you lose the max res on Poison and Shadow. 15% TR. Okay, it's an okay trade to make, I guess. You probably take something like 30% extra damage, but deal 20% extra. It's an okay trade. Can crush on T2 with crushing handle, but you're nothing on for damage on T3. Any thoughts? Are you talking like the Balazan crushing build or the regular crushing build? Crushing hand is relatively weak these days. We have it like ranked pretty low. I think it's on C or so. But yeah, get the Kapalecke and the Midnight Sun combo going and stuff, and yeah, you can do T4 with that. But yeah, bosses will always be a struggle, I think, with crushing hand right now. Sad, Penshot ranked down. Wait, really? I thought it was A and it's still there. Yeah, 45. If I do this, what do you guys say about 45? Is everyone running this? Yeah, not so sure what is Neo full, but I guess it's something. What about Neo and Cry? Get Vortex. It's all like so random. Can you just throw in a Quacks and just have more damage? What about like Sun? Neo and Sun is 50% damage buff every 4 seconds for half a second. Not very impressive. Best rune to proc Vex is Seer. Blue rune. Crushing Hand is not buffed. No, Crushing Hand is relatively weak. We have 2 different builds on Maxroll. There's the Balazan Crushing Hand, and then there's the normal Crushing Hand. So we kept both. Because whenever they fix all of the bugs on Spiritborn, then all the Balazan builds will disappear besides Rake. And so, like, you know, I'm not gonna, like, redo the entire Crushing Hand guide and stuff like that. Crushing Hand is still its own build, and it's actually, you know, still a kind of playable build. But, I think I'm like kind of leaving some stuff behind sometimes, yeah. The yellow helmet and a planner. Wood. Oh, they never add like an aspect to it? Maybe. What do you put? I guess I can do concentration. It's really the R. So like some good utility besides that. Fortune. Mind's Awakening. Yeah, I guess we do that. There's also more damage taken from Glass Cannon and so on, so I think concentration is fine. To have some of the R earlier. It's actually not very much changes here. Change the old, we changed the ice blades to ball lightning, get a crackle. Now the question is, what about the paragon? Now we can do this. And you just get 60% damage. Unconditionally, basically. So we want to keep that. For example, we can remove Frigid. I mean, this is 60, like, every fucking board is 60% on this class. It's actually ridiculous. We need a Enchantment Master. So does Caesar's Gauntlet have like anything going for it? DR? No. Okay. No. Yeah, okay, this is pretty awful, I guess. So it just has the 60% and a bit of DR and a bit of life. And all the other nodes are just worthless. So, question is how much, there's 74 decks. I mean, that's kind of big, to be fair. You can put like Destruction Glyph there, for example. But do we care enough? I'm not sure which one I want to remove. Res, armor, attack, damage, conjuration, cooldown, life, conjuration, damage. I mean, this is not a bad board, besides this one cluster we don't take. And we could actually, if you really wanted. Yeah, Searing Heat is like the most OP board. Has the DR, has the life. Don't actually need this. So I guess Frigid Fate is the one to remove. So then we also don't have to worry that much about the vulnerable. We have like a little bit more like instantaneous damage, basically. We lose Vul DR, life, and Vul DR again. And Conjurer needs to go somewhere. Actually, maybe be here. And then Destruction here. Now, is there like another glyph you can do? What about Charged? Lightning damage. Crackling energy? Nah. This is such a shitty board though, so even if we get a bit more additive, I feel like this is like so not worth it. So now we have a Conjurer with... Oof. Wait, is that the wrong one? Okay, this is 500 and this is 540. This is 580. 400, so that's like 970 together. And this is like 80 more additive or something like that. To do this. And then we have the advantage we don't have Frigid Fate. So we don't have to make stuff vulnerable. So before anything ever becomes vulnerable, we already have the bonus. So that's the big advantage, I guess. And then we lose 3, 3, 6, and 3, 12, 3, 3 life. And here there's life, so it's similar. It's the same life nodes. And then we have DR 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, and 5. But this is for everything. The other thing is just for vulnerable enemies. And then we have like nothing and nothing. And here's like bone, non-fizz. We actually have more additive in this setup. Like it's actually more. So yeah, realistically, it's just like sometimes you one-shot shit and you don't actually get any bone. But you want to farm the speed where you kill the boss fast. And for killing the boss fast, you have to make them vuln, and then it doesn't really matter. It's the same number of points. They both have 15 points left. That's kind of funny. Is there a point in trying to drop Ophidian Iris and Penitent? No. You go to at least round 1, then you can farm their bosses. Type exclamation mark boss loot. You can see it drops from Duriel and Andariel and Harbinger. So once you have a few mats for the other bosses, you can get more mats for those, and then you can farm it there. Yeah, it's a very minor thing, I guess. Here's more DR, so maybe let's keep that. We have like, I need to check like how reliable to actually make everything vulnerable. We have a lot of lightning spears flying around, so I think they're fine. But they only make stuff vulnerable on crit, right? And we have a crit chance of 37. And this means, for example, we could pick up the crit. There's 7% crit chance. That is actually not marginal in that case. How do I have so much crit chance here? Right ring, amulet. Oh, this is an alt. Wait a minute. We never really execute anything with this stuff anyway, right? We trigger it once every 10 seconds. And then it has to hit something that's like 20% life. Yeah, we'll screw that. How about invigorating? So I just got a 45. Because that destroys barriers and knocks them down for 5 seconds. Maybe do that. It's in the planner. Exclamation mark build. It's noticeable without execute, you just need to be standing on the mark you made. Yeah, okay, but I mean, what am I executing here? That's the thing. At this pace. Yeah, for a push maybe, but... Like here, what the hell am I executing? I can try it a bit. How many call skill ranks is too many? I mean, that depends, like some builds just get like a fucked on just because. But yeah, I mean, like when you add like rank 31 for example, your skill will do 400% damage. So adding another skill rank to 32, it will be, you know, 410%. So it's like a 2.5% increase at that point. That's not very much, but probably more than like, you know, masterworking int for example or so. I'm at 22 now. So my skill does 310% damage, and extra skill rank is like around 3%. Which is basically still better than any other masterworks. You don't have vulnerable damage on Hydra as crit, okay. Yeah, they have the same value, and you always crit anyway. Yeah, maybe it is worth to change the Paragon Bolt, because sometimes I actually just kill this elite without ever making him vulnerable. Like, it's not that consistent to make them vulnerable. I think we're gonna remove Frigid Fate. We'll just set up. And you're gonna go with the charged thing. It probably makes more sense. Because sometimes they're just not vulnerable. And you go like this. Brings it on. Why not playing Hydra with Inferno? Well, I just did that for like 10 hours. And now we're trying this. To go fast.
Better than starting from nothing.
Where's that already? Why does it say missing items? Flame shit. Okay. So do we need like a Maxroll planner in the game to like move boards around and stuff? I do not have enough int to get this. What the fuck? We have int. There's not much more I can get. Okay, we do this. Destruction. And then we do fundamental. Wait. Steering heat. We didn't have fundamental to begin with. Okay. Can I see that real quick? Vuln, non, vuln, DR, live, damage reduction while healthy. And more damage reduction. That's a pretty defensive board. But you have to like hit them 5 times to get up to 50% damage. And if you want to one-tap stuff, it's not really great. You want to go fast, it's fine. This thing is even bigger actually, invocation. 40. As of destruction. Should swap those two. Same here actually. I need more paragons, dude. 1, 2, we need that. It's interesting how it's actually better to remove 2 blue nodes to pick up 1 travel node and 1 for the glyph because it's so big, 40%. It's insane. I want this one too. Maybe I don't need this will and those 2 dex nodes. I have so much fucking mess.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Mhm. Swing has a GA and 11 meters only though. It's a bit low. We have to roll cooldown, which is a bit yikes. But it's also not bricked.
Use it well. My hammer sings on your return. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
No full guy, no stash at all. Mhm.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Let's see if we can get some cooldown. I think on offhand it's not that hard to roll cooldown compared to Amulet. Oh, there it is. And it's a high roll. So I get some Hydra heads. It's really good right now, Jammer. Should I look into Eliminator when you have 100% crit? Eliminator. Actually, let me see. Mein Conjure ist aber auch additive da, so. Let's see. We have 45, 65, 105. Yeah, I guess Conjurer might not be the play necessarily. It's sort of additive though, but I guess that does make up for the secondary. If you go Eliminator, it's like 10 and 10, I guess. I know, it's a 14.2 as well. Interesting. I guess we could do that. How much int does it give us? We gain 100 int. 111 int. 32.4. So that's like 4% from the primary. It's like nothing, man. But I gain 10% elite here, and we gain the same, but worse on the legendary. My question is, how much additive do we have? Let's count. 800, 850, 9, 1600. 1750, 18, 2.6, 2 point, it's like 3. Okay, it's like 3k. Does that include everything? So removing this here is like minus 17% on the primary. Basically nothing on the secondary and on 40.2. And then we get like 4, 10, 40.2. Well, I guess there's one advantage here, which is we have a bit more int, which means we might get certain stat thresholds. Like this. So this could be the main reason to do this, maybe. Because else you don't get it. You get 60R. And let's have GA int, no GA, and no GA. And here I have one masterwork already. I mean, you can also fix it just on the shroud, I guess. Is there anything else? Control. Yes, Elementalist. But for this I have to deal cold damage to them, which I don't. Does Frost Nova do any damage? No. So I can't even get a third stack here. There's Exploit. That's 10, 10, but it needs a ramp. And it's also Dex. There's Flame Feeder, which is 10 and 10 and doesn't need a ramp, but it needs to burn. This is the R. This is burn. And then there's this. So Tactician is nice, maybe. We get 8 seconds. So we have that permanently, 15% and the rare. Maybe I should just do Tactician actually at this point. You get the rare nodes. You get a 15 and a 10. It's probably better than Eliminator. You get a 14 and a 10. And then almost nothing from the primary effect. Like buffing normal nodes is just kind of shit. But Tactician is maybe interesting. And it also saves a lot of points. And this is fire and crit. Yeah, suddenly I have a lot of points. Don't use ice plates? No, it's not really a point, I think. Yeah, this is not a bad idea, I think. It's just Tactician. Let me keep Unleash here. I like Unleash. Damage to elites and non-fizz. This is crit and fire. Would we like to swap those two? If I put Unleash here, Tactician there, I guess it should be kind of similar anyway. You don't buff down here anyway. You don't buff out there anyway. One thing is he has a 4-point exit. And the same as here, so we could connect the two 4-point exits if you do an Unleash here. Get Searing Heat earlier. Ooh. Five points left. So it's 15, 35, 75. We only need 25 crit. So we're like way over that. Yeah, I like this a lot more actually. I think Tactician is the way. Even with like less additive, we have like 300 less additive, so it's like roughly a 10% loss from less additive instead of invocation. But again, the 15% secondary. Let me see that again. Invocation is... We have invocation. Conjurer. It's a 40.2. A lot of additive. This is Eliminator. Conjurer. 550. And here we also have 55 int. Yeah, I kind of like this. And going invocation, understandable instead of tactician. Here. I have invocation, yes. Yeah, this is good. This is a lot of additive. It has a good legendary. Like, even DPS-wise, this thing is, like, pretty competitive with, like, a triple DPS glyph, and it gives you 50% DR. So this is, like, a very good glyph. It's just that we don't have a board where we get really a lot of decks. That's the biggest problem. But it is 59 decks here, at least. You have to level another glyph now, I guess. So I think we take this. Question is, do we want to add Tactician anyway on the other setup? This Conjurer that we removed, right? We still have that here. And I think this might still be like a Tactician angle instead of Conjurer. Sort of in there. Invocation is Dex. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This is Dex. And here's Unleash. So I think we do this, yeah. One, two, three, four, 5. 2, 3. So something like this, I think. The Wound and the Non-Fist is fine there. Okay, I'm gonna make this now. My Unleash is on Searing Heat on this setup. I think I have to do a reset here. Just build this. Too bad we don't want the glyphs to in and now, but I guess it's fine. There's no willpower nodes, there's sticks and the int. Weird. Now we have 10 points. Okay. I have no idea what to do with those 10 points. Okay.
See some steel you need.
Let's try this a bit. Maybe go for a yellow if you can. We have 67k out the side. Let's go. Whose board am I following? I just made the board. It's in the planner in the description on YouTube. I will hold it. Yeah, I just finished it. I have two boards though. One is with the unstable currents to go fast, and the other one is like a standard progression, I'd say. Actually, I wonder if you can also play this before. Like, he's gonna have more ball lightnings and stuff, and you have to run a little bit. But maybe it's not so bad. Like late game, I think this is definitely better here with the ball lightning. So this is the Giga Speed variant in the planner, exclamation mark build. It definitely feels a bit faster and stronger for like the high end. Come on, I want to get the yellow heads at least. There we go. And some int. So now we just need to roll the resource proc. Okay. Do we try to go for the yellow core as well? What do you say? Fuck it. There's so many core ranks. Fuck it. Yo. Get it anyway. Ding, ding. What about the Serpentine aspect? Did I ever get that? No. Alright. Everything's fucking yellow, 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 yellow. Oh god. But you got this. That's good. How about an orange herald?
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Hmm.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Yes, holy. Good night, Sophie, by the way. It's all a bit late. 10 minutes Kurust. Let's go. I plan on trying Flurry Rogue after Tuesday. I have no plans for Flurry right now. But I know it's pretty good. I'm thinking about maybe just playing Flurry next time or something, like next season. But I think I don't want to do like more rogue builds currently. Besides, maybe I'm gonna try some Death Trap potentially. Oh, why did I first start streaming? Oh, I started streaming right after Diablo 3 Reap of Souls launched when I was solo blasting Torment 6 Nephilim Rifts with my Demon Hunter. My brother told me, hey, what you're doing is pretty good, you should try this platform, twitch.tv. I was like, alright. And then, I don't know, a few weeks later, Yes Woo happened. And here we are. $40 ago, aware. Yeah, exactly. I was posting on Diablo Fans, I think it was called, the website. I made like some like gigantic theory crafting posts there and stuff like that. Still 75 because my glyph is not doubled. Maybe I should go mana regen instead of life on my boots. Or instead of movement. Okay, but I'm not gonna make new boots again, I guess. So fuck that. They have perfect evade cooldown, triple crit. There's no way I'm gonna make another pair of boots like that. So this is what it is now. No. Damn, oh blood. Think over to mouse. Okay, let's turbo boost our glyph here. Wait. Sounds like the 4GA should win the early burns. Can't unlock the occultist. Occultist unlocks if you clear a dungeon and get a codex power. Or at level 15, I think. Or 25 maybe. Pretty nice. 60-second runs in a good rift. Otherwise like 60, 70, 80. Stands a nice good 44. Yeah, it's definitely on the weak side right now. Epoch Lightning Spear, Water Skill Bar, Unstable Currents. You spam Ball Lightning all the time here, and then you trigger the other lightning skills. I mean, Sorc has been like this for a long time. You know, this is nothing revolutionary here. Perma teleporting and like spamming all kinds of lightning stuff. This has been Sorc since forever, basically. Will this build be on Maxroll? This is the #1 build of the entire season, overall I would say, and we do have it on Maxroll. Since 3 days before the season started or so, I think. Cooldown, movement, primordial binding. You can't unlock the Cultist, you're 150... Wait, what? You're Paragon 153, you can't unlock the Cultist? What the fuck? Something is wrong.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Okay, what do I gamba now? Do I really want to replace this thing? I don't think I care. Seems like we have enough. Maybe it's gonna gamba focuses anyway, because I need a better Serpentine aspect, man. Badly. Like, my most important aspect is actually not Ancestral. How much damage is this? I have 327 out of 326 mana. Cool. Oh my god. 16% DPS, man. Just on the aspect. Yeah, I should probably check a speed farming variant. I guess there should be something like that. In speed farming. I haven't looked at Northeast Guide very much. Sometimes it takes a long time to get the vulnerable going. Okay, Tactician Glyph is legendary. I need to catch up on those a little bit and everything is fine. And then remember to actually press either my teleport or my ice armor every 8 seconds, but we kind of want to do ice armor anyway every 6. It's crazy how fast my ice armor actually resets. Thanks, Medard. Spammy here. What's the priority for Glyphs to 15? Well, the priority for Glyphs to 15 is usually the order of boards. Because you attach them, you get the glyph up, and so on. But I mean, generally you just kind of like level everything together once you have them all slotted anyway, so I don't really think too hard about which glyph to level first most of the time. Why not Ice Blades instead of TP? Switch to Elementalist rune. I mean, that will only really work for single target, which, okay, arguably is the biggest problem. But, you know, the Ice Blades will just not really hit much, and I have to cast the Ice Blades as well, which is another problem. I don't really want to cast Ice Blades, both from pressing the buttons and interrupting the rest of my flow here. And we lose a teleport. I mean, teleport is nice to have on the bar, because you can double teleport, or triple even. You can do like, you know, space, teleport, space. It's faster than the ball lighting in between. It's already like pretty spammy. I don't want to like add Ice Blades to the rotation, I gotta say. Get a lot more attack speed. Okay, we can get some Ice Blades with the attack speed thing, but how many of the Ice Blades can we summon? Maybe like 2? 20% attack speed. Yeah, I guess. I feel like I'm not liking attack speed. Can do anything with this.
See some steel you need? What still got some good in it?
10% per Ice Blade. Cooldown is 4 seconds, last 6 seconds. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like the idea very much. I like to double teleport. Double teleport is really fun. Sometimes, you know, it's not just like hold right click and space, 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 but it's also like space, teleport, space. Sometimes, and that's really cool. Thank you, Suffer. Good luck. That's a tough question, Malik. I'll probably go with the 540. It's a kind of large difference there. And willpower is not bad. Really fun to blast like this, so crazy how fast this goes considering it's like a summon build and stuff. But they really cranked up those Hydras, man, with their attack speed in this patch. On the PDR they were very slow. When you summoned them, they had to wait like a second or so for them to even do their first hit. And then they were spitting like slowly. But they really buffed them. Wood. There's a guide or something to this build, yes. You check the Maxroll Hydra guide. And exclamation mark build is my planner. They've almost caught up already. It's fast. Just built. I don't have any estimate about anything, Tangela. And I don't think they're gonna share everything at once either.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
I do expect announcements at Gamescom though. Is Barbarian damage good? Barbarian is on the weaker side compared to other classes this season, but still pretty good, yes. Easy. When was the last time you blasted actually, Holy? Two, 3 seasons ago, okay. So it's been a while. What do you think? I'm just gonna blast a bit now until Torchlight next week or something, or what's the plan? And it's certainly a build for you, I think. Trying to turn off crossplay, Maximus, and DLSS. How much did you family free, Holy, this season? You try the same build you used last season, getting absolutely deleted in T4. Which build were you playing last season? You're just using your Eternal character or what? Or maybe that build was nerfed and you need to make adjustments, or just pivot. Exclamation mark build, Maximus. Yeah, they changed some things about Death Trap and Overpower as well, so you're probably still running like an Overpower version or something. That's not really a thing for Death Trap anymore. You have to build directly as well. So there's like a few things we have to adjust. But Death Trap is still one of the best games, one of the best builds out there. So you just need to change some stuff. Yeah, the resource, it's not just the resource gen, it's the max resource as well. The max resource for the Serpentine aspect, Holy.
Better than starting from nothing.
Hello, well, hello. Too bad, friend.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Oh, not a bad pull, that.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. Use it well.
Yeah, it's less damage with the one-hand offhand. Like the Serpentine on two-handed is definitely better. It's also easier to just masterwork one item for the Hydra heads. But the CDR helps to get the perma teleport going. That's the main reason to do this. The evade visa comes from the boots. Place it. You just need to have like a low enough cooldown so you can get it on every cast. Yeah, Sorcs basically always go for the attacks reducing evade cooldown because of teleport enchant. That's like basically every Sorc build has teleport enchant and you always go for that basically. On other classes, most of the time I like the evade charges more to be fair. But it depends a little bit. Some builds I also go for this. Then it's like evade gives movement speed. That's basically just like something for early game maybe. When you don't have movement cap. Dude, they should change that affix on the evade gives movement speed. They should change that to evade gives you a swiftness mode or something. So you can go above the cap for like a few seconds. Then maybe. The stuff on the 9-pin engines. Invulnerable doing evade. That would be relatively OP to be fair, but
Use it well.
yeah. Like invulnerable doing evade would be pretty OP. Yeah. Even if you don't see it now, like you could cheese so many things with that. You know, all of the boss mechanics and all that. That's why I think that would be a bit too much. Like imagine just like evade through little waves and whatever, and you know it's not that hard to get like a really low evade cooldown. You can just like evade. You don't have to do anything. This is a Sorc build, yes. Screen freezes sometimes. I don't think this has anything to do with like evade Spiritborn. This must be something else. Maybe you don't have enough cooldown and you think you're freezing even though it's just like standing there because you're out of evade charges. Until it gets started, use Battlecaster Aspect. I don't have a build guide of my own for this, but there's a Maxroll guide. +4 to ball lightning.
Use it well.
This is GA Int and GA Live, yeah. I mean, GA Core is like relatively wasteful. It might actually be worth less than the Int anyway. Because they have a lot of core ranks. Like an extra rank for me would be like 3.5%, 3.3% damage. So GA Int is probably more. I recommend trying the polarized Druid, yes. It seems like this guy doesn't want my Ahu rune. What's the difference between Basili's Prayer and Crown of Lucian for puddle build? Well, Basili's does nothing. Crown of Lucian gives you a 75% damage bonus and allows you to proc Ancestral Guidance much easier. So that's pretty good. Basili's allows you to press Bulwark while in Grizzly form, but that's really the only thing, and it has a bit of willpower, I guess. But Basili's is not really helpful in any way. Like if anything, it would run Gold Slayer or something, or just a normal helm and wait for Epic. But Lucian is relatively decent. Often you get mythic drops. Randomly you don't get them, basically. You have to farm bosses and then you get them. They've caught up. how much mana he's spending per second. Well, you can get a bit of an idea if you look at my Hydra buff counter. That is roughly... That gives me roughly half of what I spent on the Hydra, and then okay, I spam ball lightnings as well, but they cost not that much. They cost 20 with starters stacked. But yeah. Okay, the Hydra counter. Yeah, it's like roughly half or so, I guess, of what I'm spending. I don't know, I cast like 3 ball lightnings per second maybe, at 20, so it's like 50, 60. And then the Hydra itself is like 300 every time I cast it, which is like maybe every 1.5 seconds on average. It's like 200, 250, it's something like 250 per second, I guess. Almost 3 AM. Maybe it's a batch angle, guys. I don't need more CDR than perma teleport, basically. So if you have that, you can not go for the last. I mean, technically you can do a little bit more, like, I don't know, Flame Shield and Ice Armor and whatever, but you don't care, I think. Long stream. Yeah, it was 12 hours. maybe longer tomorrow. Okay guys, hope you enjoyed it. Right, Lucky Lulu today, how about that? This penguin isn't going to grind itself. Yeah, I might grind a few levels on this. I mean, I have like a really nice setup now. And I really want to get a better serpentine aspect. This was crap. But okay, at some point. Have a good one, guys.